Chapter 9. 18th Century Literature, 1700 to 1800. I. Augustan or Classic Age. History of the period. The Revolution of 1688, which banished the last of the Stuart kings and called William of Orange to the throne, marks the end of the long struggle for political freedom in England. Thereafter the Englishman spent his tremendous energy, which his forebears had largely spent in fighting for freedom, in endless political discussions and in efforts to improve his government. In order to bring about reforms, votes were now necessary, and to get votes the people of England must be approached with ideas, facts, arguments, information. So the newspaper was born, and literature in its widest sense, including the book, the newspaper, and the magazine, became the chief instrument of a nation's progress. Social development. The first half of the 18th century is remarkable for the rapid social development in England. Hitherto men had been more or less governed by the narrow, isolated standards of the Middle Ages, and when they differed they fell speedily to blows. Now for the first time they set themselves to the task of learning the art of living together, while still holding different opinions. In a single generation nearly 2,000 public coffeehouses, each a centre of sociability, sprang up in London alone, and the number of private clubs is quite as astonishing. This new social life had a marked effect in polishing men's words and manners. The typical Londoner of Queen Anne's day was still rude, and a little vulgar in his tastes. The city was still very filthy, the streets unlighted and infested at night by bands of rowdies and Mohawks, but outwardly men sought to refine their manners according to prevailing standards. And to be elegant, to have good form, was a man's first duty, whether he entered society or wrote literature. One can hardly read a book or poem of the age without feeling this superficial elegance. Government still had its opposing Tory and Whig parties, and the Church was divided into Catholics, Anglicans, and Dissenters, but the growing social life offset many antagonisms, producing at least the outward impression of peace and unity. Nearly every writer of the age busied himself with religion as well as with party politics, the scientist Newton as sincerely as the churchman Barrow, the philosophical Locke no less earnestly than the evangelical Wesley. But nearly all tempered their zeal with moderation, and argued from reason and scripture, or used delicate satire upon their opponents, instead of denouncing them as followers of Satan. There were exceptions, of course. But the general tendency of the age was toward toleration. Man had found himself in the long struggle for personal liberty. Now he turned to the task of discovering his neighbor, of finding in Whig and Tory, in Catholic and Protestant, in Anglican and Dissenter, the same general human characteristics that he found in himself. This good work was helped, moreover, by the spread of education and by the growth of the national esprit, following the victories of Marlborough on the continent. In the midst of heated argument it needed only a word Gibraltar, Blenheim, Ramillies, Malplaquet or a poem of victory written in a garret to tell a patriotic people that under their many differences they were all alike Englishmen. In the latter half of the century the political and social progress is almost bewildering. The modern form of cabinet government responsible to Parliament and the people had been established under George I. And in 1757 the cynical and corrupt practices of Walpole, premier of the first Tory cabinet, were replaced by the more enlightened policies of Pitt. Schools were established, clubs and coffeehouses increased. Books and magazines multiplied until the press was the greatest visible power in England. The modern great dailies, the Chronicle, Post, and Times, began their career of public education. Religiously, all the churches of England felt the quickening power of that tremendous spiritual revival known as Methodism, under the preaching of Wesley and Whitefield. Outside her own borders three great men, Clive in India, Wolfe on the plains of Abraham, Cook in Australia and the islands of the Pacific were unfurling the banner of St. George over the untold wealth of new lands, and spreading the worldwide empire of the Anglo-Saxons. An age of prose literary characteristics. In every preceding age we have noted especially the poetical works, which constitute, according to Matthew Arnold, the glory of English literature. Now for the first time we must chronicle the triumph of English prose. A multitude of practical interests arising from the new social and political conditions demanded expression, not simply in books, but more especially in pamphlets, magazines, and newspapers. Poetry was inadequate for such a task. Hence the development of prose, of the unfettered word, as Dante calls it, a development which astonishes us by its rapidity and excellence. The graceful elegance of Addison's essays, the terse vigor of Swift's satires, the artistic finish of Fielding's novels, the sonorous eloquence of Gibbon's history and of Burke's orations, these have no parallel in the poetry of the age. Indeed, poetry itself became prosaic in this respect, that it was used not for creative works of imagination, but for essays, for satire, for criticism, for exactly the same practical ends as was prose. The poetry of the first half of the century, as typified in the work of Pope, is polished and witty enough, but artificial. It lacks fire, fine feeling, enthusiasm, the glow of the Elizabethan age and the moral earnestness of Puritanism. In a word, it interests us as a study of life, rather than delights or inspires us by its appeal to the imagination. The variety and excellence of prose works, and the development of a serviceable prose style, which had been begun by Dryden, until it served to express clearly every human interest and emotion. These are the chief literary glories of the 18th century. Satire. In the literature of the preceding age we noted two marked tendencies: the tendency to realism in subject matter, and the tendency to polish and refinement of expression. Both these tendencies were continued in the Augustan age, and are seen clearly in the poetry of Pope, who brought the couplet to perfection, and in the prose of Addison. A third tendency is shown in the prevalence of satire, resulting from the unfortunate union of politics with literature. We have already noted the power of the press in this age, and the perpetual strife of political parties. Nearly every writer of the first half of the century was used and rewarded by Whigs or Tories for satirizing their enemies and for advancing their special political interests. Pope was a marked exception, but he nevertheless followed the prose writers in using satire too largely in his poetry. Now satire, that is, a literary work which searches out the faults of men or institutions in order to hold them up to ridicule, is at best a destructive kind of criticism. A satirist is like a laborer who clears away the ruins and rubbish of an old house before the architect and builders begin on a new and beautiful structure. The work may sometimes be necessary, but it rarely arouses our enthusiasm. While the satires of Pope, Swift, and Addison are doubtless the best in our language, we hardly place them with our great literature, which is always constructive in spirit. And we have the feeling that all these men were capable of better things than they ever wrote. The Classic Age. The period we are studying is known to us by various names. It is often called the Age of Queen Anne. But, unlike Elizabeth, this meekly stupid queen had practically no influence upon our literature. The name Classic Age is more often heard. But in using it we should remember clearly these three different ways in which the word classic is applied to literature. 1. The term classic refers, in general, to writers of the highest rank in any nation. As used in our literature, it was first applied to the works of the great Greek and Roman writers, like Homer and Virgil, and any English book which followed the simple and noble method of these writers was said to have a classic style. Later the term was enlarged to cover the great literary works of other ancient nations, so that the Bible and the Avestas, as well as the Iliad and the Aeneid, are called classics. 2. Every national literature has at least one period in which an unusual number of great writers are producing books, and this is called the classic period of a nation's literature. Thus the reign of Augustus is the classic or golden age of Rome. The generation of Dante is the classic age of Italian literature, the age of Louis XIV is the French classic age, and the age of Queen Anne is often called the classic age of England. 3. The word classic acquired an entirely different meaning in the period we are studying, and we shall better understand this by reference to the preceding ages. The Elizabethan writers were led by patriotism, by enthusiasm, and, in general, by romantic emotions. They wrote in a natural style, without regard to rules. And though they exaggerated and used too many words, their works are delightful because of their vigor and freshness and fine feeling. In the following age patriotism had largely disappeared from politics and enthusiasm from literature. Poets no longer wrote naturally, but artificially, with strange and fantastic verse forms to give effect, since fine feeling was wanting. And this is the general character of the poetry of the Puritan age. Gradually our writers rebelled against the exaggerations of both the natural and the fantastic style. They demanded that poetry should follow exact rules. And in this they were influenced by French writers, especially by Boileau and Rapin, who insisted on precise methods of writing poetry, and who professed to have discovered their rules in the classics of Horace and Aristotle. In our study of the Elizabethan drama we noted the good influence of the classic movement in insisting upon that beauty of form and definiteness of expression which characterized the dramas of Greece and Rome. And in the work of Dryden and his followers we see a revival of classicism in the effort to make English literature conform to rules established by the great writers of other nations. At first the results were excellent, especially in prose. But as the creative vigor of the Elizabethans was lacking in this age, writing by rule soon developed a kind of elegant formalism, which suggests the elaborate social code of the time. Just as a gentleman might not act naturally, but must follow exact rules in doffing his hat, or addressing a lady, or entering a room, or wearing a wig, or offering his snuff-box to a friend. So our writers lost individuality and became formal and artificial. The general tendency of literature was to look at life critically, to emphasize intellect rather than imagination, the form rather than the content of a sentence. Writers strove to repress all emotion and enthusiasm, and to use only precise and elegant methods of expression. This is what is often meant by the classicism of the ages of Pope and Johnson. It refers to the critical, intellectual spirit of many writers, to the fine polish of their heroic couplets or the elegance of their prose, and not to any resemblance which their work bears to true classic literature. In a word, the classic movement had become pseudo-classic, i.e. a false or sham classicism, and the latter term is now often used to designate a considerable part of 18th-century literature. To avoid this critical difficulty we have adopted the term Augustan age, a name chosen by the writers themselves, who saw in Pope, Addison, Swift, Johnson, and Burke the modern parallels to Horace, Virgil, Cicero, and all that brilliant company who made Roman literature famous in the days of Augustus. Alexander Pope, 1688–1744. Pope is in many respects a unique figure. In the first place, he was for a generation the poet of a great nation. To be sure, poetry was limited in the early 18th century. There were few lyrics, little or no love poetry, no epics, no dramas or songs of nature worth considering, but in the narrow field of satiric and didactic verse Pope was the undisputed master. His influence completely dominated the poetry of his age, and many foreign writers, as well as the majority of English poets, looked to him as their model. Second, he was a remarkably clear and adequate reflection of the spirit of the age in which he lived. There is hardly an ideal, a belief, a doubt, a fashion, whim of Queen Anne's time, that is not neatly expressed in his poetry. Third, he was the only important writer of that age who gave his whole life to letters. Swift was a clergyman and politician, Addison was Secretary of State, other writers depended on patrons or politics or pensions for fame and a livelihood. But Pope was independent, and had no profession but literature. And fourth, by the sheer force of his ambition he won his place, and held it, in spite of religious prejudice, and in the face of physical and temperamental obstacles that would have discouraged a stronger man. For Pope was deformed and sickly, dwarfish in soul and body. He knew little of the world of nature or of the world of the human heart. He was lacking, apparently, in noble feeling, and instinctively chose a lie when the truth had manifestly more advantages. Yet this jealous, peevish, waspish little man became the most famous poet of his age and the acknowledged leader of English literature. We record the fact with wonder and admiration, but we do not attempt to explain it. Life. Pope was born in London in 1688, the year of the Revolution. His parents were both Catholics, who presently removed from London and settled in Binfield, near Windsor, where the poet's childhood was passed. Partly because of an unfortunate prejudice against Catholics in the public schools, partly because of his own weakness and deformity, Pope received very little school education. But browsed for himself among English books and picked up a smattering of the classics. Very early he began to write poetry, and records the fact with his usual vanity. As yet a child, nor yet a fool to fame. I lisped in numbers, for the numbers came. Being debarred by his religion from many desirable employments, he resolved to make literature his life work. And in this he resembled Dryden, who, he tells us, was his only master, though much of his work seems to depend on Boileau, the French poet and critic. When only 16 years old he had written his Pastorals. A few years later appeared his Essay on Criticism, which made him famous. With the publication of The Rape of the Lock, in 1712, Pope's name was known and honoured all over England, and this dwarf of 24 years, by the sheer force of his own ambition, had jumped to the foremost place in English letters. It was soon after this that Voltaire called him the best poet of England and, at present, of all the world, which is about as near the truth as Voltaire generally gets in his numerous universal judgments. For the next 12 years Pope was busy with poetry, especially with his translations of Homer. And his work was so successful financially that he bought a villa at Twickenham, on the Thames, and remained happily independent of wealthy patrons for a livelihood. Led by his success, Pope returned to London and for a time endeavoured to live the gay and dissolute life which was supposed to be suitable for a literary genius. But he was utterly unfitted for it, mentally and physically, and soon retired to Twickenham. There he gave himself up to poetry, manufactured a little garden more artificial than his verses, and cultivated his friendship with Martha Blount, with whom for many years he spent a good part of each day. And who remained faithful to him to the end of his life. At Twickenham he wrote his moral epistles, poetical satires modelled after Horace, and revenged himself upon all his critics in the bitter abuse of the Dunciad. He died in 1744 and was buried at Twickenham, his religion preventing him from the honour, which was certainly his due, of a resting place in Westminster Abbey. Works of Pope. For convenience we may separate Pope's work into three groups, corresponding to the early, middle, and later period of his life. In the first he wrote his Pastorals, Windsor Forest, Messiah, Essay on Criticism, Eloise to Abelard, and The Rape of the Lock, in the second, his translations of Homer. In the third the Dunciad and the Epistles, the latter containing the famous Essay on Man and the Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, which is in truth his Apologia, and in which alone we see Pope's life from his own viewpoint. Essay on Criticism. The Essay on Criticism sums up the art of poetry as taught first by Horace, then by Boileau and the 18th-century classicists. Though written in heroic couplets, we hardly consider this as a poem but rather as a storehouse of critical maxims. For fools rush in where angels fear to tread, to err is human, to forgive divine. A little learning is a dangerous thing. These lines, and many more like them from the same source, have found their way into our common speech, and are used, without thinking of the author, whenever we need an apt quotation. Rape of the Lock. The Rape of the Lock is a masterpiece of its kind, and comes nearer to being a creation than anything else that Pope has written. The occasion of the famous poem was trivial enough. A fop at the court of Queen Anne, one Lord Petre, snipped a lock of hair from the abundant curls of a pretty maid of honour named Arabella Fermor. The young lady resented it, and the two families were plunged into a quarrel which was the talk of London. Pope, being appealed to, seized the occasion to construct, not a ballad, as the Cavaliers would have done, nor an epigram, as French poets love to do, but a long poem in which all the mannerisms of society are pictured in minutest detail and satirized with the most delicate wit. The first edition, consisting of 2 cantos, was published in 1712, and it is amazing now to read of the trivial character of London court life at the time when English soldiers were battling for a great continent in the French and Indian wars. Its instant success caused Pope to lengthen the poem by 3 more cantos. And in order to make a more perfect burlesque of an epic poem, he introduces gnomes, sprites, sylphs, and salamanders, instead of the gods of the great epics, with which his readers were familiar. The poem is modeled after two foreign satires, Boileau's Le Lutrin, Reading Desk, a satire on the French clergy, who raised a huge quarrel over the location of a lectern. And La Secchia Rapida, Stolen Bucket, a famous Italian satire on the petty causes of the endless Italian wars. Pope, however, went far ahead of his masters in style and in delicacy of handling a mock heroic theme, and during his lifetime The Rape of the Lock was considered as the greatest poem of its kind in all literature. The poem is still well worth reading. For as an expression of the artificial life of the age of its cards, parties, toilettes, lapdogs, tea-drinking, snuff-taking, and idle vanities, it is as perfect in its way as Tamburlaine, which reflects the boundless ambition of the Elizabethans. Pope's translations. The fame of Pope's Iliad, which was financially the most successful of his books, was due to the fact that he interpreted Homer in the elegant, artificial language of his own age. Not only do his words follow literary fashions, but even the Homeric characters lose their strength and become fashionable men of the court. So the criticism of the scholar Bentley was most appropriate when he said, "It is a pretty poem, Mr. Pope, but you must not call it Homer." Pope translated the entire Iliad and half of the Odyssey. And the latter work was finished by two Cambridge scholars, Elijah Fenton and William Broome, who imitated the mechanical couplets so perfectly that it is difficult to distinguish their work from that of the greatest poet of the age. A single selection is given to show how, in the nobler passages, even Pope may faintly suggest the elemental grandeur of Homer. The troops exulting sat in order round, and beaming fires illumined all the ground. As when the moon, refulgent lamp of night, o'er heaven's clear azure spreads her sacred light. When not a breath disturbs the deep serene, and not a cloud o'ercasts the solemn scene. Around her throne the vivid planets roll, and stars unnumbered gild the glowing pole. O'er the dark trees a yellower verdure shed, and tip with silver every mountain's head. Essay on Man. Essay is the best known and the most quoted of all Pope's works. Except in form it is not poetry, and when one considers it as an essay and reduces it to plain prose, it is found to consist of numerous literary ornaments without any very solid structure of thought to rest upon. The purpose of the essay is, in Pope's words, to vindicate the ways of God to man. And as there are no unanswered problems in Pope's philosophy, the vindication is perfectly accomplished in 4 poetical epistles, concerning man's relations to the universe, to himself, to society, and to happiness. The final result is summed up in a few well-known lines. All nature is but art, unknown to thee. All chance, direction which thou canst not see. All discord, harmony not understood. All partial evil, universal good. And, spite of pride, in erring reason spite. One truth is clear, whatever is right. Like the essay on criticism, the poem abounds in quotable lines, such as the following, which make the entire work well worth reading. Hope springs eternal in the human breast. Man never is, but always to be blessed. Know then thyself, presume not God to scan. The proper study of mankind is man. The same ambition can destroy or save, and makes a patriot as it makes a knave. Honor and shame from no condition rise. Act well your part, there all the honor lies. Vice is a monster of so frightful mien, as, to be hated, needs but to be seen. Yet seen too oft, familiar with her face. We first endure, then pity, then embrace. Behold the child, by nature's kindly law. Pleased with a rattle, tickled with a straw. Some livelier plaything gives his youth delight. A little louder, but as empty quite. Scarfs, garters, gold, amuse his riper stage. And beads and prayer books are the toys of age. Pleased with this bauble still, as that before. Till tired he sleeps, and life's poor play is o'er. Miscellaneous works. The Dunciad, i.e. the Iliad of the Dunces, began originally as a controversy concerning Shakespeare. but turned out to be a coarse and revengeful satire upon all the literary men of the age who had aroused Pope's anger by their criticism or lack of appreciation of his genius. Though brilliantly written and immensely popular at one time, its present effect on the reader is to arouse a sense of pity that a man of such acknowledged power and position should abuse both by devoting his talents to personal spite and petty quarrels. Among the rest of his numerous works the reader will find Pope's estimate of himself best set forth in his Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, and it will be well to close our study of this strange mixture of vanity and greatness with the Universal Prayer, which shows at least that Pope had considered, and judged himself, and that all further judgment is consequently superfluous. Jonathan Swift, 1667–1745. In each of Marlowe's tragedies we have the picture of a man dominated by a single passion, the lust of power for its own sake. In each we see that a powerful man without self-control is like a dangerous instrument in the hands of a child, and the tragedy ends in the destruction of the man by the ungoverned power which he possesses. The life of Swift is just such a living tragedy. He had the power of gaining wealth, like the hero of the Jew of Malta, yet he used it scornfully, and in sad irony left what remained to him of a large property to found a hospital for lunatics. By hard work he won enormous literary power, and used it to satirize our common humanity. He wrested political power from the hands of the Tories, and used it to insult the very men who had helped him, and who held his fate in their hands. By his dominant personality he exercised a curious power over women, and used it brutally to make them feel their inferiority. Being loved supremely by two good women, he brought sorrow and death to both, and endless misery to himself. So his power brought always tragedy in its wake. It is only when we remember his life of struggle and disappointment and bitterness that we can appreciate the personal quality in his satire, and perhaps find some sympathy for this greatest genius of all the Augustan writers. Jonathan Swift. Life. Swift was born in Dublin, of English parents, in 1667. His father died before he was born, his mother was poor, and Swift, though proud as Lucifer, was compelled to accept aid from relatives, who gave it grudgingly. At the Kilkenny School, and especially at Dublin University, he detested the curriculum, reading only what appealed to his own nature. But, since a degree was necessary to his success, he was compelled to accept it as a favor from the examiners, whom he despised in his heart. After graduation the only position open to him was with a distant relative, Sir William Temple, who gave him the position of private secretary largely on account of the unwelcome relationship. Temple was a statesman and an excellent diplomatist. But he thought himself to be a great writer as well, and he entered into a literary controversy concerning the relative merits of the classics and modern literature. Swift's first notable work, The Battle of the Books, written at this time but not published, is a keen satire upon both parties in the controversy. The first touch of bitterness shows itself here. For Swift was in a galling position for a man of his pride, knowing his intellectual superiority to the man who employed him, and yet being looked upon as a servant and eating at the servant's table. Thus he spent 10 of the best years of his life in the Prettymoor Park, Surrey, growing more bitter each year and steadily cursing his fate. Nevertheless he read and studied widely, and, after his position with Temple grew unbearable, quarrelled with his patron, took orders, and entered the Church of England. Some years later we find him settled in the little church of Larricore, Ireland, a country which he disliked intensely, but whither he went because no other living was open to him. In Ireland, faithful to his church duties, Swift labored to better the condition of the unhappy people around him. Never before had the poor of his parishes been so well cared for. But Swift chafed under his yoke, growing more and more irritated as he saw small men advance to large positions, while he remained unnoticed in a little country church. Largely because he was too proud and too blunt with those who might have advanced him. While at Larricore he finished his Tale of a Tub, a satire on the various churches of the day, which was published in London with the Battle of the Books in 1704. The work brought him into notice as the most powerful satirist of the age, and he soon gave up his church to enter the strife of party politics. The cheap pamphlet was then the most powerful political weapon known. And as Swift had no equal at pamphlet writing, he soon became a veritable dictator. For several years, especially from 1710 to 1713, Swift was one of the most important figures in London. The Whigs feared the lash of his satire. The Tories feared to lose his support. He was courted, flattered, cajoled on every side, but the use he made of his new power is sad to contemplate. An unbearable arrogance took possession of him. Lords, statesmen, even ladies were compelled to sue for his favor and to apologize for every fancied slight to his egoism. It is at this time that he writes in his journal to Stella. Mr. Secretary told me the Duke of Buckingham had been talking much about me and desired my acquaintance. I answered it could not be, for he had not yet made sufficient advances. Then Shrewsbury said he thought the Duke was not used to make advances. I said I could not help that, for I always expected advances in proportion to men's quality, and more from a Duke than any other man. Trinity College, Dublin. Writing to the Duchess of Queensberry he says, I am glad you know your duty. For it has been a known and established rule above 20 years in England that the first advances have been constantly made me by all ladies who aspire to my acquaintance, and the greater their quality the greater were their advances. When the Tories went out of power Swift's position became uncertain. He expected and had probably been promised a bishopric in England, with a seat among the peers of the realm, but the Tories offered him instead the place of Dean of St. Patrick's Cathedral in Dublin. It was galling to a man of his proud spirit, but after his merciless satire on religion, in the Tale of a Tub, any ecclesiastical position in England was rendered impossible. Dublin was the best he could get, and he accepted it bitterly, once more cursing the fate which he had brought upon himself. With his return to Ireland begins the last act in the tragedy of his life. His best-known literary work, Gulliver's Travels, was done here. But the bitterness of life grew slowly to insanity, and a frightful personal sorrow, of which he never spoke, reached its climax in the death of Esther Johnson, a beautiful young woman, who had loved Swift ever since the two had met in Temple's household, and to whom he had written his journal to Stella. During the last years of his life a brain disease, of which he had shown frequent symptoms, fastened its terrible hold upon Swift, and he became by turns an idiot and a madman. He died in 1745, and when his will was opened it was found that he had left all his property to found St. Patrick's Asylum for lunatics and incurables. It stands today as the most suggestive monument of his peculiar genius. The works of Swift. From Swift's life one can readily foresee the kind of literature he will produce. Taken together his works are a monstrous satire on humanity, and the spirit of that satire is shown clearly in a little incident of his first days in London. There was in the city at that time a certain astrologer named Partridge, who duped the public by calculating nativities from the stars, and by selling a yearly almanac predicting future events. Swift, who hated all shams, wrote, with a great show of learning, his famous Bickerstaff Almanac, containing predictions for the year 1708, as determined by the unerring stars. As Swift rarely signed his name to any literary work, letting it stand or fall on its own merits, his burlesque appeared over the pseudonym of Isaac Bickerstaff, a name afterwards made famous by Steele in the Tatler. Among the predictions was the following. My first prediction is but a trifle, yet I will mention it to show how ignorant those sottish pretenders to astrology are in their own concerns. It relates to Partridge the almanac maker. I have consulted the star of his nativity by my own rules, and find he will infallibly die upon the 29th of March next, about 11 at night, of a raging fever, therefore I advise him to consider of it, and settle his affairs in time. On March 30th, the day after the prediction was to be fulfilled, there appeared in the newspapers a letter from a revenue officer giving the details of Partridge's death, with the doings of the bailiff and the coffin maker. And on the following morning appeared an elaborate elegy of Mr. Partridge. When poor Partridge, who suddenly found himself without customers, published a denial of the burial, Swift answered with an elaborate vindication of Isaac Bickerstaff, in which he proved by astrological rules that Partridge was dead, and that the man now in his place was an impostor trying to cheat the heirs out of their inheritance. Character of Swift's satire. This ferocious joke is suggestive of all Swift's satires. Against any case of hypocrisy or injustice he sets up a remedy of precisely the same kind, only more atrocious, and defends his plan with such seriousness that the satire overwhelms the reader with a sense of monstrous falsity. Thus his solemn argument to prove that the abolishing of Christianity may be attended with some inconveniences, is such a frightful satire upon the abuses of Christianity by its professed followers that it is impossible for us to say whether Swift intended to point out needed reforms, or to satisfy his conscience, or to perpetrate a joke on the church, as he had done on poor Partridge. So also with his modest proposal, concerning the children of Ireland, which sets up the proposition that poor Irish farmers ought to raise children as dainties, to be eaten, like roast pigs, on the tables of prosperous Englishmen. In this most characteristic work it is impossible to find Swift or his motive. The injustice under which Ireland suffered, her perversity in raising large families to certain poverty, and the indifference of English politicians to her suffering and protests are all mercilessly portrayed, but why? That is still the unanswered problem of Swift's life and writings. Tale of a Tub. Swift's two greatest satires are his Tale of a Tub and Gulliver's Travels. The tale began as a grim exposure of the alleged weaknesses of three principal forms of religious belief, Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinist, as opposed to the Anglican, but it ended in a satire upon all science and philosophy. Swift explains his whimsical title by the custom of mariners in throwing out a tub to a whale, in order to occupy the monster's attention and divert it from an attack upon the ship, which only proves how little Swift knew of whales or sailors. But let that pass. His book is a tub thrown out to the enemies of church and state to keep them occupied from further attacks or criticism. And the substance of the argument is that all churches, and indeed all religion and science and statesmanship, are arrant hypocrisy. The best known part of the book is the allegory of the old man who died and left a coat, which is Christian truth, to each of his three sons, Peter, Martin, and Jack, with minute directions for its care and use. These three names stand for Catholics, Lutherans, and Calvinists, and the way in which the sons evade their father's will and change the fashion of their garment is part of the bitter satire upon all religious sects. Though it professes to defend the Anglican Church, that institution fares perhaps worse than the others, for nothing is left to her but a thin cloak of custom under which to hide her alleged hypocrisy. Gulliver's Travels. In Gulliver's Travels the satire grows more unbearable. Strangely enough, this book, upon which Swift's literary fame generally rests, was not written from any literary motive, but rather as an outlet for the author's own bitterness against fate and human society. It is still read with pleasure, as Robinson Crusoe is read, for the interesting adventures of the hero, and fortunately those who read it generally overlook its degrading influence and motive. Gulliver's Travels records the pretended 4 voyages of one Lemuel Gulliver, and his adventures in 4 astounding countries. The first book tells of his voyage and shipwreck in Lilliput, where the inhabitants are about as tall as one's thumb, and all their acts and motives are on the same dwarfish scale. In the petty quarrels of these dwarfs we are supposed to see the littleness of humanity. The statesmen who obtain place and favor by cutting monkey capers on the tight-rope before their sovereign, and the 2 great parties, the Little Endians and Bigendians, who plunged the country into civil war over the momentous question of whether an egg should be broken on its big or on its little end, are satires on the politics of Swift's own day and generation. The style is simple and convincing, the surprising situations and adventures are as absorbing as those of Defoe's masterpiece, and altogether it is the most interesting of Swift's satires. On the second voyage Gulliver is abandoned in Brobdingnag, where the inhabitants are giants, and everything is done upon an enormous scale. The meanness of humanity seems all the more detestable in view of the greatness of these superior beings. When Gulliver tells about his own people, their ambitions and wars and conquests, the giants can only wonder that such great venom could exist in such little insects. In the third voyage Gulliver continues his adventures in Laputa, and this is a satire upon all the scientists and philosophers. Laputa is a flying island, held up in the air by a lodestone. And all the professors of the famous academy at Lagadu are of the same airy constitution. The philosopher who worked 8 years to extract sunshine from cucumbers is typical of Swift's satiric treatment of all scientific problems. It is in this voyage that we hear of the Struldbrugs, a ghastly race of men who are doomed to live upon earth after losing hope and the desire for life. The picture is all the more terrible in view of the last years of Swift's own life, in which he was compelled to live on, a burden to himself and his friends. In these 3 voyages the evident purpose is to strip off the veil of habit and custom, with which men deceive themselves, and show the crude vices of humanity as Swift fancies he sees them. In the 4th voyage the merciless satire is carried out to its logical conclusion. This brings us to the land of the Howans, in which horses, superior and intelligent creatures, are the ruling animals. All our interest, however, is centered on the Yahoos, a frightful race, having the form and appearance of men, but living in unspeakable degradation. Miscellaneous works. The Journal to Stella, written chiefly in the years 1710 to 1713 for the benefit of Esther Johnson, is interesting to us for 2 reasons. It is, first, an excellent commentary on contemporary characters and political events, by one of the most powerful and original minds of the age. And second, in its love passages and purely personal descriptions it gives us the best picture we possess of Swift himself at the summit of his power and influence. As we read now its words of tenderness for the woman who loved him, and who brought almost the only ray of sunlight into his life, we can only wonder and be silent. Entirely different are his Drapier's Letters, a model of political harangue and of popular argument, which roused an unthinking English public and did much benefit to Ireland by preventing the politicians' plan of debasing the Irish coinage. Swift's poems, though vigorous and original, like Defoe's, of the same period, are generally satirical, often coarse, and seldom rise above doggerel. Unlike his friend Addison, Swift saw, in the growing polish and decency of society, only a mask for hypocrisy. And he often used his verse to shock the newborn modesty by pointing out some native ugliness which his diseased mind discovered under every beautiful exterior. Character of Swift's prose. That Swift is the most original writer of his time, and one of the greatest masters of English prose, is undeniable. Directness, vigor, simplicity, mark every page. Among writers of that age he stands almost alone in his disdain of literary effects. Keeping his object steadily before him, he drives straight on to the end, with a convincing power that has never been surpassed in our language. Even in his most grotesque creations, the reader never loses the sense of reality, of being present as an eyewitness of the most impossible events, so powerful and convincing is Swift's prose. Defoe had the same power. But in writing Robinson Crusoe, for instance, his task was comparatively easy, since his hero and his adventures were both natural. While Swift gives reality to pygmies, giants, and the most impossible situations, as easily as if he were writing of facts. Notwithstanding these excellent qualities, the ordinary reader will do well to confine himself to Gulliver's Travels and a book of well-chosen selections. For, it must be confessed, the bulk of Swift's work is not wholesome reading. It is too terribly satiric and destructive, it emphasizes the faults and failings of humanity. And so runs counter to the general course of our literature, which from Cynewulf to Tennyson follows the ideal, as Merlin followed the gleam. And is not satisfied till the hidden beauty of man's soul and the divine purpose of his struggle are manifest. Joseph Addison, 1672–1719. In the pleasant art of living with one's fellows, Addison is easily a master. It is due to his perfect expression of that art, of that new social life which, as we have noted, was characteristic of the age of Anne, that Addison occupies such a large place in the history of literature. Of less power and originality than Swift, he nevertheless wields, and deserves to wield, a more lasting influence. Swift is the storm, roaring against the ice and frost of the late spring of English life. Addison is the sunshine, which melts the ice and dries the mud and makes the earth thrill with light and hope. Like Swift, he despised shams, but unlike him, he never lost faith in humanity. And in all his satires there is a gentle kindliness which makes one think better of his fellow men, even while he laughs at their little vanities. Joseph Addison. Addison's influence. Two things Addison did for our literature which are of inestimable value. First, he overcame a certain corrupt tendency bequeathed by Restoration literature. It was the apparent aim of the low drama, and even of much of the poetry of that age, to make virtue ridiculous and vice attractive. Addison set himself squarely against this unworthy tendency. To strip off the mask of vice, to show its ugliness and deformity, but to reveal virtue in its own native loveliness, that was Addison's purpose. And he succeeded so well that never, since his day, has our English literature seriously followed after false gods. As Macaulay says, so effectually did he retort on vice the mockery which had recently been directed against virtue, that since his time the open violation of decency has always been considered amongst us a sure mark of a fool. And second, prompted and aided by the more original genius of his friend Steele, Addison seized upon the new social life of the clubs and made it the subject of endless pleasant essays upon types of men and manners. The Tatler and the Spectator are the beginning of the modern essay, and their studies of human character, as exemplified in Sir Roger de Coverley, are a preparation for the modern novel. Life. Addison's life, like his writings, is in marked contrast to that of Swift. He was born in Millstone, Wiltshire, in 1672. His father was a scholarly English clergyman, and all his life Addison followed naturally the quiet and cultured ways to which he was early accustomed. At the famous Charterhouse School, in London, and in his university life at Oxford, he excelled in character and scholarship and became known as a writer of graceful verses. He had some intention, at one time, of entering the church, but was easily persuaded by his friends to take up the government service instead. Unlike Swift, who abused his political superiors, Addison took the more tactful way of winning the friendship of men in large places. His lines to Dryden won that literary leader's instant favor, and one of his Latin poems, the Peace of Ryswick, 1697, with its kindly appreciation of King William's statesman, brought him into favorable political notice. It brought him also a pension of £300 a year, with a suggestion that he travel abroad and cultivate the art of diplomacy, which he promptly did to his own great advantage. From a literary viewpoint, the most interesting work of Addison's early life is his account of the greatest English poets, 1693, written while he was a Fellow of Oxford University. One rubs his eyes to find Dryden lavishly praised, Spenser excused or patronized, while Shakespeare is not even mentioned. But Addison was writing under Boileau's classic rules. And the poet, like the age, was perhaps too artificial to appreciate natural genius. While he was traveling abroad, the death of William and the loss of power by the Whigs suddenly stopped Addison's pension. Necessity brought him home, and for a time he lived in poverty and obscurity. Then occurred the Battle of Blenheim, and in the effort to find a poet to celebrate the event, Addison was brought to the Tories' attention. His poem, The Campaign, celebrating the victory, took the country by storm. Instead of making the hero slay his thousands and 10,000s, like the old epic heroes, Addison had some sense of what is required in a modern general, and so made Marlborough direct the battle from the outside. Comparing him to an angel riding on the whirlwind. Was then great Marlborough's mighty soul was proved. That, in the shock of charging hosts unmoved. Amidst confusion, horror, and despair. Examined all the dreadful scenes of war. In peaceful thought the field of death surveyed. To fainting squadrons sent the timely aid. Inspired repulsed battalions to engage. And taught the doubtful battle where to rage. So when an angel by divine command, with rising tempests shakes a guilty land, such as of late o'er pale Britannia passed, calm and serene he drives the furious blast. And, pleased Almighty's orders to perform, rides in the whirlwind, and directs the storm. That one doubtful simile made Addison's fortune. Never before or since was a poet's mechanical work so well rewarded. It was called the finest thing ever written, and from that day Addison rose steadily in political favor and office. He became in turn Under-Secretary, Member of Parliament, Secretary for Ireland, and finally Secretary of State. Probably no other literary man, aided by his pen alone, ever rose so rapidly and so high in office. The rest of Addison's life was divided between political duties and literature. His essays for the Tatler and Spectator, which we still cherish, were written between 1709 and 1714, but he won more literary fame by his classic tragedy Cato, which we have almost forgotten. In 1716 he married a widow, the Countess of Warwick, and went to live at her home, the famous Holland House. His married life lasted only 3 years, and was probably not a happy one. Certainly he never wrote of women except with gentle satire, and he became more and more a clubman, spending most of his time in the clubs and coffeehouses of London. Up to this time his life had been singularly peaceful. But his last years were shadowed by quarrels, first with Pope, then with Swift, and finally with his lifelong friend Steele. The first quarrel was on literary grounds, and was largely the result of Pope's jealousy. The latter's venomous caricature of Addison as Atticus shows how he took his petty revenge on a great and good man who had been his friend. The other quarrels with Swift, and especially with his old friend Steele, were the unfortunate result of political differences, and show how impossible it is to mingle literary ideals with party politics. He died serenely in 1719. A brief description from Thackeray's English humorists is his best epitaph. A life prosperous and beautiful, a calm death, an immense fame and affection afterwards for his happy and spotless name. The Essays Works of Addison. The most enduring of Addison's works are his famous essays, collected from the Tatler and Spectator. We have spoken of him as a master of the art of gentle living, and these essays are a perpetual inducement to others to know and to practice the same fine art. To an age of fundamental coarseness and artificiality he came with a wholesome message of refinement and simplicity, much as Ruskin and Arnold spoke to a later age of materialism. Only Addison's success was greater than theirs because of his greater knowledge of life and his greater faith in men. He attacks all the little vanities and all the big vices of his time, not in Swift's terrible way, which makes us feel hopeless of humanity, but with a kindly ridicule and gentle humor which takes speedy improvement for granted. To read Swift's brutal Letters to a Young Lady, and then to read Addison's Dissection of a Beau's Head, and his Dissection of a Coquette's Heart, is to know at once the secret of the latter's more enduring influence. 3 other results of these delightful essays are worthy of attention. First, they are the best picture we possess of the new social life of England, with its many new interests. Second, they advanced the art of literary criticism to a much higher stage than it had ever before reached, and however much we differ from their judgment and their interpretation of such a man as Milton, they certainly led Englishmen to a better knowledge and appreciation of their own literature. And finally, in Ned Softly the Literary Dabbler, Will Wimble the Poor Relation, Sir Andrew Freeport the Merchant, Will Honeycomb the Fop, and Sir Roger the Country Gentleman. They give us characters that live forever as part of that goodly company which extends from Chaucer's Country Parson to Kipling's Mulvaney. Addison and Steele not only introduced the modern essay, but in such characters as these they herald the dawn of the modern novel. Of all his essays the best known and loved are those which introduce us to Sir Roger de Coverley, the genial dictator of life and manners in the quiet English country. Addison's style in style these essays are remarkable as showing the growing perfection of the English language. Johnson says, whoever wishes to attain an English style, familiar but not coarse, and elegant but not ostentatious, must give his days and nights to the volumes of Addison. And again he says, give nights and days, sir, to the study of Addison if you mean to be a good writer, or, what is more worth, an honest man. That was good criticism for its day, and even at the present time critics are agreed that Addison's essays are well worth reading once for their own sake, and many times for their influence in shaping a clear and graceful style of writing. Poems Addison's poems, which were enormously popular in his day, are now seldom read. His Cato, with its classic unities and lack of dramatic power, must be regarded as a failure, if we study it as tragedy. But it offers an excellent example of the rhetoric and fine sentiment which were then considered the essentials of good writing. The best scene from this tragedy is in the 5th act, where Cato soliloquizes, with Plato's immortality of the soul open in his hand, and a drawn sword on the table before him. It must be so, Plato, thou reasonest well. Else whence this pleasing hope, this fond desire? This longing after immortality? Or whence this secret dread, and inward horror of falling into naught? Why shrinks the soul back on herself, and startles at destruction? 'Tis the divinity that stirs within us. 'Tis heaven itself, that points out an hereafter, and intimates eternity to man. Many readers make frequent use of one portion of Addison's poetry without knowing to whom they are indebted. His devout nature found expression in many hymns, a few of which are still used and loved in our churches. Many a congregation thrills, as Thackeray did, to the splendid sweep of his God in Nature, beginning, the spacious firmament on high. Almost as well known and loved are his Traveller's Hymn, and his Continued Help, beginning, when all thy mercies, O my God. The latter hymn written in a storm at sea off the Italian coast, when the captain and crew were demoralized by terror, shows that poetry, especially a good hymn that one can sing in the same spirit as one would say his prayers, is sometimes the most practical and helpful thing in the world. Richard Steele, 1672–1729. Steele was in almost every respect the antithesis of his friend and fellow-worker, a rollicking, good-hearted, emotional, lovable Irishman. At the Charterhouse School and at Oxford he shared everything with Addison, asking nothing but love in return. Unlike Addison, he studied but little, and left the university to enter the Horse Guards. He was in turn soldier, captain, poet, playwright, essayist, member of Parliament, manager of a theatre, publisher of a newspaper, and 20 other things, all of which he began joyously and then abandoned, sometimes against his will. As when he was expelled from Parliament, and again because some other interest of the moment had more attraction. His poems and plays are now little known, but the reader who searches them out will find one or two suggestive things about Steele himself. For instance, he loves children. And he is one of the few writers of his time who show a sincere and unswerving respect for womanhood. Even more than Addison, he ridicules vice and makes virtue lovely. He is the originator of the Tatler, and joins with Addison in creating the Spectator, the two periodicals which, in the short space of less than 4 years, did more to influence subsequent literature than all other magazines of the century combined. Moreover, he is the original genius of Sir Roger, and of many other characters and essays for which Addison usually receives the whole credit. It is often impossible in the Tatler essays to separate the work of the two men. But the majority of critics hold that the more original parts, the characters, the thought, the overflowing kindliness, are largely Steele's creation. While to Addison fell the work of polishing and perfecting the essays, and of adding that touch of humor which made them the most welcome literary visitors that England had ever received. The Tatler and the Spectator. On account of his talent in writing political pamphlets, Steele was awarded the position of official gazetteer. While in this position, and writing for several small newspapers, the idea occurred to Steele to publish a paper which should contain not only the political news, but also the gossip of the clubs and coffeehouses, with some light essays on the life and manners of the age. The immediate result, for Steele never let an idea remain idle, was The Famous Tatler, the first number of which appeared April 12, 1709. It was a small folio sheet, appearing on post days, 3 times a week, and it sold for a penny a copy. That it had a serious purpose is evident from this dedication to the first volume of collected Tatler essays. The general purpose of this paper is to expose the false arts of life, to pull off the disguises of cunning, vanity, and affectation, and to recommend a general simplicity in our dress, our discourse, and our behavior. The success of this unheard-of combination of news, gossip, and essay was instantaneous. Not a club or a coffee-house in London could afford to be without it, and over its pages began the first general interest in contemporary English life as expressed in literature. Steele at first wrote the entire paper and signed his essays with the name of Isaac Bickerstaff, which had been made famous by Swift a few years before. Addison is said to have soon recognized one of his own remarks to Steele, and the secret of the authorship was out. From that time Addison was a regular contributor, and occasionally other writers added essays on the new social life of England. Steele lost his position as gazetteer, and the Tatler was discontinued after less than 2 years' life, but not till it won an astonishing popularity and made ready the way for its successor. 2 months later, on March 1, 1711, appeared the first number of The Spectator. In the new magazine politics and news, as such, were ignored. It was a literary magazine, pure and simple, and its entire contents consisted of a single light essay. It was considered a crazy venture at the time, but its instant success proved that men were eager for some literary expression of the new social ideals. The following whimsical letter to the editor may serve to indicate the part played by the Spectator in the daily life of London. Mr. Spectator, your paper is a part of my tea equipage. And my servant knows my humour so well, that in calling for my breakfast this morning, it being past my usual hour, she answered, the Spectator was not yet come in, but the tea-kettle boiled, and she expected it every moment. It is in the incomparable Spectator papers that Addison shows himself most worthy to be remembered. He contributed the majority of its essays, and in its first number appears this description of the Spectator, by which name Addison is now generally known. There is no place of general resort wherein I do not often make my appearance. Sometimes I am seen thrusting my head into a round of politicians at Will's coffee-house, and listening with great attention to the narratives that are made in those little circular audiences. Sometimes I smoke a pipe at Child's, and, whilst I seem attentive to nothing but the postman, overhear the conversation of every table in the room. I appear on Sunday nights at St. James's, and sometimes join the little committee of politics in the inner room, as one who comes to hear and improve. My face is likewise very well known at the Grecian, the Cocoa Tree, and in the theatres both of Drury Lane and the Haymarket. I have been taken for a merchant upon the Exchange for above these 10 years, and sometimes pass for a Jew in the assembly of stock jobbers at Jonathan's. Thus I live in the world rather as a spectator of mankind than as one of the species. Which is the character I intend to preserve in this paper. The large place which these two little magazines hold in our literature seems most disproportionate to their short span of days. In the short space of 4 years in which Addison and Steele worked together, the light essay was established as one of the most important forms of modern literature. And the literary magazine won its place as the expression of the social life of a nation. Samuel Johnson, 1709–1784. The reader of Boswell's Johnson, after listening to endless grumblings and watching the clumsy actions of the hero, often finds himself wondering why he should end his reading with a profound respect for this old bear, who is the object of Boswell's grovelling attention. Here is a man who was certainly not the greatest writer of his age, perhaps not even a great writer at all, but who was nevertheless the dictator of English letters. And who still looms across the centuries of a magnificent literature as its most striking and original figure. Here, moreover, is a huge, fat, awkward man, of vulgar manners and appearance, who monopolizes conversation, argues violently, abuses everybody, clubs down opposition. Madam, speaking to his cultivated hostess at table, talk no more nonsense. Sir, turning to a distinguished guest, I perceive you are a vile Whig. While talking he makes curious animal sounds, sometimes giving a half-whistle, sometimes clucking like a hen. And when he has concluded a violent dispute and laid his opponents low by dogmatism or ridicule, he leans back to blow out his breath like a whale and gulp down numberless cups of hot tea. Yet this curious dictator of an elegant age was a veritable lion, much sought after by society. And around him in his own poor house gathered the foremost artists, scholars, actors, and literary men of London, all honoring the man, loving him, and listening to his dogmatism as the Greeks listened to the voice of their oracle. What is the secret of this astounding spectacle? If the reader turns naturally to Johnson's works for an explanation, he will be disappointed. Reading his verses, we find nothing to delight or inspire us, but rather gloom and pessimism, with a few moral observations in rhymed couplets. But, scarce observed, the knowing and the bold fall in the general massacre of gold. Wide-wasting pest that rages unconfined, and crowds with crimes the records of mankind. For gold his sword the hireling ruffian draws. For gold the hireling judge distorts the laws. Wealth heaped on wealth nor truth nor safety buys. The dangers gather as the treasures rise. That is excellent common sense, but it is not poetry, and it is not necessary to hunt through Johnson's bulky volumes for the information, since any moralist can give us offhand the same doctrine. As for his Rambler essays, once so successful, though we marvel at the big words, the carefully balanced sentences, the classical allusions, one might as well try to get interested in an old-fashioned, 3-hour sermon. We read a few pages listlessly, yawn, and go to bed. Since the man's work fails to account for his leadership and influence, we examine his personality, and here everything is interesting. Because of a few oft-quoted passages from Boswell's biography, Johnson appears to us as an eccentric bear, who amuses us by his growlings and clumsy antics. But there is another Johnson, a brave, patient, kindly, religious soul, who, as Goldsmith said, had nothing of the bear but his skin. A man who battled like a hero against poverty and pain and melancholy and the awful fear of death, and who overcame them manfully. That trouble passed away, so will this, sang the sorrowing Dur in the first old Anglo-Saxon lyric. And that expresses the great and suffering spirit of Johnson, who in the face of enormous obstacles never lost faith in God or in himself. Though he was a reactionary in politics, upholding the arbitrary power of kings and opposing the growing liberty of the people, yet his political theories, like his manners, were no deeper than his skin. For in all London there was none more kind to the wretched, and none more ready to extend an open hand to every struggling man and woman who crossed his path. When he passed poor homeless Arabs sleeping in the streets he would slip a coin into their hands, in order that they might have a happy awakening, for he himself knew well what it meant to be hungry. Such was Johnson, mass of genuine manhood, as Carlyle called him, and as such, men loved and honored him. Life of Johnson. Johnson was born in Lichfield, Staffordshire, in 1709. He was the son of a small bookseller, a poor man, but intelligent and fond of literature, as booksellers invariably were in the good days when every town had its bookshop. From his childhood Johnson had to struggle against physical deformity and disease and the consequent disinclination to hard work. He prepared for the university, partly in the schools, but largely by omnivorous reading in his father's shop, and when he entered Oxford he had read more classical authors than had most of the graduates. Before finishing his course he had to leave the university on account of his poverty, and at once he began his long struggle as a hack writer to earn his living. At 25 years he married a woman old enough to be his mother, a genuine love match, he called it, and with her dowry of £800 they started a private school together, which was a dismal failure. Then, without money or influential friends, he left his home and wife in Lichfield and tramped to London, accompanied only by David Garrick, afterwards the famous actor, who had been one of his pupils. Here, led by old associations, Johnson made himself known to the booksellers, and now and then earned a penny by writing prefaces, reviews, and translations. It was a dog's life, indeed, that he led there with his literary brethren. Many of the writers of the day, who are ridiculed in Pope's heartless Dunciad, having no wealthy patrons to support them, lived largely in the streets and taverns, sleeping on an ash heap or under a wharf, like rats. Glad of a crust, and happy over a single meal which enabled them to work for a while without the reminder of hunger. A few favoured ones lived in wretched lodgings in Grub Street, which has since become a synonym for the fortunes of struggling writers. Often, Johnson tells us, he walked the streets all night long, in dreary weather, when it was too cold to sleep, without food or shelter. But he wrote steadily for the booksellers and for the Gentleman's Magazine, and presently he became known in London and received enough work to earn a bare living. The works which occasioned this small success were his poem, London, and his Life of the Poet Savage, a wretched life, at best, which were perhaps better left without a biographer. But his success was genuine, though small, and presently the booksellers of London are coming to him to ask him to write a dictionary of the English language. It was an enormous work, taking nearly 8 years of his time, and long before he had finished it he had eaten up the money which he received for his labor. In the leisure intervals of this work he wrote The Vanity of Human Wishes, and other poems, and finished his classic tragedy of Irene. Led by the great success of The Spectator, Johnson started two magazines, The Rambler, 1750–1752, and The Idler, 1758–1760. Later the Rambler essays were published in book form and ran rapidly through 10 editions. But the financial returns were small, and Johnson spent a large part of his earnings in charity. When his mother died, in 1759, Johnson, although one of the best-known men in London, had no money, and hurriedly finished Rasselas, his only romance, in order, it is said, to pay for his mother's burial. It was not till 1762, when Johnson was 53 years old, that his literary labors were rewarded in the usual way by royalty, and he received from George III a yearly pension of £300. Then began a little sunshine in his life. With Joshua Reynolds, the artist, he founded the famous literary club, of which Burke, Pitt, Fox, Gibbon, Goldsmith, and indeed all the great literary men and politicians of the time, were members. This is the period of Johnson's famous conversations, which were caught in minutest detail by Boswell and given to the world. His idea of conversation, as shown in 100 places in Boswell, is to overcome your adversary at any cost. To knock him down by arguments, or, when these fail, by personal ridicule, to dogmatize on every possible question, pronounce a few oracles, and then desist with the air of victory. Concerning the philosopher Hume's view of death he says, "Sir, if he really thinks so, his perceptions are disturbed, he is mad. If he does not think so, he lies." Exit opposition. There is nothing more to be said. Curiously enough, it is often the palpable blunders of these monologues that now attract us, as if we were enjoying a good joke at the dictator's expense. Once a lady asked him, "Dr. Johnson, why did you define pastern as the knee of a horse?" "Ignorance, madam, pure ignorance," thundered the great authority. When 70 years of age, Johnson was visited by several booksellers of the city, who were about to bring out a new edition of the English poets, and who wanted Johnson, as the leading literary man of London, to write the prefaces to the several volumes. The result was his Lives of the Poets, as it is now known, and this is his last literary work. He died in his poor Fleet Street house, in 1784, and was buried among England's honoured poets in Westminster Abbey. The English Dictionary. Johnson's works. A book, says Dr. Johnson, should help us either to enjoy life or to endure it. Judged by this standard, one is puzzled what to recommend among Johnson's numerous books. The two things which belong among the things worthy to be remembered are his dictionary and his Lives of the Poets, though both these are valuable, not as literature, but rather as a study of literature. The dictionary, as the first ambitious attempt at an English lexicon, is extremely valuable, notwithstanding the fact that his derivations are often faulty, and that he frequently exercises his humor or prejudice in his curious definitions. In defining oats, for example, as a grain given in England to horses and in Scotland to the people, he indulges his prejudice against the Scotch, whom he never understood, just as, in his definition of pension, he takes occasion to rap the writers who had flattered their patrons since the days of Elizabeth, though he afterwards accepted a comfortable pension for himself. With characteristic honesty he refused to alter his definition in subsequent editions of the dictionary. Lives of the Poets. The Lives of the Poets are the simplest and most readable of his literary works. For 10 years before beginning these biographies he had given himself up to conversation, and the ponderous style of his Rambler essays here gives way to a lighter and more natural expression. As criticisms they are often misleading, giving praise to artificial poets, like Cowley and Pope, and doing scant justice or abundant injustice to nobler poets like Gray and Milton. And they are not to be compared with those found in Thomas Warton's History of English Poetry, which was published in the same generation. As biographies, however, they are excellent reading, and we owe to them some of our best-known pictures of the early English poets. Poems and essays. Of Johnson's poems the reader will have enough if he glance over The Vanity of Human Wishes. His only story, Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, is a matter of rhetoric rather than of romance, but is interesting still to the reader who wants to hear Johnson's personal views of society, philosophy, and religion. Any one of his essays, like that on Reading, or The Pernicious Effects of Reverie, will be enough to acquaint the reader with the Johnsonese style, which was once much admired and copied by orators, but which happily has been replaced by a more natural way of speaking. Most of his works, it must be confessed, are rather tiresome. It is not to his books, but rather to the picture of the man himself, as given by Boswell, that Johnson owes his great place in our literature. Boswell's Life of Johnson. In James Boswell, 1740–1795, we have another extraordinary figure, a shallow little Scotch barrister, who trots about like a dog at the heels of his big master, frantic at a caress and grovelling at a cuff, and abundantly contented if only he can be near him and record his oracles. All his life long Boswell's one ambition seems to have been to shine in the reflected glory of great men, and his chief task to record their sayings and doings. When he came to London, at 22 years of age, Johnson, then at the beginning of his great fame, was to this insatiable little glory-seeker like a silver doctor to a hungry trout. He sought an introduction as a man seeks gold, haunted every place where Johnson declaimed, until in Davies's bookstore the supreme opportunity came. This is his record of the great event. I was much agitated, says Boswell, and recollecting his prejudice against the Scotch, of which I had heard much, I said to Davies, "Don't tell him where I come from." "From Scotland," cried Davies roguishly. "Mr. Johnson," said I do indeed come from Scotland, but I cannot help it." "That, sir," cried Johnson, "I find is what a very great many of your countrymen cannot help." This stroke stunned me a good deal. And when we had sat down I felt myself not a little embarrassed, and apprehensive of what might come next. Then for several years, with a persistency that no rebuffs could abate, and with a thick skin that no amount of ridicule could render sensitive, he follows Johnson. Forces his way into the literary club, where he is not welcome, in order to be near his idol, carries him off on a visit to the Hebrides, talks with him on every possible occasion, and, when he is not invited to a feast, waits outside the house or tavern in order to walk home with his master in the thick fog of the early morning. And the moment the oracle is out of sight and in bed, Boswell patters home to record in detail all that he has seen and heard. It is to his minute record that we owe our only perfect picture of a great man. All his vanity as well as his greatness, his prejudices, superstitions, and even the details of his personal appearance. There is the gigantic body, the huge face seamed with the scars of disease, the brown coat, the black worsted stockings, the grey wig with the scorched foretop, the dirty hands, the nails bitten and pared to the quick. We see the eyes and mouth moving with convulsive twitches, we see the heavy form rolling, we hear it puffing, and then comes the "Why, sir," and the "What then, sir," and the "No, sir," and the "You don't see your way through the question, sir." To Boswell's record we are indebted also for our knowledge of those famous conversations, those wordy, knock-down battles, which made Johnson famous in his time and which still move us to wonder. Here is a specimen conversation, taken almost at random from 100 such in Boswell's incomparable biography. After listening to Johnson's prejudice against Scotland, and his dogmatic utterances on Voltaire, Robertson, and 20 others, an unfortunate theorist brings up a recent essay on the possible future life of brutes, quoting some possible authority from the sacred scriptures. Johnson, who did not like to hear anything concerning a future state which was not authorized by the regular canons of orthodoxy, discouraged this talk. And being offended at its continuation, he watched an opportunity to give the gentleman a blow of reprehension. So when the poor speculatist, with a serious, metaphysical, pensive face, addressed him, "But really, sir, when we see a very sensible dog, we don't know what to think of him." Johnson, rolling with joy at the thought which beamed in his eye, turned quickly round and replied, "True, sir, and when we see a very foolish fellow, we don't know what to think of him." He then rose up, strided to the fire, and stood for some time laughing and exulting. Then the oracle proceeds to talk of scorpions and natural history, denying facts, and demanding proofs which nobody could possibly furnish. He seemed pleased to talk of natural philosophy. "That woodcocks," said he, "fly over the northern countries is proved, because they have been observed at sea. Swallows certainly sleep all the winter. A number of them conglobulate together by flying round and round, and then all in a heap throw themselves under water and lie in the bed of a river." He told us one of his first essays was a Latin poem upon the glowworm. I am sorry I did not ask where it was to be found. Then follows an astonishing array of subjects and opinions. He catalogues libraries, settles affairs in China, pronounces judgment on men who marry women superior to themselves, flouts popular liberty, hammers Swift unmercifully, and adds a few miscellaneous oracles, most of which are about as reliable as his knowledge of the hibernation of swallows. When I called upon Dr. Johnson next morning I found him highly satisfied with his colloquial prowess the preceding evening. "Well," said he, "we had good talk." "Yes, sir," says I, "you tossed and gored several persons." Far from resenting this curious mental dictatorship, his auditors never seem to weary. They hang upon his words, praise him, flatter him, repeat his judgments all over London the next day, and return in the evening hungry for more. Whenever the conversation begins to flag, Boswell is like a woman with a parrot, or like a man with a dancing bear. He must excite the creature, make him talk or dance for the edification of the company. He sidles obsequiously towards his hero and, with utter irrelevancy, propounds a question of theology, a social theory, a fashion of dress or marriage, a philosophical conundrum. "Do you think, sir, that natural affections are born with us? Or, sir, if you were shut up in a castle and a newborn babe with you, what would you do?" Then follow more Johnsonian laws, judgments, oracles. The insatiable audience clusters around him and applauds, while Boswell listens, with shining face, and presently goes home to write the wonder down. It is an astonishing spectacle, one does not know whether to laugh or grieve over it. But we know the man, and the audience, almost as well as if we had been there, and that, unconsciously, is the superb art of this matchless biographer. When Johnson died the opportunity came for which Boswell had been watching and waiting some 20 years. He would shine in the world now, not by reflection, but by his own luminosity. He gathered together his endless notes and records, and began to write his biography, but he did not hurry. Several biographies of Johnson appeared, in the 4 years after his death, without disturbing Boswell's perfect complacency. After 7 years' labor he gave the world his Life of Johnson. It is an immortal work, praise is superfluous, it must be read to be appreciated. Like the Greek sculptors, the little slave produced a more enduring work than the great master. The man who reads it will know Johnson as he knows no other man who dwells across the border, and he will lack sensitiveness, indeed, if he lay down the work without a greater love and appreciation of all good literature. Later Augustan writers. With Johnson, who succeeded Dryden and Pope in the chief place of English letters, the classic movement had largely spent its force. And the latter half of the 18th century gives us an imposing array of writers who differ so widely that it is almost impossible to classify them. In general, 3 schools of writers are noticeable. First, the classicists, who, under Johnson's lead, insisted upon elegance and regularity of style. Second, the romantic poets, like Collins, Gray, Thomson, and Burns, who revolted from Pope's artificial couplets and wrote of nature and the human heart. Third, the early novelists, like Defoe and Fielding, who introduced a new type of literature. The romantic poets and the novelists are reserved for special chapters, and of the other writers Berkeley and Hume in philosophy, Robertson, Hume, and Gibbon in history, Chesterfield and Lady Montagu in letter writing, Adam Smith in economics. Pitt, Burke, Fox, and a score of lesser writers in politics. We select only 2, Burke and Gibbon, whose works are most typical of the Augustan, i.e. the elegant, classic style of prose writing. Edmund Burke, 1729–1797. To read all of Burke's collected works, and so to understand him thoroughly, is something of a task. Few are equal to it. On the other hand, to read selections here and there, as most of us do, is to get a wrong idea of the man and to join either in fulsome praise of his brilliant oratory, or in honest confession that his periods are ponderous and his ideas often buried under Johnsonian verbiage. Such are the contrasts to be found on successive pages of Burke's 12 volumes, which cover the enormous range of the political and economic thought of the age, and which mingle fact and fancy, philosophy, statistics, and brilliant flights of the imagination, to a degree never before seen in English literature. For Burke belongs in spirit to the new Romantic school, while in style he is a model for the formal classicists. We can only glance at the life of this marvelous Irishman, and then consider his place in our literature. Life. Burke was born in Dublin, the son of an Irish barrister, in 1729. After his university course in Trinity College he came to London to study law, but soon gave up the idea to follow literature, which in turn led him to politics. He had the soul, the imagination of a poet, and the law was only a clog to his progress. His two first works, A Vindication of Natural Society and The Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and the Beautiful, brought him political as well as literary recognition, and several small offices were in turn given to him. When 36 years old he was elected to Parliament as member from Wendover, and for the next 30 years he was the foremost figure in the House of Commons and the most eloquent orator which that body has ever known. Pure and incorruptible in his politics as in his personal life, no more learned or devoted servant of the Commonwealth ever pleaded for justice and human liberty. He was at the summit of his influence at the time when the colonies were struggling for independence. And the fact that he championed their cause in one of his greatest speeches, on conciliation with America, gives him an added interest in the eyes of American readers. His championship of America is all the more remarkable from the fact that, in other matters, Burke was far from liberal. He set himself squarely against the teachings of the Romantic writers, who were enthusiastic over the French Revolution. He denounced the principles of the revolutionists, broke with the liberal Whig party to join the Tories, and was largely instrumental in bringing on the terrible war with France, which resulted in the downfall of Napoleon. It is good to remember that, in all the strife and bitterness of party politics, Burke held steadily to the noblest personal ideals of truth and honesty. And that in all his work, whether opposing the slave trade, or pleading for justice for America, or protecting the poor natives of India from the greed of corporations, or setting himself against the popular sympathy for France in her desperate struggle, he aimed solely at the welfare of humanity. When he retired on a pension in 1794, he had won, and he deserved, the gratitude and affection of the whole nation. Works. There are three distinctly marked periods in Burke's career, and these correspond closely to the years in which he was busied with the affairs of America, India, and France successively. The first period was one of prophecy. He had studied the history and temper of the American colonies, and he warned England of the disaster which must follow her persistence in ignoring the American demands, and especially the American spirit. His great speeches, on American taxation and, on conciliation with America, were delivered in 1774 and 1775, preceding the Declaration of Independence. In this period Burke's labor seemed all in vain. He lost his cause, and England her greatest colony. The second period is one of denunciation rather than of prophecy. England had won India. But when Burke studied the methods of her victory and understood the soulless way in which millions of poor natives were made to serve the interests of an English monopoly, his soul rose in revolt. And again he was the champion of an oppressed people. His two greatest speeches of this period are The Nabob of Arcot's Debts and his tremendous Impeachment of Warren Hastings. Again he apparently lost his cause, though he was still fighting on the side of right. Hastings was acquitted, and the spoliation of India went on, but the seeds of reform were sown, and grew and bore fruit long after Burke's labors were ended. The third period is, curiously enough, one of reaction. Whether because the horrors of the French Revolution had frightened him with the danger of popular liberty, or because his own advance in office and power had made him side unconsciously with the upper classes, is unknown. That he was as sincere and noble now as in all his previous life is not questioned. He broke with the liberal Whigs and joined forces with the reactionary Tories. He opposed the Romantic writers, who were on fire with enthusiasm over the French Revolution, and thundered against the dangers which the revolutionary spirit must breed, forgetting that it was a revolution which had made modern England possible. Here, where we must judge him to have been mistaken in his cause, he succeeded for the first time. It was due largely to Burke's influence that the growing sympathy for the French people was checked in England, and war was declared, which ended in the frightful victories of Trafalgar and Waterloo. Burke's best-known work of this period is his Reflections on the French Revolution, which he polished and revised again essay on and again before it was finally printed. This ambitious literary essay, though it met with remarkable success, is a disappointment to the reader. Though of Celtic blood, Burke did not understand the French, or the principles for which the common people were fighting in their own way. And his denunciations and apostrophes to France suggest a preacher without humor, hammering away at sinners who are not present in his congregation. The essay has few illuminating ideas, but a great deal of Johnsonian rhetoric, which make its periods tiresome, notwithstanding our admiration for the brilliancy of its author. More significant is one of Burke's first essays, a philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful, which is sometimes read in order to show the contrast in style with Addison's Spectator essays on the pleasures of the imagination. Burke's orations, Burke's best-known speeches, on conciliation with America, American taxation, and the impeachment of Warren Hastings, are still much studied in our schools as models of English prose. And this fact tends to give them an exaggerated literary importance. Viewed purely as literature, they have faults enough, and the first of these, so characteristic of the classic age, is that they abound in fine rhetoric but lack simplicity. In a strict sense, these eloquent speeches are not literature, to delight the reader and to suggest ideas, but studies in rhetoric and in mental concentration. All this, however, is on the surface. A careful study of any of these three famous speeches reveals certain admirable qualities which account for the important place they are given in the study of English. First, as showing the stateliness and the rhetorical power of our language, these speeches are almost unrivaled. Second, though Burke speaks in prose, he is essentially a poet, whose imagery, like that of Milton's prose works, is more remarkable than that of many of our writers of verse. He speaks in figures, images, symbols. And the musical cadence of his sentences reflects the influence of his wide reading of poetry. Not only in figurative expression, but much more in spirit, he belongs with the poets of the revival. At times his language is pseudo-classic, reflecting the influence of Johnson and his school, but his thought is always romantic. He is governed by ideal rather than by practical interests, and a profound sympathy for humanity is perhaps his most marked characteristic. Third, the supreme object of these orations, so different from the majority of political speeches, is not to win approval or to gain votes, but to establish the truth. Like our own Lincoln, Burke had a superb faith in the compelling power of the truth, a faith in men also, who, if the history of our race means anything, will not willingly follow a lie. The methods of these two great leaders are strikingly similar in this respect, that each repeats his idea in many ways, presenting the truth from different viewpoints, so that it will appeal to men of widely different experiences. Otherwise the two men are in marked contrast. The uneducated Lincoln speaks in simple, homely words, draws his illustrations from the farm, and often adds a humorous story, so apt and telling that his hearers can never forget the point of his argument. The scholarly Burke speaks in ornate, majestic periods, and searches all history and all literature for his illustrations. His wealth of imagery and allusions, together with his rare combination of poetic and logical reasoning, make these orations remarkable, entirely apart from their subject and purpose. Fourth, and perhaps most significant of the man and his work, Burke takes his stand squarely upon the principle of justice. He has studied history, and he finds that to establish justice, between man and between nation and nation, has been the supreme object of every reformer since the world began. No small or merely temporary success attracts him. Only the truth will suffice for an argument, and nothing less than justice will ever settle a question permanently. Such is his platform, simple as the golden rule, unshakable as the moral law. Hence, though he apparently fails of his immediate desire in each of these three orations, the principle for which he contends cannot fail. As a modern writer says of Lincoln, the full, rich flood of his life through the nation's pulse is yet beating, and his words are still potent in shaping the course of English politics in the way of justice. Edward Gibbon, 1737–1794. To understand Burke or Johnson, one must read a multitude of books and be wary in his judgment. But with Gibbon the task is comparatively easy, for one has only to consider two books, his memoirs and the first volume of his history, to understand the author. In his memoirs we have an interesting reflection of Gibbon's own personality, man who looks with satisfaction on the material side of things, who seeks always the easiest path for himself, and avoids life's difficulties and responsibilities. I sighed as a lover, but I obeyed as a son, he says, when, to save his inheritance, he gave up the woman he loved and came home to enjoy the paternal loaves and fishes. That is suggestive of the man's whole life. His history, on the other hand, is a remarkable work. It was the first in our language to be written on scientific principles, and with a solid basis of fact. And the style is the very climax of that classicism which had ruled England for an entire century. Its combination of historical fact and literary style makes the decline and fall of the Roman Empire the one thing of Gibbon's life that is, worthy to be remembered. Gibbon's history. For many years Gibbon had meditated, like Milton, upon an immortal work, and had tried several historical subjects, only to give them up idly. In his journal he tells us how his vague resolutions were brought to a focus. It was at Rome, on the 15th of October, 1764, as I sat musing amidst the ruins of the Capitol, while the barefooted friars were singing vespers in the temple of Jupiter, that the idea of writing the decline and fall of the city first started to my mind. 12 years later, in 1776, Gibbon published the first volume of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And the enormous success of the work encouraged him to go on with the other 5 volumes, which were published at intervals during the next 12 years. The history begins with the reign of Trajan, in AD 98, and builds a straight Roman road through the confused histories of 13 centuries, ending with the fall of the Byzantine Empire in 1453. The scope of the history is enormous. It includes not only the decline of the Roman Empire, but such movements as the descent of the northern barbarians, the spread of Christianity, the reorganization of the European nations, the establishment of the great Eastern Empire, the rise of Mohammedanism, and the splendor of the Crusades. On the one hand it lacks philosophical insight, being satisfied with facts without comprehending the causes. And, as Gibbon seems lacking in ability to understand spiritual and religious movements, it is utterly inadequate in its treatment of the tremendous influence of Christianity. On the other hand, Gibbon's scholarship leaves little to criticize. He read enormously, sifted his facts out of multitudes of books and records, and then marshaled them in the imposing array with which we have grown familiar. Moreover, he is singularly just and discriminating in the use of all documents and authorities at his command. Hence he has given us the first history in English that has borne successfully the test of modern research and scholarship. The style of the work is as imposing as his great subject. Indeed, with almost any other subject the sonorous roll of his majestic sentences would be out of place. While it deserves all the adjectives that have been applied to it by enthusiastic admirers, finished, elegant, splendid, rounded, massive, sonorous, copious, elaborate, ornate, exhaustive, it must be confessed, though one whispers the confession, that the style sometimes obscures our interest in the narrative. As he sifted his facts from a multitude of sources, so he often hides them again in endless periods, and one must often sift them out again in order to be quite sure of even the simple facts. Another drawback is that Gibbon is hopelessly worldly in his point of view, he loves pageants and crowds rather than individuals, and he is lacking in enthusiasm and in spiritual insight. The result is so frankly material at times that one wonders if he is not reading of forces or machines, rather than of human beings. A little reading of his history here and there is an excellent thing, leaving one impressed with the elegant classical style and the scholarship. But a continued reading is very apt to leave us longing for simplicity, for naturalness, and, above all, for the glow of enthusiasm which makes the dead heroes live once more in the written pages. This judgment, however, must not obscure the fact that the book had a remarkably large sale, and that this, of itself, is an evidence that multitudes of readers found it not only erudite, but readable and interesting. 2. The revival of romantic poetry. The old order changeth, yielding place to new. And God fulfills himself in many ways. Lest one good custom should corrupt the world. Tennyson's The Passing of Arthur. The meaning of Romanticism. While Dryden, Pope, and Johnson were successively the dictators of English letters, and while, under their leadership, the heroic couplet became the fashion of poetry, and literature in general became satiric or critical in spirit, and formal in expression, a new romantic movement quietly made its appearance. Thomson's The Seasons, 1730, was the first noteworthy poem of the Romantic Revival. And the poems and the poets increased steadily in number and importance till, in the age of Wordsworth and Scott, the spirit of Romanticism dominated our literature more completely than Classicism had ever done. This romantic movement, which Victor Hugo calls liberalism in literature, is simply the expression of life as seen by imagination, rather than by prosaic, common sense. Which was the central doctrine of English philosophy in the 18th century. It has 6 prominent characteristics which distinguish it from the so-called classic literature which we have just studied. 1. The Romantic movement was marked, and is always marked, by a strong reaction and protest against the bondage of rule and custom, which, in science and theology, as well as in literature, generally tend to fetter the free human spirit. 2. Romanticism returned to nature and to plain humanity for its material, and so is in marked contrast to Classicism, which had confined itself largely to the clubs and drawing rooms, and to the social and political life of London. Thomson's Seasons, whatever its defects, was a revelation of the natural wealth and beauty which, for nearly a century, had been hardly noticed by the great writers of England. 3. It brought again the dream of a golden age in which the stern realities of life were forgotten and the ideals of youth were established as the only permanent realities. For the dreamer lives forever, but the twaller dies in a day, expresses, perhaps, only the wild fancy of a modern poet. But, when we think of it seriously, the dreams and ideals of a people are cherished possessions long after their stone monuments have crumbled away and their battles are forgotten. The Romantic movement emphasized these eternal ideals of youth, and appealed to the human heart as the classic elegance of Dryden and Pope could never do. 4. Romanticism was marked by intense human sympathy, and by a consequent understanding of the human heart. Not to intellect or to science does the heart unlock its treasures, but rather to the touch of a sympathetic nature. And things that are hidden from the wise and prudent are revealed unto children. Pope had no appreciable humanity, Swift's work is a frightful satire, Addison delighted polite society, but had no message for plain people. While even Johnson, with all his kindness, had no feeling for men in the mass, but supported Sir Robert Walpole in his policy of letting evils alone until forced by a revolution to take notice of humanity's appeal. With the Romantic Revival all this was changed. While Howard was working heroically for prison reform, and Wilberforce for the liberation of the slaves, Gray wrote his short and simple Annals of the Poor, and Goldsmith his Deserted Village, and Cooper sang. My ear is pained. My soul is sick with every day's report of wrong and outrage with which earth is filled. There is no flesh in man's obdurate heart. It does not feel for man. This sympathy for the poor, and this cry against oppression, grew stronger and stronger till it culminated in Bobby Burns, who, more than any other writer in any language, is the poet of the unlettered human heart. 5. The Romantic movement was the expression of individual genius rather than of established rules. In consequence, the literature of the revival is as varied as the characters and moods of the different writers. When we read Pope, for instance, we have a general impression of sameness, as if all his polished poems were made in the same machine, but in the work of the best romanticists there is endless variety. To read them is like passing through a new village, meeting a score of different human types, and finding in each one something to love or to remember. Nature and the heart of man are as new as if we had never studied them. Hence, in reading the romanticists, who went to these sources for their material, we are seldom wearied but often surprised. And the surprise is like that of the sunrise, or the sea, which always offers some new beauty and stirs us deeply, as if we had never seen it before. 6. The Romantic movement, while it followed its own genius, was not altogether unguided. Strictly speaking, there is no new movement either in history or in literature, each grows out of some good thing which has preceded it, and looks back with reverence to past masters. Spenser, Shakespeare, and Milton were the inspiration of the Romantic revival, and we can hardly read a poem of the early Romanticists without finding a suggestion of the influence of one of these great leaders. There are various other characteristics of Romanticism, but these 6: the protest against the bondage of rules, the return to nature and the human heart, the interest in old sagas and medieval romances as suggestive of a heroic age, the sympathy for the toilers of the world, the emphasis upon individual genius, and the return to Milton and the Elizabethans, instead of to Pope and Dryden, for literary models are the most noticeable and the most interesting. Remembering them, we shall better appreciate the work of the following writers who, in varying degree, illustrate the revival of Romantic poetry in the 18th century. Thomas Gray, 1716–1771. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The ploughman homeward plods his weary way, and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, and drowsy tinklings lull the distant folds. So begins the best-known poem in the English language, a poem full of the gentle melancholy which marks all early Romantic poetry. It should be read entire, as a perfect model of its kind. Not even Milton's Il Penseroso, which it strongly suggests, excels it in beauty and suggestiveness. Life of Gray. The author of the famous Elegy is the most scholarly and well-balanced of all the early Romantic poets. In his youth he was a weakling, the only one of 12 children who survived infancy. And his unhappy childhood, the tyranny of his father, and the separation from his loved mother, gave to his whole life the stamp of melancholy which is noticeable in all his poems. At the famous Eton School and again at Cambridge, he seems to have followed his own scholarly tastes rather than the curriculum, and was shocked, like Gibbon, at the general idleness and aimlessness of university life. One happy result of his school life was his friendship for Horace Walpole, who took him abroad for a 3 years' tour of the continent. Thomas Gray. No better index of the essential difference between the classical and the new Romantic school can be imagined than that which is revealed in the letters of Gray and Addison, as they record their impressions of foreign travel. Thus, when Addison crossed the Alps, some 25 years before, in good weather, he wrote, "A very troublesome journey. You cannot imagine how I am pleased with the sight of a plain." Gray crossed the Alps in the beginning of winter, wrapped in muffs, hoods and masks of beaver, fur boots, and bearskins, but wrote ecstatically, "Not a precipice, not a torrent, not a cliff but is pregnant with religion and poetry." On his return to England, Gray lived for a short time at Stoke Poges, where he wrote his Ode on Eton, and probably sketched his Elegy, which, however, was not finished till 1750, 8 years later. During the latter years of his shy and scholarly life he was professor of modern history and languages at Cambridge, without any troublesome work of lecturing to students. Here he gave himself up to study into poetry, varying his work by prowlings among the manuscripts of the new British Museum, and by his Lilliputian travels in England and Scotland. He died in his rooms at Pembroke College in 1771, and was buried in the little churchyard of Stoke Poges. Church at Stoke Poges. Works of Gray. Gray's letters, published in 1775, are excellent reading, and his journal is still a model of natural description, but it is to a single small volume of poems that he owes his fame and his place in literature. These poems divide themselves naturally into three periods, in which we may trace the progress of Gray's emancipation from the classic rules which had so long governed English literature. In the first period he wrote several minor poems, of which the best are his Hymn to Adversity and the odes to Spring and On a Distant Prospect of Eton College. These early poems reveal two suggestive things: first, the appearance of that melancholy which characterizes all the poetry of the period. And second, the study of nature, not for its own beauty or truth, but rather as a suitable background for the play of human emotions. The second period shows the same tendencies more strongly developed. The Elegy written in a country churchyard, 1750, the most perfect poem of the age, belongs to this period. To read Milton's Il Penseroso and Gray's Elegy is to see the beginning and the perfection of that literature of melancholy which largely occupied English poets for more than a century. Two other well-known poems of this second period are the Pindaric Odes, The Progress of Poesy, and The Bard. The first is strongly suggestive of Dryden's Alexander's Feast, but shows Milton's influence in a greater melody and variety of expression. The Bard is, in every way, more romantic and original. An old minstrel, the last of the Welsh singers, halts King Edward and his army in a wild mountain pass, and with fine poetic frenzy prophesies the terror and desolation which must ever follow the tyrant. From its first line, ruin seize thee, ruthless king, to the end, when the old bard plunges from his lofty crag and disappears in the river's flood, the poem thrills with the fire of an ancient and noble race of men. It breaks absolutely with the classical school and proclaims a literary declaration of independence. In the third period Gray turns momentarily from his Welsh material and reveals a new field of romantic interest in two Norse poems, The Fatal Sisters, and The Descent of Odin, 1761. Gray translated his material from the Latin, and though these two poems lack much of the elemental strength and grandeur of the Norse sagas, they are remarkable for calling attention to the unused wealth of literary material that was hidden in northern mythology. To Gray and to Percy, who published his Northern Antiquities in 1770, is due in large measure the profound interest in the Old Norse sagas which has continued to our own day. Taken together, Gray's works form a most interesting commentary on the varied life of the 18th century. He was a scholar, familiar with all the intellectual interests of his age, and his work has much of the precision and polish of the classical school. But he shares also the reawakened interest in nature, in common man, and in medieval culture, and his work is generally romantic both in style and in spirit. The same conflict between the classic and romantic schools, and the triumph of Romanticism, is shown clearly in the most versatile of Gray's contemporaries, Oliver Goldsmith. Oliver Goldsmith, 1728 to 1774. Oliver Goldsmith. Because The Deserted Village is one of the most familiar poems in our language, Goldsmith is generally given a high place among the poets of the Romantic dawn. But The Village, when we read it carefully, turns out to be a rhymed essay in the style of Pope's famous essay on man. It owes its popularity to the sympathetic memories which it awakens, rather than to its poetic excellence. It is as a prose writer that Goldsmith excels. He is an essayist, with Addison's fine polish but with more sympathy for human life. He is a dramatist, one of the very few who have ever written a comedy that can keep its popularity unchanged while a century rolls over its head. But greater, perhaps, than the poet and essayist and dramatist is Goldsmith the novelist, who set himself to the important work of purifying the early novel of its brutal and indecent tendencies, and who has given us, in The Vicar of Wakefield, one of the most enduring characters in English fiction. In his manner, especially in his poetry, Goldsmith was too much influenced by his friend Johnson and the classicists, but in his matter, in his sympathy for nature and human life, he belongs unmistakably to the new Romantic school. Altogether he is the most versatile, the most charming, the most inconsistent, and the most lovable genius of all the literary men who made famous the age of Johnson. Life. Goldsmith's career is that of an irresponsible, unbalanced genius, which would make one despair if the man himself did not remain so lovable in all his inconsistencies. He was born in the village of Pallas, Ireland, the son of a poor Irish curate whose noble character is portrayed in Dr. Primrose, of the Vicar of Wakefield, and in the country parson of the deserted village. After an unsatisfactory course in various schools, where he was regarded as hopelessly stupid, Goldsmith entered Trinity College, Dublin, as a sizar, i.e. a student who pays with labour for his tuition. By his escapades he was brought into disfavour with the authorities, but that troubled him little. He was also wretchedly poor, which troubled him less. For when he earned a few shillings by writing ballads for street singers, his money went oftener to idle beggars than to the paying of his honest debts. After 3 years of university life he ran away, in dime novel fashion, and nearly starved to death before he was found and brought back in disgrace. Then he worked a little, and obtained his degree in 1749. Strange that such an idle and irresponsible youth should have been urged by his family to take holy orders, but such was the fact. For 2 years more Goldsmith laboured with theology, only to be rejected when he presented himself as a candidate for the ministry. He tried teaching, and failed. Then his fancy turned to America, and, provided with money and a good horse, he started off for Cork, where he was to embark for the New World. He loafed along the pleasant Irish ways, missed his ship, and presently turned up cheerfully amongst his relatives, minus all his money, and riding a sorry nag called Fiddleback, for which he had traded his own on the way. He borrowed £50 more, and started for London to study law, but speedily lost his money at cards, and again appeared, amiable and irresponsible as ever, among his despairing relatives. The next year they sent him to Edinburgh to study medicine. Here for a couple of years he became popular as a singer of songs and a teller of tales, to whom medicine was only a troublesome affliction. Suddenly the wanderlust seized him and he started abroad, ostensibly to complete his medical education, but in reality to wander like a cheerful beggar over Europe, singing and playing his flute for food and lodging. He may have studied a little at Leyden and at Padua, but that was only incidental. After a year or more of vagabondage he returned to London with an alleged medical degree, said to have been obtained at Louvain or Padua. The next few years are a pitiful struggle to make a living as tutor, apothecary's assistant, comedian, usher in a country school, and finally as a physician in Southwark. Gradually he drifted into literature, and lived from hand to mouth by doing hack work for the London booksellers. Some of his essays and his Citizen of the World, 1760 to 1761, brought him to the attention of Johnson, who looked him up, was attracted first by his poverty and then by his genius, and presently declared him to be one of the first men we now have as an author. Johnson's friendship proved invaluable, and presently Goldsmith found himself a member of the exclusive literary club. He promptly justified Johnson's confidence by publishing The Traveller, 1764, which was hailed as one of the finest poems of the century. Money now came to him liberally, with orders from the booksellers. He took new quarters in Fleet Street and furnished them gorgeously, but he had an inordinate vanity for bright-colored clothes, and faster than he earned money he spent it on velvet cloaks and in indiscriminate charity. For a time he resumed his practice as a physician, but his fine clothes did not bring patients, as he expected, and presently he turned to writing again, to pay his debts to the booksellers. He produced several superficial and grossly inaccurate schoolbooks like his Animated Nature and his Histories of England, Greece, and Rome, which brought him bread and more fine clothes, and his Vicar of Wakefield, the deserted village. And She Stoops to Conquer, which brought him undying fame. After meeting with Johnson, Goldsmith became the object of Boswell's magpie curiosity. And to Boswell's Life of Johnson we are indebted for many of the details of Goldsmith's life, his homeliness, his awkward ways, his drolleries and absurdities, which made him alternately the butt and the wit of the famous literary club. Boswell disliked Goldsmith, and so draws an unflattering portrait, but even this does not disguise the contagious good humor which made men love him. When in his 47th year, he fell sick of a fever, and with childish confidence turned to a quack medicine to cure himself. He died in 1774, and Johnson placed a tablet, with a sonorous Latin epitaph, in Westminster Abbey, though Goldsmith was buried elsewhere. "Let not his frailties be remembered, he was a very great man," said Johnson. And the literary world which, like that old dictator, is kind enough at heart, though often rough in its methods, is glad to accept and record the verdict. Works of Goldsmith. Of Goldsmith's early essays and his later school histories little need be said. They have settled into their own place, far out of sight of the ordinary reader. Perhaps the most interesting of these is a series of letters for the public ledger, afterwards published as The Citizen of the World, written from the viewpoint of an alleged Chinese traveler, and giving the latter's comments on English civilization. The following 5 works are those upon which Goldsmith's fame chiefly rests. The Traveller, 1764, made Goldsmith's reputation among his contemporaries, but is now seldom read, except by students who would understand how Goldsmith was, at one time, dominated by Johnson and his pseudo-classic ideals. It is a long poem, in rhymed couplets, giving a survey and criticism of the social life of various countries in Europe, and reflects many of Goldsmith's own wanderings and impressions. The Deserted Village, 1770, though written in the same mechanical style, is so permeated with honest human sympathy, and voices so perfectly the revolt of the individual man against institutions, that a multitude of common people heard it gladly, without consulting the critics as to whether they should call it good poetry. Notwithstanding its faults, to which Matthew Arnold has called sufficient attention, it has become one of our best-known poems. Though we cannot help wishing that the monotony of its couplets had been broken by some of the Irish folk songs and ballads that charmed street audiences in Dublin, and that brought Goldsmith a welcome from the French peasants wherever he stopped to sing. In The Village Parson and the Schoolmaster, Goldsmith has increased Chaucer's list by 2 lovable characters that will endure as long as the English language. The criticism that the picture of prosperous, sweet Auburn never applied to any village in Ireland is just, no doubt, but it is outside the question. Goldsmith was a hopeless dreamer, bound to see everything, as he saw his debts and his gay clothes, in a purely idealistic way. The Good-Natured Man and She Stoops to Conquer are Goldsmith's 2 comedies. The former, a comedy of character, though it has some laughable scenes and one laughable character, Croker, met with failure on the stage, and has never been revived with any success. The latter, a comedy of intrigue, is one of the few plays that has never lost its popularity. Its lively, bustling scenes, and its pleasantly absurd characters, Marlowe, the Hardcastles, and Tony Lumpkin, still hold the attention of modern theatre-goers. And nearly every amateur dramatic club sooner or later places She Stoops to Conquer on its list of attractions. The Vicar of Wakefield. The Vicar of Wakefield is Goldsmith's only novel, and the first in any language that gives to home life an enduring romantic interest. However much we admire the beginnings of the English novel, to which we shall presently refer, we are nevertheless shocked by its frequent brutalities and indecencies. Goldsmith, like Steele, had the Irish reverence for pure womanhood, and this reverence made him shun as a pest the vulgarity and coarseness in which contemporary novelists, like Smollett and Sterne, seem to delight. So he did for the novel what Addison and Steele had done for the satire and the essay, he refined and elevated it, making it worthy of the old Anglo-Saxon ideals which are our best literary heritage. Briefly, The Vicar of Wakefield is the story of a simple English clergyman, Dr. Primrose, and his family, who pass from happiness through great tribulation. Misfortunes, which are said never to come singly, appear in this case in flocks. But through poverty, sorrow, imprisonment, and the unspeakable loss of his daughters, the vicar's faith in God and man emerges triumphant. To the very end he is like one of the old martyrs, who sings Alleluia while the lions roar about him and his children in the arena. Goldsmith's optimism, it must be confessed, is here stretched to the breaking point. The reader is sometimes offered fine Johnsonian phrases where he would naturally expect homely and vigorous language. And he is continually haunted by the suspicion that, even in this best of all possible worlds, the vicar's clouds of affliction were somewhat too easily converted into showers of blessing. Yet he is forced to read on, and at the end he confesses gladly that Goldsmith has succeeded in making a most interesting story out of material that, in other hands, would have developed either a burlesque or a brutal tragedy. Laying aside all romantic passion, intrigue, and adventure, upon which other novelists depended, Goldsmith, in this simple story of common life, has accomplished three noteworthy results. He has made human fatherhood almost a divine thing. He has glorified the moral sentiments which cluster about the family life as the center of civilization, and he has given us, in Dr. Primrose, a striking and enduring figure, which seems more like a personal acquaintance than a character in a book. William Cowper, 1731–1800. In Cowper we have another interesting poet, who, like Gray and Goldsmith, shows the struggle between romantic and classic ideals. In his first volume of poems, Cowper is more hampered by literary fashions than was Goldsmith in his Traveller and his Deserted Village. In his second period, however, Cowper uses blank verse freely. And his delight in nature and in homely characters, like the teamster and the mail carrier of the Task, shows that his classicism is being rapidly thawed out by romantic feeling. In his later work, especially his immortal John Gilpin, Cowper flings fashions aside, gives Pegasus the reins, takes to the open road, and so proves himself a worthy predecessor of Burns. Who is the most spontaneous and the most interesting of all the early romanticists? William Cowper. Life. Cowper's life is a pathetic story of a shy and timid genius, who found the world of men too rough, and who withdrew to nature like a wounded animal. He was born at Great Berkhamsted, Hertfordshire, in 1731, the son of an English clergyman. He was a delicate, sensitive child, whose early life was saddened by the death of his mother and by his neglect at home. At 6 years he was sent away to a boys' school, where he was terrified by young barbarians who made his life miserable. There was one atrocious bully into whose face Cowper could never look. He recognized his enemy by his shoe buckles, and shivered at his approach. The fierce invectives of his Tiracinium, or a Review of Schools, 1784, shows how these school experiences had affected his mind and health. For 12 years he studied law, but at the approach of a public examination for an office he was so terrified that he attempted suicide. The experience unsettled his reason, and the next 12 months were spent in an asylum at St. Albans. The death of his father, in 1756, had brought the poet a small patrimony, which placed him above the necessity of struggling, like Goldsmith, for his daily bread. Upon his recovery he boarded for years at the house of the Unwins, cultured people who recognized the genius hidden in this shy and melancholy yet quaintly humorous man. Mrs. Unwin, in particular, cared for him as a son. And whatever happiness he experienced in his poor life was the result of the devotion of this good woman, who is the Mary of all his poems. A second attack of insanity was brought on by Cowper's morbid interest in religion, influenced, perhaps, by the untempered zeal of one John Newton, a curate, with whom Cowper worked in the small parish of Olney, and with whom he compiled the famous Olney hymns. The rest of his life, between intervals of melancholia or insanity, was spent in gardening, in the care of his numerous pets, and in writing his poems, his translation of Homer, and his charming letters. His two best-known poems were suggested by a lively and cultivated widow, Lady Austen, who told him the story of John Gilpin and called for a ballad on the subject. She also urged him to write a long poem in blank verse. And when he demanded a subject, she whimsically suggested the sofa, which was a new article of furniture at that time. Cowper immediately wrote The Sofa, and, influenced by the poetic possibilities that lie in unexpected places, he added to this poem from time to time, and called his completed work The Task. This was published in 1785, and the author was instantly recognized as one of the chief poets of his age. The last years of his life were a long battle with insanity, until death mercifully ended the struggle in 1800. His last poem, The Castaway, is a cry of despair, in which, under guise of a man washed overboard in a storm, he describes himself perishing in the sight of friends who are powerless to help. Cowper's works. Cowper's first volume of poems, containing The Progress of Error, Truth, Table Talk, etc., is interesting chiefly as showing how the poet was bound by the classical rules of his age. These poems are dreary, on the whole, but a certain gentleness, and especially a vein of pure humor, occasionally rewards the reader. For Cowper was a humorist, and only the constant shadow of insanity kept him from becoming famous in that line alone. The Task, written in blank verse, and published in 1785, is Cooper's longest poem. Used as we are to the natural poetry of Wordsworth and Tennyson, it is hard for us to appreciate the striking originality of this work. Much of it is conventional and wooden, to be sure, like much of Wordsworth's poetry. But when, after reading the rhymed essays and the artificial couplets of Johnson's age, we turn suddenly to Cooper's description of homely scenes, of woods and brooks, of ploughmen and teamsters and the letter carrier on his rounds, we realize that we are at the dawn of a better day in poetry. He comes, the herald of a noisy world, with spattered boots, stropped waist, and frozen locks. News from all nations lumbering at his back. True to his charge, the close-packed load behind. Yet careless what he brings, his one concern is to conduct it to the destined inn. And, having dropped the expected bag, pass on. He whistles as he goes, light-hearted wretch. Cold and yet cheerful, messenger of grief. Perhaps to thousands, and of joy to some. To him indifferent whether grief or joy. Houses in ashes, and the fall of stocks. Births, deaths, and marriages, epistles wet with tears that trickle down the writer's cheeks. Fast as the periods from his fluent quill. Or charged with amorous sighs of absent swains. Or nymphs responsive, equally affect his horse and him, unconscious of them all. Miscellaneous works. Cooper's most laborious work, the translation of Homer in blank verse, was published in 1791. Its stately, Milton-like movement, and its better rendering of the Greek, make this translation far superior to Pope's artificial couplets. It is also better, in many respects, than Chapman's more famous and more fanciful rendering. But for some reason it was not successful, and has never received the recognition which it deserves. Entirely different in spirit are the poet's numerous hymns, which were published in the Olney collection in 1779 and which are still used in our churches. It is only necessary to mention a few first lines. God moves in a mysterious way, oh, for a closer walk with God. Sometimes a light surprises, to show how his gentle and devout spirit has left its impress upon thousands who now hardly know his name. With Cooper's charming letters, published in 1803, we reach the end of his important works, and the student who enjoys reading letters will find that these rank among the best of their kind. It is not, however, for his ambitious works that Cooper is remembered, but rather for his minor poems, which have found their own way into so many homes. Among these, the one that brings quickest response from hearts that understand is his little poem, On the Receipt of My Mother's Picture, beginning with the striking line, "Oh, that those lips had language." Another, called Alexander Selkirk, beginning, I am monarch of all I survey, suggests how Selkirk's experiences as a castaway, which gave Defoe his inspiration for Robinson Crusoe, affected the poet's timid nature and imagination. Last and most famous of all is his immortal, John Gilpin. Cooper was in a terrible fit of melancholy when Lady Austen told him the story, which proved to be better than medicine, for all night long chuckles and suppressed laughter were heard in the poet's bedroom. Next morning at breakfast he recited the ballad that had afforded its author so much delight in the making. The student should read it, even if he reads nothing else by Cooper. And he will be lacking in humor or appreciation if he is not ready to echo heartily the last stanza. Now let us sing, Long live the King. And Gilpin, long live he. And when he next doth ride abroad, may I be there to see. Robert Burns, 1759–1796. After a century and more of classicism, we noted with interest the work of three men, Gray, Goldsmith, and Cooper, whose poetry, like the chorus of awakening birds, suggests the dawn of another day. Two other poets of the same age suggest the sunrise. The first is the ploughman Burns, who speaks straight from the heart to the primitive emotions of the race. The second is the mystic Blake, who only half understands his own thoughts, and whose words stir a sensitive nature as music does, or the moon in mid-heaven, rousing in the soul those vague desires and aspirations which ordinarily sleep. and which can never be expressed because they have no names. Blake lived his shy, mystic, spiritual life in the crowded city, and his message is to the few who can understand. Burns lived his sad, toilsome, erring life in the open air, with the sun and the rain, and his songs touch all the world. The latter's poetry, so far as it has a philosophy, rests upon two principles which the classic school never understood, that common people are at heart romantic and lovers of the ideal, and that simple human emotions furnish the elements of true poetry. Largely because he follows these two principles, Burns is probably the greatest songwriter of the world. His poetic creed may be summed up in one of his own stanzas. Give me a spark o' nature's fire. That's the learning I desire. Then, though I trudge through dub and mire, at plough or cart, my muse, though hamely in attire, may touch the heart. Robert Burns. Life. Burns's life is a life of fragments, as Carlyle called it. And the different fragments are as unlike as the noble Cotter's Saturday Night and the rant and riot of the Jolly Beggars. The details of this sad and disjointed life were better, perhaps, forgotten. We call attention only to the facts which help us to understand the man and his poetry. Burns was born in a clay cottage at Alloway, Scotland, in the bleak winter of 1759. His father was an excellent type of the Scotch peasant of those days, a poor, honest, God-fearing man, who toiled from dawn till dark to wrest a living for his family from the stubborn soil. His tall figure was bent with unceasing labor. His hair was thin and grey, and in his eyes was the careworn, hunted look of a peasant driven by poverty and unpaid rents from one poor farm to another. The family often fasted of necessity, and lived in solitude to avoid the temptation of spending their hard-earned money. The children went barefoot and bareheaded in all weathers, and shared the parents' toil and their anxiety over the rents. At 13 Bobby, the eldest, was doing a peasant's full day's labor. At 16 he was chief laborer on his father's farm, and he describes the life as the cheerless gloom of a hermit, and the unceasing moil of a galley slave. In 1784 the father, after a lifetime of toil, was saved from a debtor's prison by consumption and death. To rescue something from the wreck of the home, and to win a poor chance of bread for the family, the two older boys set up a claim for arrears of wages that had never been paid. With the small sum allowed them, they buried their father, took another farm, Moskill, in Mahlan, and began again the long struggle with poverty. Such, in outline, is Burns's own story of his early life, taken mostly from his letters. There is another and more pleasing side to the picture, of which we have glimpses in his poems and in his commonplace book. Here we see the boy at school, for like most Scotch peasants, the father gave his boys the best education he possibly could. We see him following the plough, not like a slave, but like a free man, crooning over an old Scotch song and making a better one to match the melody. We see him stop the plough to listen to what the wind is saying, or turn aside lest he disturb the birds at their singing and nest-making. At supper we see the family about the table, happy notwithstanding their scant fare, each child with a spoon in one hand and a book in the other. We hear Betty Davidson reciting, from her great store, some heroic ballad that fired the young hearts to enthusiasm and made them forget the day's toil. And in The Cotter's Saturday Night, we have a glimpse of Scotch peasant life that makes us almost reverence these heroic men and women, who kept their faith and their self-respect in the face of poverty, and whose hearts, under their rough exteriors, were tender and true as steel. A most unfortunate change in Burns's life began when he left the farm, at 17, and went to Kirkoswald to study surveying. The town was the haunt of smugglers, rough-living, hard-drinking men. And Burns speedily found his way into those scenes of riot and roaring dissipation which were his bane ever afterwards. For a little while he studied diligently, but one day, while taking the altitude of the sun, he saw a pretty girl in the neighboring garden, and love put trigonometry to flight. Soon he gave up his work and wandered back to the farm and poverty again. When 27 years of age Burns first attracted literary attention, and in the same moment sprang to the first place in Scottish letters. In despair over his poverty and personal habits, he resolved to emigrate to Jamaica, and gathered together a few of his early poems, hoping to sell them for enough to pay the expenses of his journey. The result was the famous Kilmarnock edition of Burns, published in 1786, for which he was offered £20. It is said that he even bought his ticket, and on the night before the ship sailed wrote his Farewell to Scotland, beginning, "The gloomy night is gathering fast," which he intended to be his last song on Scottish soil. In the morning he changed his mind, led partly by some dim foreshadowing of the result of his literary adventure, for the little book took all Scotland by storm. Not only scholars and literary men, but even ploughboys and maid-servants, says a contemporary, eagerly spent their hard-earned shillings for the new book. Instead of going to Jamaica, the young poet hurried to Edinburgh to arrange for another edition of his work. His journey was a constant ovation, and in the capital he was welcomed and feasted by the best of Scottish society. This unexpected triumph lasted only one winter. Burns's fondness for taverns and riotous living shocked his cultured entertainers, and when he returned to Edinburgh next winter, after a pleasure jaunt through the Highlands, he received scant attention. He left the city in anger and disappointment, and went back to the soil where he was more at home. The last few years of Burns's life are a sad tragedy, and we pass over them hurriedly. He bought the farm Ellis Land, Dumfriesshire, and married the faithful Jean Armour, in 1788, that he could write of her. "I see her in the dewy flowers. I see her sweet and fair. I hear her in the tunefew birds. I hear her charm the air. There's not a bony flower that springs by fountain, shaw, or green. There's not a bony bird that sings but minds me, oh, my Jean," is enough for us to remember. The next year he was appointed exciseman, i.e. collector of liquor revenues, and the small salary, with the return from his poems, would have been sufficient to keep his family in modest comfort, had he but kept away from taverns. For a few years his life of alternate toil and dissipation was occasionally illumined by his splendid lyric genius, and he produced many songs, Bonnie Doon, My Love's Like a Red, Red Rose, Auld Lang Syne, Highland Mary, and the soul-stirring, Scots Wha Hae, composed while galloping over the moor in a storm, which have made the name of Burns known wherever the English language is spoken, and honoured wherever Scotchmen gather together. He died miserably in 1796, when only 37 years old. His last letter was an appeal to a friend for money to stave off the bailiff, and one of his last poems a tribute to Jessie Lewers, a kind lassie who helped to care for him in his illness. This last exquisite lyric, "O Wert Thou in the Cauld Blast," set to Mendelssohn's music, is one of our best-known songs, though its history is seldom suspected by those who sing it. The Poetry of Burns. The publication of the Kilmarnock Burns, with the title poems chiefly in the Scottish dialect, 1786, marks an epoch in the history of English literature, like the publication of Spenser's Shepherd's Calendar. After a century of cold and formal poetry, relieved only by the romanticism of Gray and Cooper, these fresh inspired songs went straight to the heart, like the music of returning birds in springtime. It was a little volume, but a great book. And we think of Marlowe's line, "Infinite riches in a little room," in connection with it. Such poems as, "The Cotter's Saturday Night," "To a Mouse," "To Mountain Daisy," "Man Was Made to Mourn," "The Twa Dogs," "Address to the Deil," and "Halloween," suggest that the whole spirit of the Romantic Revival is embodied in this obscure ploughman. Love, humor, pathos, the response to nature, all the poetic qualities that touch the human heart are here, and the heart was touched as it had not been since the days of Elizabeth. If the reader will note again the 6 characteristics of the Romantic movement, and then read 6 poems of Burns, he will see at once how perfectly this one man expresses the new idea. Or take a single suggestion. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Me, nae cheerful twinkle lights me. Dark despair around benights me. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Naething could resist my Nancy. But to see her was to love her. Love but her, and love forever. Had we never loved Sae kindly? Had we never loved Sae blindly? Never met or never parted? We had ne'er been broken-hearted. The essence of 1,000 love tales is in that one little song. Because he embodies the new spirit of Romanticism, critics give him a high place in the history of our literature, and because his songs go straight to the heart, he is the poet of common men. Songs for music of Burns's many songs for music little need be said. They have found their way into the hearts of a whole people, and there they speak for themselves. They range from the exquisite, "Oh wert thou in the cauld blast," to the tremendous appeal to Scottish patriotism in "Scots wha hae why Wallace bled," which, Carlyle said, should be sung with the throat of the whirlwind. Many of these songs were composed in his best days, when following the plough or resting after his work, while the music of some old Scotch song was ringing in his head. It is largely because he thought of music while he composed that so many of his poems have the singing quality, suggesting a melody as we read them. Among his poems of nature, "To a Mouse" and "To a Mountain Daisy" are unquestionably the best, suggesting the poetical possibilities that daily pass unnoticed under our feet. These two poems are as near as Burns ever comes to appreciating nature for its own sake. The majority of his poems, like "Winter" and "Ye Banks and Braes o' Bonnie Doon," regard nature in the same way that Gray regarded it, as a background for the play of human emotions. Of his poems of emotion there is an immense number. It is a curious fact that the world is always laughing and crying at the same moment, and we can hardly read a page of Burns without finding this natural juxtaposition of smiles and tears. It is noteworthy also that all strong emotions, when expressed naturally, lend themselves to poetry. And Burns, more than any other writer, has an astonishing faculty of describing his own emotions with vividness and simplicity, so that they appeal instantly to our own. One cannot read, "I love my Jean," for instance, without being in love with some idealized woman, or "To Mary in Heaven," without sharing the personal grief of one who has loved and lost. Miscellaneous poems besides the songs of nature and of human emotion, Burns has given us a large number of poems for which no general title can be given. Noteworthy among these are "A Man's a Man for a That," which voices the new romantic estimate of humanity, "The Vision," from which we get a strong impression of Burns's early ideals. The "Epistle to a Young Friend," from which, rather than from his satires, we learn Burns's personal views of religion and honor, the "Address to the Unco Guid," which is the poet's plea for mercy in judgment. And "A Bard's Epitaph," which, as a summary of his own life, might well be written at the end of his poems. Halloween, a picture of rustic merrymaking, and "The Twa Dogs," a contrast between the rich and poor, are generally classed among the poet's best works, but one unfamiliar with the Scotch dialect will find them rather difficult. Of Burns's longer poems the two best worth reading are "The Cotter's Saturday Night" and "Tam o' Shanter," the one giving the most perfect picture we possess of a noble poverty. The other being the most lively and the least objectionable of his humorous works. It would be difficult to find elsewhere such a combination of the gruesome and the ridiculous as is packed up in "Tam o' Shanter." With the exception of these two, the longer poems add little to the author's fame or to our own enjoyment. It is better for the beginner to read Burns's exquisite songs and gladly to recognize his place in the hearts of a people, and forget the rest, since they only sadden us and obscure the poet's better nature. William Blake, 1757–1827. Piping down the valleys wild. Piping songs of pleasant glee. On a cloud I saw a child. And he laughing said to me, "Pipe a song about a lamb." So I piped with merry cheer. "Piper, pipe that song again." So I piped, he wept to hear. "Piper, sit thee down and write in a book, that all may read." So he vanished from my sight. And I plucked a hollow reed. And I made a rural pen. And I stained the water clear. And I wrote my happy songs. Every child may joy to hear. Of all the romantic poets of the 18th century, Blake is the most independent and the most original. In his earliest work, written when he was scarcely more than a child, he seems to go back to the Elizabethan song-writers for his models. But for the greater part of his life he was the poet of inspiration alone, following no man's lead, and obeying no voice but that which he heard in his own mystic soul. Though the most extraordinary literary genius of his age, he had practically no influence upon it. Indeed, we hardly yet understand this poet of pure fancy, this mystic, this transcendental madman, who remained to the end of his busy life an incomprehensible child. Life. Blake, the son of a London tradesman, was a strange, imaginative child, whose soul was more at home with brooks and flowers and fairies than with the crowd of the city streets. Beyond learning to read and write, he received education. But he began, at 10 years, to copy prints and to write verses. He also began a long course of art study, which resulted in his publishing his own books, adorned with marginal engravings colored by hand, an unusual setting, worthy of the strong artistic sense that shows itself in many of his early verses. As a child he had visions of God and the angels looking in at his window, and as a man he thought he received visits from the souls of the great dead, Moses, Virgil, Homer, Dante, Milton, majestic shadows, grey but luminous, he calls them. He seems never to have asked himself the question how far these visions were pure illusions, but believed and trusted them implicitly. To him all nature was a vast spiritual symbolism, wherein he saw elves, fairies, devils, angels, all looking at him in friendship or enmity through the eyes of flowers and stars. With the blue sky spread over with wings. And the mild sun that mounts and sings. With trees and fields full of fairy elves. And little devils who fight for themselves. With angels planted in hawthorn bowers. And God himself in the passing hours. And this curious, pantheistic conception of nature was not a matter of creed, but the very essence of Blake's life. Strangely enough, he made no attempt to found a new religious cult, but followed his own way, singing cheerfully, working patiently, in the face of discouragement and failure. That writers of far less genius were exalted to favor, while he remained poor and obscure, does not seem to have troubled him in the least. For over 40 years he labored diligently at book engraving, guided in his art by Michelangelo. But inventing his own curious designs, at which we still wonder. The illustrations for Young's Night Thoughts, for Blair's Grave, and the Inventions to the Book of Job, show the peculiarity of Blake's mind quite as clearly as his poems. While he worked at his trade he flung off for he never seemed to compose disjointed visions and incomprehensible rhapsodies, with an occasional little gem that still sets our hearts to singing. Ah, sunflower, weary of time! Who countest the steps of the sun? Seeking after that sweet golden clime, where the traveler's journey is done. Where the youth pined away with desire. And the pale virgin shrouded in snow. Rise from their graves, and aspire. Where my sunflower wishes to go. That is a curious flower to find growing in the London street, but it suggests Blake's own life, which was outwardly busy and quiet, but inwardly full of adventure and excitement. His last huge prophetic works, like Jerusalem and Milton, 1804, were dictated to him, he declares, by supernatural means, and even against his own will. They are only half intelligible, but here and there one sees flashes of the same poetic beauty that marks his little poems. Critics generally dismiss Blake with the word madman, but that is only an evasion. At best, he is the writer of exquisite lyrics, at worst, he is mad only north-northwest, like Hamlet, and the puzzle is to find the method in his madness. The most amazing thing about him is the perfectly sane and cheerful way in which he moved through poverty and obscurity, flinging out exquisite poems or senseless rhapsodies, as a child might play with gems or straws or sunbeams indifferently. He was a gentle, kindly, most unworldly little man, with extraordinary eyes, which seem even in the lifeless portraits to reflect some unusual hypnotic power. He died obscurely, smiling at a vision of paradise, in 1827. That was nearly a century ago, yet he still remains one of the most incomprehensible figures in our literature. Works of Blake. The poetical sketches, published in 1783, is a collection of Blake's earliest poetry, much of it written in boyhood. It contains much crude and incoherent work, but also a few lyrics of striking originality. Two later and better-known volumes are Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience, reflecting two widely different views of the human soul. As in all his works, there is an abundance of apparently worthless stuff in these songs, but, in the language of miners, it is all pay dirt. It shows gleams of golden grains that await our sifting, and now and then we find a nugget unexpectedly. My Lord was like a flower upon the brows of lusty May, our life as frail as flower. My Lord was like a star in highest heaven, drawn down to earth by spells and wickedness. My Lord was like the opening eye of day, but he is darkened, like the summer moon, clouded, fallen like the stately tree, cut down. The breath of heaven dwelt among his leaves. On account of the chaotic character of most of Blake's work, it is well to begin our reading with a short book of selections, containing the best songs of these three little volumes. Swinburne calls Blake the only poet of supreme and simple poetic genius of the 18th century, the one man of that age fit, on all accounts, to rank with the old great masters. The praise is doubtless extravagant, and the criticism somewhat intemperate. But when we have read The Evening Star, Memory, Night, Love, To the Muses, Spring, Summer, The Tiger, The Lamb, The Clod and the Pebble, we may possibly share Swinburne's enthusiasm. Certainly, in these three volumes we have some of the most perfect and the most original songs in our language. Of Blake's longer poems, his titanic prophecies and apocalyptic splendors, it is impossible to write justly in such a brief work as this. Outwardly they suggest a huge chaff pile, and the scattered grains of wheat hardly warrant the labor of winnowing. The curious reader will get an idea of Blake's amazing mysticism by dipping into any of the works of his middle life: Urizen, Gates of Paradise, Marriage of Heaven and Hell, America, the French Revolution, or The Vision of the Daughters of Albion. His latest works, like Jerusalem and Milton, are too obscure to have any literary value. To read any of these works casually is to call the author a madman. To study them, remembering Blake's songs and his genius, is to quote softly his own answer to the child who asked about the land of dreams. Oh, what land is the land of dreams? What are its mountains and what are its streams? Oh father, I saw my mother there, among the lilies by waters fair. Dear child, I also by pleasant streams have wandered all night in the land of dreams. But though calm and warm the waters wide, I could not get to the other side. Minor poets of the revival. We have chosen the five preceding poets, Gray, Goldsmith, Cooper, Burns, and Blake, as the most typical and the most interesting of the writers who proclaimed the dawn of Romanticism in the 18th century. With them we associate a group of minor writers, whose works were immensely popular in their own day. The ordinary reader will pass them by, but to the student they are all significant as expressions of very different phases of the Romantic revival. James Thomson, 1700 to 1748. Thomson belongs among the pioneers of Romanticism. Like Gray and Goldsmith, he wavered between pseudo-classic and the new Romantic ideals, and for this reason, if for no other, his early work is interesting. Like the uncertainty of a child who hesitates whether to creep safely on all fours or risk a fall by walking. He is worthy to be remembered for three poems: Rule Britannia, which is still one of the national songs of England, The Castle of Indolence, and The Seasons. The dreamy and romantic castle, 1748, occupied by enchanter Indolence and his willing captives in the land of Drowsyhead, is purely Spenserian in its imagery, and is written in the Spenserian stanza. The Seasons, 1726 to 1730, written in blank verse, describes the sights and sounds of the changing year and the poet's own feelings in the presence of nature. These two poems, though rather dull to a modern reader, were significant of the early Romantic revival in three ways: they abandoned the prevailing heroic couplet, they went back to the Elizabethans, instead of to Pope, for their models. And they called attention to the long-neglected life of nature as a subject for poetry. William Collins, 1721–1759. Collins, the friend and disciple of Thomson, was of a delicate, nervous temperament, like Cooper. And over him also brooded the awful shadow of insanity. His first work, Oriental Eclogues, 1742, is romantic in feeling, but is written in the prevailing mechanical couplets. All his later work is romantic in both thought and expression. His Ode on the Popular Superstitions of the Highlands, 1750, is an interesting event in the Romantic Revival, for it introduced a new world, of witches, pygmies, fairies, and medieval kings, for the imagination to play in. Collins's best-known poems are the odes, To Simplicity, To Fear, To the Passions, the little unnamed lyric beginning, How Sleep the Brave, and the exquisite, Ode to Evening. In reading the latter, one is scarcely aware that the lines are so delicately balanced that they have no need of rhyme to accentuate their melody. George Crabbe, 1754–1832. Crabbe is an interesting combination of realism and romanticism, his work of depicting common life being, at times, vaguely suggestive of Fielding's novels. The Village, 1783, a poem without a rival as a picture of the workingman of his age, is sometimes like Fielding in its coarse vigor, and again like Dryden in its precise versification. The poem was not successful at first, and Crabbe abandoned his literary dreams. For over 20 years he settled down as a clergyman in a country parish, observing keenly the common life about him. Then he published more poems, exactly like The Village, which immediately brought him fame and money. They brought him also the friendship of Walter Scott, who, like others, regarded Crabbe as one of the first poets of the age. These later poems, The Parish Register, 1807, The Borough, 1810, Tales in Verse, 1812, and Tales of the Hall, 1819, are in the same strain. They are written in couplets, they are reflections of nature and of country life. They contain much that is sordid and dull, but are nevertheless real pictures of real men and women, just as Crabbe saw them, and as such they are still interesting. Goldsmith and Burns had idealized the poor, and we admire them for their sympathy and insight. It remained for Crabbe to show that in wretched fishing villages, in the lives of hard-working men and women, children, laborers, smugglers, paupers, all sorts and conditions of common men, there is abundant romantic without exaggerating or idealizing their vices and virtues. James Macpherson, 1736–1796. In Macpherson we have an unusual figure, who catered to the new romantic interest in the old epic heroes, and won immense though momentary fame, by a series of literary forgeries. Macpherson was a Scotch schoolmaster, an educated man, but evidently not over-tender of conscience, whose imagination had been stirred by certain old poems which he may have heard in Gaelic among the Highlanders. In 1760 he published his fragments of ancient poetry collected in the Highlands, and alleged that his work was but a translation of Gaelic manuscripts. Whether the work of itself would have attracted attention is doubtful. But the fact that an abundance of literary material might be awaiting discovery led to an interest such as now attends the opening of an Egyptian tomb. And a subscription was promptly raised in Edinburgh to send Macpherson through the Highlands to collect more manuscripts. The result was the epic Fingal, 1762, that lank and lamentable counterfeit of poetry, as Swinburne calls it, which the author professed to have translated from the Gaelic of the poet Ossian. Its success was astonishing, and Macpherson followed it up with Tamora, 1763, another epic in the same strain. In both these works Macpherson succeeds in giving an air of primal grandeur to his heroes, the characters are big and shadowy. The imagery is at times magnificent, the language is a kind of chanting, bombastic prose. Now Fingal arose in his might and thrice he reared his voice. Cromla answered around, and the sons of the desert stood still. They bent their red faces to earth, ashamed at the presence of Fingal. He came like a cloud of rain in the days of the sun, when slow it rolls on the hill, and fields expect the shower. Swaran beheld the terrible king of Morven, and stopped in the midst of his course. Dark he leaned on his spear rolling his red eyes around. Silent and tall he seemed as an oak on the banks of Luber, which had its branches blasted of old by the lightning of heaven. His thousands pour around the hero, and the darkness of battle gathers on the hill. The publication of this gloomy, imaginative work produced a literary storm. A few critics, led by Dr. Johnson, demanded to see the original manuscripts, and when Macpherson refused to produce them, the Ossianic poems were branded as a forgery. Nevertheless, they had enormous success. Macpherson was honored as a literary explorer, he was given an official position, carrying a salary for life, and at his death, in 1796, he was buried in Westminster Abbey. Blake, Burns, and indeed most of the poets of the age were influenced by this sham poetry. Even the scholarly Gray was deceived and delighted with Ossian, and men as far apart as Goethe and Napoleon praised it immoderately. Thomas Chatterton, 1752–1770. This marvelous boy, to whom Keats dedicated his Endymion, and who is celebrated in Shelley's Adonais, is one of the saddest and most interesting figures of the Romantic revival. During his childhood he haunted the old church of St. Mary Redcliffe, in Bristol, where he was fascinated by the medieval air of the place, and especially by one old chest, known as Canninge's coffer, containing musty documents which had been preserved for 300 years. With strange, uncanny intentness the child pored over these relics of the past, copying them instead of his writing book, until he could imitate not only the spelling and language but even the handwriting of the original. Soon after the Ossian forgeries appeared, Chatterton began to produce documents, apparently very old, containing medieval poems, legends, and family histories, centering around two characters: Thomas Rowley, priest and poet, and William Canninge, merchant of Bristol in the days of Henry VI. It seems incredible that the whole design of these medieval romances should have been worked out by a child of 11, and that he could reproduce the style and the writing of Caxton's day so well that the printers were deceived. But such is the fact. More and more Rowley papers, as they were called, were produced by Chatterton apparently from the archives of the old church. In reality from his own imagination, delighting a large circle of readers, and deceiving all but Gray and a few scholars who recognized the occasional misuse of 15th-century English words. All this work was carefully finished, and bore the unmistakable stamp of literary genius. Reading now his Aella, or the Ballad of Charite, or the long poem in ballad style called Bristow Tragedy, it is hard to realize that it is a boy's work. At 17 years of age Chatterton went for a literary career to London, where he soon afterwards took poison and killed himself in a fit of childish despondency, brought on by poverty and hunger. Thomas Percy, 1729–1811. To Percy, Bishop of the Irish Church, in Dromore, we are indebted for the first attempt at a systematic collection of the folk songs and ballads which are counted among the treasures of a nation's literature. In 1765 he published, in 3 volumes, his famous Relics of Ancient English Poetry. The most valuable part of this work is the remarkable collection of Old English and Scottish ballads, such as Chevy Chase, the Nut Brown Maid, Children of the Wood, Battle of Audubon, and many more, which but for his labor might easily have perished. We have now much better and more reliable editions of these same ballads, for Percy garbled his materials, adding and subtracting freely, and even inventing a few ballads of his own. 2 motives probably influenced him in this. First, the different versions of the same ballad varied greatly, and Percy, in changing them to suit himself, took the same liberty as had many other writers in dealing with the same material. Second, Percy was under the influence of Johnson and his school, and thought it necessary to add a few elegant ballads to atone for the rudeness of the more obsolete poems. That sounds queer now, used as we are to exactness in dealing with historical and literary material, but it expresses the general spirit of the age in which he lived. Notwithstanding these drawbacks, Percy's Relics marks an epoch in the history of Romanticism, and it is difficult to measure its influence on the whole Romantic movement. Scott says of it, "The first time I could scrape a few shillings together, I bought myself a copy of these beloved volumes, nor do I believe I ever read a book half so frequently, or with half the enthusiasm." Scott's own poetry is strongly modelled upon these early ballads, and his minstrelsy of the Scottish border is due chiefly to the influence of Percy's work. Besides the relics, Percy has given us another good work in his Northern Antiquities, 1770, translated from the French of Mallet's History of Denmark. This also was of immense influence, since it introduced to English readers a new and fascinating mythology, more rugged and primitive than that of the Greeks. And we are still, in music as in letters, under the spell of Thor and Odin, of Frey and the Valkyr maidens, and of that stupendous drama of passion and tragedy which ended in the Twilight of the Gods. The literary world owes a debt of gratitude to Percy, who wrote nothing of importance himself, but who, by collecting and translating the works of other men, did much to hasten the triumph of Romanticism in the 19th century. 3. The first English novelists. The chief literary phenomena of the complex 18th century are the reign of so-called classicism, the revival of romantic poetry, and the discovery of the modern novel. Of these three, the last is probably the most important. Aside from the fact that the novel is the most modern, and at present the most widely read and influential type of literature, we have a certain pride in regarding it as England's original contribution to the world of letters. Other great types of literature, like the epic, the romance, and the drama, were first produced by other nations, but the idea of the modern novel seems to have been worked out largely on English soil. And in the number and the fine quality of her novelists, England has hardly been rivaled by any other nation. Before we study the writers who developed this new type of literature, it is well to consider briefly its meaning in history. The story element meaning of the novel. Probably the most significant remark made by the ordinary reader concerning a work of fiction takes the form of a question: is it a good story? For the reader of today is much like the child and the primitive man in this respect, that he must be attracted and held by the story element of a narrative before he learns to appreciate its style or moral significance. The story element is therefore essential to the novel, but where the story originates is impossible to say. As well might we seek for the origin of the race. For wherever primitive men are found, there we see them gathering eagerly about the storyteller. In the halls of our Saxon ancestors the scop and the tale-bringer were ever the most welcome guests. And in the bark wigwams of the American Indians the man who told the legends of Hiawatha had an audience quite as attentive as that which gathered at the Greek festivals to hear the story of Ulysses's wanderings. To man's instinct or innate love for a story we are indebted for all our literature, and the novel must in some degree satisfy this instinct, or fail of appreciation. The romance. The second question which we ask concerning a work of fiction is, how far does the element of imagination enter into it? For upon the element of imagination depends, largely, our classification of works of fiction into novels, romances, and mere adventure stories. The divisions here are as indefinite as the borderland between childhood and youth, between instinct and reason, but there are certain principles to guide us. We note, in the development of any normal child, that there comes a time when for his stories he desires knights, giants, elves, fairies, witches, magic, and marvelous adventures which have no basis in experience. He tells extraordinary tales about himself, which may be only the vague remembrances of a dream or the creations of a dawning imagination, both of which are as real to him as any other part of life. When we say that such a child romances, we give exactly the right name to it. For this sudden interest in extraordinary beings and events marks the development of the human imagination running riot at first, because it is not guided by reason, which is a later development. And to satisfy this new interest the romance was invented. The romance is, originally, a work of fiction in which the imagination is given full play without being limited by facts or probabilities. It deals with extraordinary events, with heroes whose powers are exaggerated, and often adds the element of superhuman or supernatural characters. It is impossible to draw the line where romance ends. But this element of excessive imagination and of impossible heroes and incidents is its distinguishing mark in every literature. The novel where the novel begins it is likewise impossible to say. But again we have a suggestion in the experience of every reader. There comes a time, naturally and inevitably, in the life of every youth when the romance no longer enthralls him. He lives in a world of facts. Gets acquainted with men and women, some good, some bad, but all human, and he demands that literature shall express life as he knows it by experience. This is the stage of the awakened intellect, and in our stories the intellect as well as the imagination must now be satisfied. At the beginning of this stage we delight in Robinson Crusoe. We read eagerly a multitude of adventure narratives and a few so-called historical novels, but in each case we must be lured by a story, must find heroes and moving accidents by flood and field to appeal to our imagination. And though the hero and the adventure may be exaggerated, they must both be natural and within the bounds of probability. Gradually the element of adventure or surprising incident grows less and less important, as we learn that true life is not adventurous, but a plain, heroic matter of work and duty, and the daily choice between good and evil. Life is the most real thing in the world now, not the life of kings, or heroes, or superhuman creatures, but the individual life with its struggles and temptations and triumphs or failures, like our own. And any work that faithfully represents life becomes interesting. So we drop the adventure story and turn to the novel. For the novel is a work of fiction in which the imagination and the intellect combine to express life in the form of a story, and the imagination is always directed and controlled by the intellect. It is interested chiefly, not in romance or adventure, but in men and women as they are. It aims to show the motives and influences which govern human life, and the effects of personal choice upon character and destiny. Such is the true novel, and as such it opens a wider and more interesting field than any other type of literature. Precursors of the novel. Before the novel could reach its modern stage, of a more or less sincere attempt to express human life and character, it had to pass through several centuries of almost imperceptible development. Among the early precursors of the novel we must place a collection of tales known as the Greek romances, dating from the 2nd to the 6th centuries. These are imaginative and delightful stories of ideal love and marvelous adventure, which profoundly affected romance writing for the next 1,000 years. A second group of predecessors is found in the Italian and Spanish pastoral romances, which were inspired by the eclogues of Virgil. These were extremely popular in the 14th and 15th centuries, and their influence is seen later in Sidney's Arcadia, which is the best of this type in English. The third and most influential group of predecessors of the novel is made up of the romances of chivalry, such as are found in Malory's Morte d'Arthur. It is noticeable, in reading these beautiful old romances in different languages, that each nation changes them somewhat, so as to make them more expressive of national traits and ideals. In a word, the old romance tends inevitably towards realism, especially in England, where the excessive imagination is curbed and the heroes become more human. In Malory, in the unknown author of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and especially in Chaucer, we see the effect of the practical English mind in giving these old romances a more natural setting, and in making the heroes suggest, though faintly, the men and women of their own day. The Canterbury Tales, with their story interest and their characters delightfully true to nature, have in them the suggestion, at least, of a connected story whose chief aim is to reflect life as it is. In the Elizabethan age the idea of the novel grows more definite. In Sidney's Arcadia, 1580, a romance of chivalry, the pastoral setting at least is generally true to nature. Our credulity is not taxed, as in the old romances, by the continual appearance of magic or miracles, and the characters, though idealized till they become tiresome, occasionally give the impression of being real men and women. In Bacon's The New Atlantis, 1627, we have the story of the discovery by mariners of an unknown country, inhabited by a superior race of men, more civilized than ourselves, an idea which had been used by More in his Utopia in 1516. These two books are neither romances nor novels, in the strict sense, but studies of social institutions. They use the connected story as a means of teaching moral lessons, and of bringing about needed reforms. And this valuable suggestion has been adopted by many of our modern writers in the so-called problem novels and novels of purpose. Nearer to the true novel is Lodge's romantic story of Rosalind, which was used by Shakespeare in As You Like It. This was modeled upon the Italian novella, or short story, which became very popular in England during the Elizabethan age. In the same age we have introduced into England the Spanish picaresque novel, from picaro, a knave or rascal, which at first was a kind of burlesque on the medieval romance, and which took for its hero some low scoundrel or outcast, instead of a knight, and followed him through a long career of scandals and villainies. One of the earliest types of this picaresque novel in English is Nash's The Unfortunate Traveller, or The Life of Jack Wilton, 1594, which is also a forerunner of the historical novel, since its action takes place during that gorgeous interview between Henry VIII and the King of France on the Field of the Cloth of Gold. In all these short stories and picaresque novels the emphasis was laid not so much on life and character as on the adventures of the hero, and the interest consisted largely in wondering what would happen next, and how the plot would end. The same method is employed in all trashy novels, and it is especially the bane of many modern story writers. This excessive interest in adventures or incidents for their own sake, and not for their effect on character, is what distinguishes the modern adventure story from the true novel. In the Puritan age we approach still nearer to the modern novel, especially in the work of Bunyan, and as the Puritan always laid emphasis on character, stories appeared having a definite moral purpose. Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress, 1678, differs from the Faerie Queene, and from all other medieval allegories, in this important respect that the characters, far from being bloodless abstractions, are but thinly disguised men and women. Indeed, many a modern man, reading the story of the Christian, has found in it the reflection of his own life and experience. In The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, 1682, we have another and even more realistic study of a man as he was in Bunyan's day. These two striking figures, Christian and Mr. Badman, belong among the great characters of English fiction. Bunyan's good work, his keen insight, his delineation of character, and his emphasis upon the moral effects of individual action was carried on by Addison in Steele some 30 years later. The character of Sir Roger de Coverley is a real reflection of English country life in the 18th century. And with Steele's domestic sketches in The Tatler, The Spectator, and The Guardian, 1709 to 1713, we definitely cross the borderland that lies outside of romance, and enter the region of character study where the novel has its beginning. The discovery of the modern novel. Notwithstanding this long history of fiction, to which we have called attention, it is safe to say that, until the publication of Richardson's Pamela in 1740, no true novel had appeared in any literature. By a true novel we mean simply a work of fiction which relates the story of a plain human life, under stress of emotion, which depends for its interest not on incident or adventure, but on its truth to nature. A number of English novelists, Goldsmith, Richardson, Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, all seem to have seized upon the idea of reflecting life as it is, in the form of a story, and to have developed it simultaneously. The result was an extraordinary awakening of interest, especially among people who had never before been greatly concerned with literature. We are to remember that, in previous periods, the number of readers was comparatively small. And that, with the exception of a few writers like Langland and Bunyan, authors wrote largely for the upper classes. In the 18th century the spread of education and the appearance of newspapers and magazines led to an immense increase in the number of readers, and at the same time the middle-class people assumed a foremost place in English life and history. These new readers and this new, powerful middle class had no classic tradition to hamper them. They cared little for the opinions of Dr. Johnson and the famous literary club. And, so far as they read fiction at all, they apparently took little interest in the exaggerated romances of impossible heroes and the picaresque stories of intrigue and villainy which had interested the upper classes. Some new type of literature was demanded. This new type must express the new ideal of the 18th century, namely, the value and the importance of the individual life. So the novel was born, expressing, though in a different way, exactly the same ideals of personality and of the dignity of common life which were later proclaimed in the American and in the French Revolution, and were welcomed with rejoicing by the poets of the Romantic Revival. To tell men, not about knights or kings or types of heroes, but about themselves in the guise of plain men and women, about their own thoughts and motives and struggles, and the results of actions upon their own characters. This was the purpose of our first novelists. The eagerness with which their chapters were read in England, and the rapidity with which their work was copied abroad, show how powerfully the new discovery appealed to readers everywhere. Before we consider the work of these writers who first developed the modern novel, we must glance at the work of a pioneer, Daniel Defoe, whom we place among the early novelists for the simple reason that we do not know how else to classify him. Daniel Defoe, 1661. -1731. To Defoe is often given the credit for the discovery of the modern novel, but whether or not he deserves that honor is an open question. Even a casual reading of Robinson Crusoe, 1719, which generally heads the list of modern fiction, shows that this exciting tale is largely an adventure story, rather than the study of human character which Defoe probably intended it to be. Young people still read it as they might a dime novel, skipping its moralizing passages and hurrying on to more adventures. But they seldom appreciate the excellent mature reasons which banish the dime novel to a secret place in the haymow, while Crusoe hangs proudly on the Christmas tree or holds an honored place on the family bookshelf. Defoe's apparition of Mrs. Veal, Memoirs of a Cavalier, and Journal of the Plague Year are such mixtures of fact, fiction, and credulity that they defy classification. While other so-called novels, like Captain Singleton, Moll Flanders, and Roxana, are but little better than picaresque stories, with a deal of unnatural moralizing and repentance added for puritanical effect. In Crusoe, Defoe brought the realistic adventure story to a very high stage of its development, but his works hardly deserve to be classed as true novels, which must subordinate incident to the faithful portrayal of human life and character. Daniel Defoe. Life. Defoe was the son of a London butcher named Foe, and kept his family name until he was 40 years of age, when he added the aristocratic prefix with which we have grown familiar. The events of his busy 70 years of life, in which he passed through all extremes, from poverty to wealth, from prosperous brickmaker to starveling journalist, from Newgate prison to immense popularity and royal favor, are obscure enough in details. But 4 facts stand out clearly, which help the reader to understand the character of his work. First, Defoe was a jack-at-all-trades, as well as a writer. His interest was largely with the working classes, and notwithstanding many questionable practices, he seems to have had some continued purpose of educating and uplifting the common people. This partially accounts for the enormous popularity of his works, and for the fact that they were criticized by literary men as being fit only for the kitchen. Second, he was a radical nonconformist in religion, and was intended by his father for the independent ministry. The Puritan zeal for reform possessed him, and he tried to do by his pen what Wesley was doing by his preaching, without, however, having any great measure of the latter's sincerity or singleness of purpose. This zeal for reform marks all his numerous works, and accounts for the moralizing to be found everywhere. Third, Defoe was a journalist and pamphleteer, with a reporter's eye for the picturesque and a newspaper man's instinct for making a good story. He wrote an immense number of pamphlets, poems, and magazine articles. Conducted several papers, one of the most popular, the Review, being issued from prison, and the fact that they often blew hot and cold upon the same question was hardly noticed. Indeed, so extraordinarily interesting and plausible were Defoe's articles that he generally managed to keep employed by the party in power, whether Whig or Tory. This long journalistic career, lasting half a century, accounts for his direct, simple, narrative style, which holds us even now by its intense reality. To Defoe's genius we are also indebted for 2 discoveries, the Interview and the leading editorial, both of which are still in daily use in our best newspapers. The 4th fact to remember is that Defoe knew prison life, and thereby hangs a tale. In 1702 Defoe published a remarkable pamphlet called The Shortest Way with the Dissenters, supporting the claims of the free churches against the high flyers, i.e. Tories and Anglicans. In a vein of grim humor which recalls Swift's modest proposal, Defoe advocated hanging all dissenting ministers, and sending all members of the free churches into exile. And so ferociously realistic was the satire that both dissenters and Tories took the author literally. Defoe was tried, found guilty of seditious libel, and sentenced to be fined, to stand 3 days in the pillory, and to be imprisoned. Hardly had the sentence been pronounced when Defoe wrote his Hymn to the Pillory. Hail hieroglyphic state machine! Contrived to punish fancy in. A set of doggerel verses ridiculing his prosecutors, which Defoe, with a keen eye for advertising, scattered all over London. Crowds flocked to cheer him in the pillory, and seeing that Defoe was making popularity out of persecution, his enemies bundled him off to Newgate prison. He turned this experience also to account by publishing a popular newspaper, and by getting acquainted with rogues, pirates, smugglers, and miscellaneous outcasts, each one with a good story to be used later. After his release from prison, in 1704, he turned his knowledge of criminals to further account, and entered the government employ as a kind of spy or secret service agent. His prison experience, and the further knowledge of criminals gained in over 20 years as a spy, accounts for his numerous stories of thieves and pirates, Jonathan Wild and Captain Avery, and also for his later novels, which deal almost exclusively with villains and outcasts. When Defoe was nearly 60 years of age he turned to fiction and wrote the great work by which he is remembered. Robinson Crusoe was an instant success, and the author became famous all over Europe. Other stories followed rapidly, and Defoe earned money enough to retire to Newington and live in comfort, but not idly, for his activity in producing fiction is rivaled only by that of Walter Scott. Thus, in 1720 appeared Captain Singleton, Duncan Campbell, and Memoirs of a Cavalier, in 1722, Colonel Jack, Moll Flanders, and the amazingly realistic Journal of the Plague Year. So the list grows with astonishing rapidity, ending with the History of the Devil in 1726. In the latter year Defoe's secret connection with the government became known, and a great howl of indignation rose against him in the public print, destroying in an hour the popularity which he had gained by a lifetime of intrigue and labor. He fled from his home to London, where he died obscurely, in 1731, while hiding from real or imaginary enemies. Works of Defoe. At the head of the list stands Robinson Crusoe, 1719–1720, one of the few books in any literature which has held its popularity undiminished for nearly 2 centuries. The story is based upon the experiences of Alexander Selkirk, or Selcraig, who had been marooned in the island of Juan Fernandez, off the coast of Chile, and who had lived there in solitude for 5 years. On his return to England in 1709, Selkirk's experiences became known, and Steele published an account of them in the Englishman, without, however, attracting any wide attention. That Defoe used Selkirk's story is practically certain. But with his usual duplicity he claimed to have written Crusoe in 1708, a year before Selkirk's return. However that may be, the story itself is real enough to have come straight from a sailor's logbook. Defoe, as shown in his Journal of the Plague Year and his Memoirs of a Cavalier, had the art of describing things he had never seen with the accuracy of an eyewitness. Robinson Crusoe. The charm of the story is its intense reality, in the succession of thoughts, feelings, incidents, which every reader recognizes to be absolutely true to life. At first glance it would seem that one man on a desert island could not possibly furnish the material for a long story. But as we read we realize with amazement that every slightest thought and action, that saving of the cargo of the shipwrecked vessel, the preparation for defense against imaginary foes, the intense agitation over the discovery of a footprint in the sand, is a record of what the reader himself would do and feel if he were alone in such a place. Defoe's long and varied experience now stood him in good stead. In fact, he was the only man of letters in his time who might have been thrown on a desert island without finding himself at a loss what to do. And he puts himself so perfectly in his hero's place that he repeats his blunders as well as his triumphs. Thus, what reader ever followed Defoe's hero through weary, feverish months of building a huge boat, which was too big to be launched by one man, without recalling some boy who spent many stormy days in shed or cellar building a boat or dog house? And who, when the thing was painted and finished, found it a foot wider than the door, and had to knock it to pieces? This absolute naturalness characterizes the whole story. It is a study of the human will, also of patience, fortitude, and the indomitable Saxon spirit overcoming all obstacles. And it was this element which made Rousseau recommend Robinson Crusoe as a better treatise on education than anything which Aristotle or the moderns had ever written. And this suggests the most significant thing about Defoe's masterpiece, namely, that the hero represents the whole of human society, doing with his own hands all the things which, by the division of labor and the demands of modern civilization, are now done by many different workers. He is therefore the type of the whole civilized race of men. In the remaining works of Defoe, more than 200 in number, there is an astonishing variety, but all are marked by the same simple, narrative style, and the same intense realism. The best known of these are the Journal of the Plague Year, in which the horrors of a frightful plague are minutely recorded, the Memoirs of a Cavalier, so realistic that Chatham quoted it as history in Parliament, and several picaresque novels, like Captain Singleton, Colonel Jack, Moll Flanders, and Roxana. The last work is by some critics given a very high place in realistic fiction, but like the other three, and like Defoe's minor narratives of Jack Sheppard and Cartouche, it is a disagreeable study of vice, ending with a forced and unnatural repentance. Samuel Richardson, 1689–1761. To Richardson belongs the credit of writing the first modern novel. He was the son of a London joiner, who, for economy's sake, resided in some unknown town in Derbyshire, where Samuel was born in 1689. The boy received very little education, but he had a natural talent for writing letters, and even as a boy we find him frequently employed by working girls to write their love letters for them. This early experience, together with his fondness for the society of his dearest ladies, rather than of men, gave him that intimate knowledge of the hearts of sentimental and uneducated women which is manifest in all his work. Moreover, he was a keen observer of manners, and his surprisingly accurate descriptions often compel us to listen, even when he is most tedious. At 17 years of age he went to London and learned the printer's trade, which he followed to the end of his life. When 50 years of age he had a small reputation as a writer of elegant epistles, and this reputation led certain publishers to approach him with a proposal that he write a series of familiar letters, which could be used as models by people unused to writing. Richardson gladly accepted the proposal, and had the happy inspiration to make these letters tell the connected story of a girl's life. Defoe had told an adventure story of human life on a desert island, but Richardson would tell the story of a girl's inner life in the midst of English neighbors. That sounds simple enough now, but it marked an epoch in the history of literature. Like every other great and simple discovery, it makes us wonder why someone had not thought of it before. Richardson's novels. The result of Richardson's inspiration was Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, an endless series of letters telling of the trials, tribulations, and the final happy marriage of a too-sweet young maiden. Published in 4 volumes extending over the years 1740 and 1741. Its chief fame lies in the fact that it is our first novel in the modern sense. Aside from this important fact, and viewed solely as a novel, it is sentimental, grandiloquent, and wearisome. Its success at the time was enormous, and Richardson began another series of letters, He Could Tell a Story in No Other Way, which occupied his leisure hours for the next 6 years. The result was Clarissa, or The History of a Young Lady, published in 8 volumes in 1747 to 1748. This was another, and somewhat better, sentimental novel, and it was received with immense enthusiasm. Of all Richardson's heroines, Clarissa is the most human. In her doubts and scruples of conscience, and especially in her bitter grief and humiliation, she is a real woman, in marked contrast with the mechanical hero, Lovelace, who simply illustrates the author's inability to portray a man's character. The dramatic element in this novel is strong, and is increased by means of the letters, which enable the reader to keep close to the characters of the story and to see life from their different viewpoints. Macaulay, who was deeply impressed by Clarissa, is said to have made the remark that, were the novel lost, he could restore almost the whole of it from memory. Richardson now turned from his middle-class heroines, and in 5 or 6 years completed another series of letters, in which he attempted to tell the story of a man and an aristocrat. The result was Sir Charles Grandison, 1754, a novel in 7 volumes, whose hero was intended to be a model of aristocratic manners and virtues for the middle-class people, who largely constituted the novelist's readers. For Richardson, who began in Pamela with the purpose of teaching his hearers how to write, ended with the deliberate purpose of teaching them how to live. And in most of his work his chief object was, in his own words, to inculcate virtue and good deportment. His novels, therefore, suffer as much from his purpose as from his own limitations. Notwithstanding his tedious moralizing and his other defects, Richardson in these 3 books gave something entirely new to the literary world, and the world appreciated the gift. This was the story of human life, told from within, and depending for its interest not on incident or adventure, but on its truth to human nature. Reading his work is, on the whole, like examining the antiquated model of a stern-wheel steamer. It is interesting for its undeveloped possibilities rather than for its achievement. Henry Fielding, 1707–1754. Life. Judged by his ability alone, Fielding was the greatest of this new group of novel writers, and one of the most artistic that our literature has produced. He was born in East Stour, Dorsetshire, in 1707. In contrast with Richardson, he was well educated, having spent several years at the famous Eton School, and taken a degree in letters at the University of Leiden in 1728. Moreover, he had a deeper knowledge of life, gained from his own varied and sometimes riotous experience. For several years after returning from Leiden he gained a precarious living by writing plays, farces, and buffoneries for the stage. In 1735 he married an admirable woman, of whom we have glimpses in 2 of his characters, Amelia, and Sophia Western, and lived extravagantly on her little fortune at East Stour. Having used up all his money, he returned to London and studied law, gaining his living by occasional plays and by newspaper work. For 10 years, or more, little is definitely known of him, save that he published his first novel, Joseph Andrews, in 1742, and that he was made Justice of the Peace for Westminster in 1748. The remaining years of his life, in which his best novels were written, were not given to literature, but rather to his duties as magistrate. And especially to breaking up the gangs of thieves and cutthroats which infested the streets of London after nightfall. He died in Lisbon, whither he had gone for his health, in 1754, and lies buried there in the English cemetery. The pathetic account of this last journey, together with an inkling of the generosity and kind-heartedness of the man, notwithstanding the scandals and irregularities of his life, are found in his last work, The Journal of a Voyage to Lisbon. Fielding's work. Fielding's first novel, Joseph Andrews, 1742, was inspired by the success of Pamela, and began as a burlesque of the false sentimentality and the conventional virtues of Richardson's heroine. He took for his hero the alleged brother of Pamela, who was exposed to the same kind of temptations, but who, instead of being rewarded for his virtue, was unceremoniously turned out of doors by his mistress. There the burlesque ends. The hero takes to the open road, and Fielding forgets all about Pamela in telling the adventures of Joseph and his companion, Parson Adams. Unlike Richardson, who has no humor, who minces words, and moralizes, and dotes on the sentimental woes of his heroines, Fielding is direct, vigorous, hilarious, and coarse to the point of vulgarity. He is full of animal spirits, and he tells the story of a vagabond life, not for the sake of moralizing, like Richardson, or for emphasizing a forced repentance, like Defoe, but simply because it interests him. And his only concern is, to laugh men out of their follies. So his story, though it abounds in unpleasant incidents, generally leaves the reader with the strong impression of reality. Fielding's later novels are Jonathan Wild, The Story of a Rogue, which suggests Defoe's narrative. The History of Tom Jones, a Foundling, 1749, his best work, and Amelia, 1751, the story of a good wife in contrast with an unworthy husband. His strength in all these works is in the vigorous but coarse figures, like those of Jan Steen's pictures, which fill most of his pages. His weakness is in lack of taste, and in barrenness of imagination or invention, which leads him to repeat his plots and incidents with slight variations. In all his work sincerity is perhaps the most marked characteristic. Fielding likes virile men, just as they are, good and bad, but detests shams of every sort. His satire has none of Swift's bitterness, but is subtle as that of Chaucer, and good-natured as that of Steele. He never moralizes, though some of his powerfully drawn scenes suggest a deeper moral lesson than anything in Defoe or Richardson. And he never judges even the worst of his characters without remembering his own frailty and tempering justice with mercy. On the whole, though much of his work is perhaps in bad taste and is too coarse for pleasant or profitable reading, Fielding must be regarded as an artist, a very great artist, in realistic fiction. And the advanced student who reads him will probably concur in the judgment of a modern critic that, by giving us genuine pictures of men and women of his own age, without moralizing over their vices and virtues, he became the real founder of the modern novel. Smollett and Sterne. Tobias Smollett, 1721–1771, apparently tried to carry on Fielding's work. But he lacked Fielding's genius, as well as his humor and inherent kindness, and so crowded his pages with the horrors and brutalities which are sometimes mistaken for realism. Smollett was a physician, of eccentric manners and ferocious instincts, who developed his unnatural peculiarities by going as a surgeon on a battleship, where he seems to have picked up all the evils of the Navy and of the medical profession to use later in his novels. Smollett's novels. His three best-known works are Roderick Random, 1748, a series of adventures related by the hero, Peregrine Pickle, 1751, in which he reflects with brutal directness the worst of his experiences at sea, and Humphrey Clinker, 1771, his last work, recounting the mild adventures of a Welsh family in a journey through England and Scotland. This last alone can be generally read without arousing the reader's profound disgust. Without any particular ability, he models his novels on Don Quixote, and the result is simply a series of coarse adventures which are characteristic of the picaresque novel of his age. Were it not for the fact that he unconsciously imitates Johnson's every man in his humor, he would hardly be named among our writers of fiction. But in seizing upon some grotesque habit or peculiarity and making a character out of it, such as Commodore Trunnion in Peregrine Pickle, Matthew Bramble in Humphrey Clinker, and Bowling in Roderick Random, he laid the foundation for that exaggeration in portraying human eccentricities which finds a climax in Dickens's caricatures. Lawrence Sterne, 1713–1768, has been compared to a little bronze satyr of antiquity in whose hollow body exquisite odors were stored. That is true, so far as the satyr is concerned, for a more weazened, unlovely personality would be hard to find. The only question in the comparison is in regard to the character of the odors, and that is a matter of taste. In his work he is the reverse of Smollett, the latter being given over to coarse vulgarities, which are often mistaken for realism. The former to whims and vagaries and sentimental tears, which frequently only disguise a sneer at human grief and pity. Sterne's work. The two books by which Sterne is remembered are Tristram Shandy and A Sentimental Journey Through France and Italy. These are termed novels for the simple reason that we know not what else to call them. The former was begun, in his own words, with no real idea of how it was to turn out. Its 9 volumes, published at intervals from 1760 to 1767, proceeded in the most aimless way, recording the experiences of the eccentric Shandy family, and the book was never finished. Its strength lies chiefly in its brilliant style, the most remarkable of the age, and in its odd characters, like Uncle Toby and Corporal Trim, which, with all their eccentricities, are so humanized by the author's genius that they belong among the great creations of our literature. The Sentimental Journey is a curious combination of fiction, sketches of travel, miscellaneous essays on odd subjects, all marked by the same brilliancy of style, and all stamped with Sterne's false attitude towards everything in life. Many of its best passages were either adapted or taken bodily from Burton, Rabelais, and a score of other writers. So that, in reading Sterne, one is never quite sure how much is his own work, though the mark of his grotesque genius is on every page. The First Novelists and Their Work. With the publication of Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield in 1766, the first series of English novels came to a suitable close. Of this work, with its abundance of homely sentiment clustering about the family life as the most sacred of Anglo-Saxon institutions, we have already spoken if we accept Robinson Crusoe, as an adventure story. The Vicar of Wakefield is the only novel of the period which can be freely recommended to all readers, as giving an excellent idea of the new literary type, which was perhaps more remarkable for its promise than for its achievement. In the short space of 25 years there suddenly appeared and flourished a new form of literature, which influenced all Europe for nearly a century, and which still furnishes the largest part of our literary enjoyment. Each successive novelist brought some new element to the work, as when Fielding supplied animal vigor and humor to Richardson's analysis of a human heart, and Sterne added brilliancy. And Goldsmith emphasized purity and the honest domestic sentiments which are still the greatest ruling force among men. So these early workers were like men engaged in carving a perfect cameo from the reverse side. One works the profile, another the eyes, a third the mouth and the fine lines of character. And not till the work is finished, and the cameo turned, do we see the complete human face and read its meaning. Such, in a parable, is the story of the English novel. Summary of the 18th century. The period we are studying is included between the English Revolution of 1688 and the beginning of the French Revolution of 1789. Historically, the period begins in a remarkable way by the adoption of the Bill of Rights in 1689. This famous bill was the third and final step in the establishment of constitutional government, the first step being the Great Charter, 1215, and the second the Petition of Right, 1628. The modern form of cabinet government was established in the reign of George I, 1714 to 1727. The foreign prestige of England was strengthened by the victories of Marlborough on the continent, in the War of the Spanish Succession. And the bounds of empire were enormously increased by Clive in India, by Cook in Australia and the islands of the Pacific, and by English victories over the French in Canada and the Mississippi Valley, during the 7 Years, or French and Indian Wars. Politically, the country was divided into Whigs and Tories, the former seeking greater liberty for the people, the latter upholding the king against popular government. The continued strife between these two political parties had a direct, and generally a harmful, influence on literature, as many of the great writers were used by the Whig or Tory party to advance its own interests and to satirize its enemies. Notwithstanding this perpetual strife of parties, the age is remarkable for the rapid social development, which soon expressed itself in literature. Clubs and coffeehouses multiplied, and the social life of these clubs resulted in better manners, in a general feeling of toleration, and especially in a kind of superficial elegance which shows itself in most of the prose and poetry of the period. On the other hand, the moral standard of the nation was very low, bands of rowdies infested the city streets after nightfall, bribery and corruption were the rule in politics, and drunkenness was frightfully prevalent among all classes. Swift's degraded race of yahoos is a reflection of the degradation to be seen in multitudes of London saloons. This low standard of morals emphasizes the importance of the great Methodist revival under Whitefield and Wesley, which began in the second quarter of the 18th century. The literature of the century is remarkably complex, but we may classify it all under three general heads: the reign of so-called classicism, the revival of romantic poetry, and the beginning of the modern novel. The first half of the century, especially, is an age of prose, owing largely to the fact that the practical and social interests of the age demanded expression. Modern newspapers, like the Chronicle, Post and Times, and literary magazines, like the Tatler and Spectator, which began in this age, greatly influenced the development of a serviceable prose style. The poetry of the first half of the century, as typified in Pope, was polished, unimaginative, formal, and the closed couplet was in general use, supplanting all other forms of verse. Both prose and poetry were too frequently satiric, and satire does not tend to produce a high type of literature. These tendencies in poetry were modified, in the latter part of the century, by the revival of romantic poetry. In our study we have noted, 1. The Augustan or Classic Age, the meaning of classicism, the life and work of Alexander Pope, the greatest poet of the age, of Jonathan Swift, the satirist, of Joseph Addison, the essayist. Of Richard Steele, who was the original genius of the Tatler and the Spectator, of Samuel Johnson, who for nearly half a century was the dictator of English letters, of James Boswell, who gave us the immortal life of Johnson. Of Edmund Burke, the greatest of English orators, and of Edward Gibbon, the historian, famous for his decline and fall of the Roman Empire. 2. The revival of Romantic poetry, the meaning of Romanticism, the life and work of Thomas Gray. Of Oliver Goldsmith, famous as poet, dramatist, and novelist, of William Cowper, of Robert Burns, the greatest of Scottish poets, of William Blake, the mystic. And the minor poets of the early Romantic movement, James Thomson, William Collins, George Crabbe, James Macpherson, author of the Ossian poems, Thomas Chatterton, the boy who originated the Rowley Papers, and Thomas Percy, whose work for literature was to collect the old ballads, which he called the relics of ancient English poetry, and to translate the stories of Norse mythology in his Northern Antiquities. 3. The first English novelists, the meaning and history of the modern novel, the life and work of Daniel Defoe, author of Robinson Crusoe, who is hardly to be called a novelist, but whom we placed among the pioneers. And the novels of Richardson, Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, and Goldsmith. Selections for reading. Manly's English Poetry and Manly's English Prose, Ginn and Company, are two excellent volumes containing selections from all authors studied. Ward's English Poets, 4 volumes, Craik's English Prose Selections, 5 volumes, and Garnett's English Prose from Elizabeth to Victoria are useful for supplementary reading. All important works should be read entire, in one of the following inexpensive editions, published for school use. For titles and publishers, see General Bibliography at end of this book. Pope. Rape of the Lock and Other Poems, edited by Parrott, in Standard English Classics. Various other school editions of the Essay on Man, and Rape of the Lock, in Riverside Literature Series, Pocket Classics, etc. Pope's Iliad, I, 6, XXII, Ziv, in Standard English Classics, etc. Selections from Pope, edited by Reed, in Holt's English Readings. Swift. Gulliver's Travels, School Edition by Ginn and Company, also in Temple Classics, etc. Selections from Swift, edited by Winchester, in Athenaeum Press, announced, the same, edited by Craik, in Clarendon Press, the same, edited by Prescott, in Holt's English Readings. Battle of the Books, in King's Classics, Bond's Library, etc. Addison and Steele. Sir Roger de Coverley Papers, in Standard English Classics, Riverside Literature, etc., selections from Addison, edited by Wendell and Greenough, and selections from Steele, edited by Carpenter, both in Athenaeum Press. Various other selections, in Golden Treasury Series, Camelot Series, Holt's English Readings, etc. Johnson. Lives of the Poets, in Castle's National Library, Selected Essays, edited by G. B. Hill, Dent, Selections, in Little Masterpieces Series. Rasselas, in Holt's English Readings, and in Morley's Universal Library. Boswell. Life of Johnson, 2 volumes, in Everyman's Library, the same, 3 volumes, in Library of English Classics, also in Temple Classics, and Bond's Library. Burke. American Taxation, Conciliation with America, Letter to a Noble Lord, in Standard English Classics, various speeches, in Pocket Classics, Riverside Literature Series, etc., selections, edited by B. Perry, Holt, Speeches on America, Heath, etc. Gibbon. The Student's Gibbon, Abridged, Murray, Memoirs, edited by Emerson, in Athenaeum Press. Gray. Selections, edited by W. L. Phelps, in Athenaeum Press, selections from Gray and Cooper, in Canterbury Poets, Riverside Literature, etc. Gray's Elegy, in selections from 5 English poets, Ginn and Company. Goldsmith. Deserted Village, in Standard English Classics, etc., Vicar of Wakefield, in Standard English Classics, Everyman's Library, King's Classics, etc. She Stoops to Conquer, in Pocket Classics, Bell's Lettres Series, etc. Cooper. Selections, edited by Murray, in Athenaeum Press, Selections, in Castle's National Library, Canterbury Poets, etc., The Task, in Temple Classics. Burns. Representative Poems, with Carlyle's essay on Burns, edited by C. L. Hanson, in Standard English Classics, Selections, in Pocket Classics, Riverside Literature, etc. Blake. Poems, edited by W. B. Yeats, in Muse's Library. Selections, in Canterbury Poets, etc. Minor Poets. Thomson, Collins, Crabbe, etc. Selections, in Manley's English Poetry. Thomson's The Seasons, and Castle of Indolence, in Modern Classics, the same poems in Clarendon Press, and in Temple Classics. Selections from Thomson, in Castle's National Library. Chatterton's Poems, in Canterbury Poets. Macpherson's Ossian, in Canterbury Poets. Percy's Relics, in Everyman's Library, Chandos Classics, Bond's Library, etc. More recent and reliable collections of popular ballads, for school use, are Gummier's Old English Ballads, in Athenaeum Press, the Ballad Book, edited by Allingham, in Goldern Treasury Series. Gailey and Flaherty's Poetry of the People, Ginn and Company, etc. See bibliography on page 64. Defoe. Robinson Crusoe, School Edition, by Ginn and Company, the same in Pocket Classics, etc. Journal of the Plague Year, edited by Hurlbut, Ginn and Company, the same, in Everyman's Library, etc., Essay on Projects, in Castle's National Library. The Novelists. Manley's English Prose, Craik's English Prose Selections, Volume 4. Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield, see above, Selected Essays of Fielding, edited by Gerald, in Athenaeum Press. Bibliography. History. Textbook, Montgomery, pages 280 to 322, Cheney, pages 516 to 574. General Works, Green, ch 9, Sector 7, to ch 10, Sector 4. Trail, Gardiner, Macaulay, etc. Special Works, Lecky's History of England in the 18th Century, Volumes 1 to 3, Morris's The Age of Queen Anne and the Early Hanoverians, Epochs of Modern History, Seeley's The Expansion of England. Macaulay's Clive, and Chatham, Thackeray's The Four Georges, and the English Humorists, Ashton's Social Life in the Reign of Queen Anne, Susan Hale's Men and Manners of the 18th Century. Sidney's England and the English in the 18th Century. Literature. General Works. The Cambridge Literature, Taine, Saintsbury, etc. Special Works. Perry's English Literature in the 18th Century, L. Stevens' English Literature in the 18th Century, Seckham's The Age of Johnson, Dennis's The Age of Pope, Goss's History of English Literature in the 18th Century. Whitwell's Some 18th Century Men of Letters, Cooper, Sterne, Fielding, Goldsmith, Gray, Johnson, and Boswell, Johnson's 18th Century Letters and Letter Writers, Williams's English Letters and Letter Writers of the 18th Century. Minto's Manual of English Prose Writers, Clark's Study of English Prose Writers, Bourne's English Newspapers, J. B. Williams's A History of English Journalism, L. Stevens' History of English Thought in the 18th Century. The Romantic Revival. W. L. Phelps's The Beginnings of the English Romantic Movement, Beers's English Romanticism in the 18th Century. The Novel. Raleigh's The English Novel, Simons's An Introduction to the Study of English Fiction. Cross's The Development of the English Novel, Jusserand's The English Novel in the Time of Shakespeare, Stoddard's The Evolution of the English Novel, Warren's The History of the English Novel Previous to the 17th Century. Masson's British Novelists and Their Styles, S. Lanier's The English Novel, Hamilton's The Materials and Methods of Fiction, Perry's A Study of Prose Fiction. Pope. Texts, Works in Globe edition, edited by A. W. Ward, in Cambridge Poets, edited by H. W. Boynton, Satires and Epistles, in Clarendon Press, Letters, in English Letters and Letter Writers of the 18th Century, edited by H. Williams, Bell. Life, by Courthope, by L. Stephen, English Men of Letters series. By Ward, in Globe edition, by Johnson, in Lives of the Poets, Castle's National Library, etc. Criticism, Essays, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library, by Lowell, in My Study Windows. By De Quincey, in Biographical Essays, and in Essays on the Poets, by Thackeray, in English Humorists, by Sainte Beuve, in English Portraits. Warton's Genius and Writings of Pope, interesting chiefly from the historical viewpoint, as the first definite and extended attack on Pope's writings. Swift. Texts, Works, 19 volumes, edition by Walter Scott, Edinburgh, 1814–1824. Best edition of prose works is edited by T. Scott, with introduction by Lecky, 12 volumes, Bond's Library, Selections, edited by Winchester, Gin and Company, also in Camelot series, Carisbrooke Library, etc. Journal to Stella, Dutton, also Putnam, Letters, in 18th Century Letters and Letter Writers, edition by T. B. Johnson. Life, by L. Stephen, English Men of Letters, by Collins, by Craik, by J. Forster, by Macaulay, by Walter Scott. By Johnson, in Lives of the Poets. Criticism, Essays, by Thackeray, in English Humorists, by A. Dobson, in 18th Century Vignettes, by Masson, in The Three Devils and Other Essays. Addison. Texts, Works, in Bond's British Classics. Selections, in Athenaeum Press, etc. Life, by Lucy Aiken, by Courthope, English Men of Letters, by Johnson, in Lives of the Poets. Criticism, Essays, by Macaulay, by Thackeray. Steele. Texts, Selections, edited by Carpenter in Athenaeum Press, Gin and Company, various other selections published by Putnam, Bangs, in Camelot series, etc., plays, edited by Aitken, in Mermaid series. Life, by Aitken, by A. Dobson, English Worthies series. Criticism, Essays by Thackeray, by Dobson, in 18th Century Vignettes. Johnson. Texts, Works, edited by Walesby, 11 volumes, Oxford, 1825, the same, edited by G. B. Hill, in Clarendon Press. Essays, edited by G. B. Hill, Dent, the same, in Camelot series, Rasselas, various school editions, by Gin and Company, Holt, etc., selections from Lives of the Poets, with Macaulay's Life of Johnson, edited by Matthew Arnold, Macmillan. Life, Boswell's Life of Johnson, in Everyman's Library, Temple Classics, Library of English Classics, etc., by L. Stephen, English Men of Letters, by Grant. Criticism, G. B. Hill's Dr. Johnson, His Friends and Critics, Essays, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library, by Macaulay, Birrell, etc. Boswell. Texts, Life of Johnson, edited by G. B. Hill, London, 1874, various other editions, see above. Life, by Fitzgerald, London, 1891, Rogers Boswelliana, London, 1874. Whitfield Some 18th Century Men of Letters. Burke. Texts, Works, 12 volumes, Boston, 1871, reprinted, 6 volumes, in Bond's Library, Selected Works, edited by Payne, in Clarendon Press, on the Sublime and Beautiful, in Temple Classics. For various speeches, see selections for reading, above. Life, by Prior, by Morley, English Men of Letters. Criticism, Essay, by Birrell, in Obiter Dicta. See also Dowden's French Revolution and English Literature, and Woodrow Wilson's Mere Literature. Gibbon. Texts, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, edited by Berry, 7 volumes, London, 1896–1900, various other editions. The Student's Gibbon, abridged, Murray, Memoirs, edited by Emerson, in Athenaeum Press, Gin and Company. Life, by Morrison, English Men of Letters. Criticism, Essays, by Birrell, in Collected Essays and Residential Judicati. By Stephen, in Studies of a Biographer, by Robertson, in Pioneer Humanists, by Frederick Harrison, in Ruskin and Other Literary Estimates, by Bagehot, in Literary Studies, by Sainte-Beuve, in English Portraits. See also Anton's Masters in History. Sheridan. Texts, Speeches, 5 volumes, London, 1816, Plays, edited by W. F. Ray, London, 1902, the same, edited by R. Dirks, in Camelot Series, Major Dramas, in Athenaeum Press. Plays also in Morley's Universal Library, Macmillan's English Classics, etc. Life, by Ray, by M. Oliphant, English Men of Letters, by L. Sanders, Great Writers. Gray. Texts, Works, edited by Goss, Macmillan. Poems, in Routledge's Pocket Library, Chandos Classics, etc., Selections, in Athenaeum Press, etc., Letters, edited by D. C. Tovey, Bone. Life, by Goss, English Men of Letters. Criticism, Essays, by Lowell, in Latest Literary Essays, by M. Arnold, in Essays in Criticism, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library, by A. Dobson, in 18th-century Vignettes. Goldsmith. Texts, edited by Masson, Globe Edition, Works, edited by Aiken and Tuckerman, Crowell, the same, edited by A. Dobson, Dent, Morley's Universal Library, Arbor's The Goldsmith Anthology, Froude. See also Selections for Reading, above. Life, by Washington Irving, by A. Dobson, Great Writers Series, by Black, English Men of Letters, by J. Forster. By Pryor. Criticism, Essays, by Macaulay, by Thackeray, by De Quincey, by A. Dobson, in Miscellanies. Cooper. Texts, Works, Globe and Aldine editions, also in Chandos Classics, Selections, in Athenaeum Press, Canterbury Poets, etc. The Correspondence of William Cooper, edited by T. Wright, 4 volumes, Dodd, Mead and Company. Life, by Goldwin Smith, English Men of Letters, by Wright, by Southey. Criticism, Essays, by L. Stephen, by Bagehot, by Sainte-Beuve, by Birrell. By Stopford Brooke, by A. Dobson, see above. See also Woodberry's Makers of Literature. Burns. Texts, Works, Cambridge Poets Edition, containing Henley's study of Burns, Globe and Aldine editions, Clarendon Press, Canterbury Poets, etc. Selections, in Athenaeum Press, etc., Letters, in Camelot Series. Life, by Cunningham, by Henley, by Seatown, by Blackie, Great Writers, by Sherp, English Men of Letters. Criticism, Essays, by Carlyle, by R. L. Stevenson, in Familiar Studies. By Hazlitt, in Lectures on the English Poets, by Stopford Brooke, in Theology in the English Poets, by J. Forster, in Great Teachers. Blake. Texts, Poems, Aldine edition, also in Canterbury Poets. Complete Works, edited by Ellis and Yates, London, 1893, Selections, edited by W. B. Yeats, in the Muses Library, Dutton, Letters, with Life by F. Tatum, edited by A. G. B. Russell, Scribners, 1896. Life, by Gilchrist, by Story, by Simons. Criticism, Swinburne's William Blake, A Critical Study, Ellis's The Real Blake, McClure, 1907, Elizabeth Cary's The Art of William Blake, Moffat, Yard and Company, 1907. Essay, by A. C. Benson, in Essays. Thomson. Texts, Works, Aldine edition. The Seasons, and Castle of Indolence, in Clarendon Press, etc. Life, by Bain, by G. B. Macaulay, English Men of Letters. Essay, by Hazlitt, in Lectures on the English Poets. Collins. Works, edited by Bronson, in Athenaeum Press. Also in Aldine edition. Life, by Johnson, in Lives of the Poets. Essay, by Swinburne, in Miscellanies. See also Beers's English Romanticism in the 18th Century. Crabbe. Works, with memoir by his son, G. Crabbe, 8 volumes, London, 1834 to 1835. Poems, edited by A. W. Ward, 3 volumes, in Cambridge English Classics, Cambridge, 1905, Selections, in Temple Classics, Canterbury Poets, etc. Life, by Keble, Great Writers, by Anger, English Men of Letters. Essays, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library, by Woodberry, in Makers of Literature, by Saintsbury, in Essays in English Literature, by Courthope, in Ward's English Poets, by Edward Fitzgerald, in Miscellanies, by Hazlitt, in Spirit of the Age. Macpherson. Texts, Ossian, in Canterbury Poets, Poems, translated by Macpherson, edited by Todd, London, 1888. Life and Letters, edited by Saunders, London, 1894. Criticism, J. S. Smart's James Macpherson, Nutt, 1905. See also Beers's English Romanticism. For relation of Macpherson's work to the original Ossian, see Dean of Lismore's book, edited by MacLauchlan, Edinburgh, 1862, also Poems of Ossian, translated by Clerk, Edinburgh, 1870. Chatterton. Works, edited by Skeat, London, 1875. Poems, in Canterbury Poets. Life, by Russell, by Wilson, Masson's Chatterton, a Biography. Criticism, C. E. Russell's Thomas Chatterton, Moffat, Yard and Company, Essays, by Watts Dunton, in Ward's English Poets. By Masson, in Essays Biographical and Critical. See also Beers's English Romanticism. Percy. Relics, edited by Wheatley, London, 1891, the same, in Everyman's Library, Chandos Classics, etc. Essay, by J. W. Hales, Revival of Ballad Poetry, in Folia Literaria. See also Beers's English Romanticism, etc., Special Works, above. Defoe. Texts, Romances and Narratives, edited by Aitken, Dent, Poems and Pamphlets, in Arbor's English Garner, Volume 8. School editions of Robinson Crusoe, and Journal of the Plague Year, Gin and Company, etc. Captain Singleton, and Memoirs of a Cavalier, in Everyman's Library, Early Writings, in Carisbrooke Library, Routledge. Life, by W. Lee. By Minto, English Men of Letters, by Wright, also in Westminster Biographies, Small, Maynard. Essay, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library. Richardson. Works, edited by L. Stephen, London, 1883, edited by Phillips, with Life, New York, 1901. Correspondence, edited by A. Barbald, 6 volumes, London, 1804. Life, by Thomson, by A. Dobson. Essays, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library, by A. Dobson, in 18th-century vignettes. Fielding. Works, Temple edition, edited by Saintsbury, Dent. Selected Essays, in Athenaeum Press, Journal of a Voyage to Lisbon, in Castle's National Library. Life, by Dobson, English Men of Letters, Lawrence's Life and Times of Fielding. Essays, by Lowell, by Thackeray, by L. Stephen, by A. Dobson, see above, by G. B. Smith, in Poets and Novelists. Smollett. Works, edited by Saintsbury, London, 1895, works, edited by Henley, Scribner. Life, by Hannah, Great Writers, by Smeaton, by Chambers. Essays, by Thackeray, by Henley. By Dobson, in 18th-century vignettes. Sterne. Works, edited by Saintsbury, Dent, Tristram Shandy, and A Sentimental Journey, in Temple Classics, Morley's Universal Library, etc. Life, by Fitzgerald, by Traill, English Men of Letters. Life and Times, by W. L. Cross, Macmillan. Essays, by Thackeray, by Bagehot, in Literary Studies. Horace Walpole. Texts, Castle of Otranto, in King's Classics, Castle's National Library, etc. Letters, edited by C. D. Young. Morley's Walpole, in 12 English Statesmen, Macmillan. Essay, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library. See also Beers's English Romanticism. Frances Burney, Madame D'Arblay. Texts, Evelina, in Temple Classics, 2 volumes, Macmillan. Diary and Letters, edited by S.C. Woolsey. Seeley's Fanny Burney and Her Friends. Essay, by Macaulay. Suggestive questions. 1. Describe briefly the social development of the 18th century. What effect did this have on literature? What accounts for the prevalence of prose? What influence did the first newspapers exert on life and literature? How do the readers of this age compare with those of the age of Elizabeth? 2. How do you explain the fact that satire was largely used in both prose and poetry? Name the principal satires of the age. What is the chief object of satire? Of literature? How do the two objects conflict? 3. What is the meaning of the term classicism, as applied to the literature of this age? Did the classicism of Johnson, for instance, have any relation to classic literature in its true sense? Why is this period called the Augustan Age? Why was Shakespeare not regarded by this age as a classical writer? 4. Pope. In what respect is Pope a unique writer? Tell briefly the story of his life. What are his principal works? How does he reflect the critical spirit of his age? What are the chief characteristics of his poetry? What do you find to copy in his style? What is lacking in his poetry? Compare his subjects with those of Burns, of Tennyson or Milton, for instance. How would Chaucer or Burns tell the story of the Rape of the Lock? What similarity do you find between Pope's poetry and Addison's prose? 5. Swift. What is the general character of Swift's work? Name his chief satires. What is there to copy in his style? Does he ever strive for ornament or effect in writing? Compare Swift's Gulliver's Travels with Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, in style, purpose of writing, and interest. What resemblances do you find in these two contemporary writers? Can you explain the continued popularity of Gulliver's Travels? 6. Addison and Steele. What great work did Addison and Steele do for literature? Make a brief comparison between these two men, having in mind their purpose, humor, knowledge of life, and human sympathy, as shown, for instance, in number 112 and number 2 of the Spectator Essays. Compare their humor with that of Swift. How is their work a preparation for the novel? 7. Johnson. For what is Dr. Johnson famous in literature? Can you explain his great influence? Compare his style with that of Swift or Defoe. What are the remarkable elements in Boswell's Life of Johnson? Write a description of an imaginary meeting of Johnson, Goldsmith, and Boswell in a coffee house. 8. Burke. For what is Burke remarkable? What great objects influenced him in the 3 periods of his life? Why has he been called a romantic poet who speaks in prose? Compare his use of imagery with that of other writers of the period. What is there to copy and what is there to avoid in his style? Can you trace the influence of Burke's American speeches on later English politics? What similarities do you find between Burke and Milton, as revealed in their prose works? 9. Gibbon. For what is Gibbon worthy to be remembered? Why does he mark an epoch in historical writing? What is meant by the scientific method of writing history? Compare Gibbon's style with that of Johnson. Contrast it with that of Swift, and also with that of some modern historian, Parkman, for example. 10. What is meant by the term Romanticism? What are its chief characteristics? How does it differ from classicism? Illustrate the meaning from the work of Gray, Cooper, or Burns. Can you explain the prevalence of melancholy in Romanticism? 11. Gray. What are the chief works of Gray? Can you explain the continued popularity of his Elegy? What romantic elements are found in his poetry? What resemblances and what differences do you find in the works of Gray and of Goldsmith? 12. Goldsmith. Tell the story of Goldsmith's life. What are his chief works? Show from the deserted village the romantic and the so-called classic elements in his work. What great work did he do for the early novel, in The Vicar of Wakefield? Can you explain the popularity of She Stoops to Conquer? Name some of Goldsmith's characters who have found a permanent place in our literature. What personal reminiscences have you noted in The Traveller, The Deserted Village, and She Stoops to Conquer? 13. Cooper. Describe Cooper's The Task. How does it show the romantic spirit? Give passages from John Gilpin to illustrate Cooper's humor. 14. Burns. Tell the story of Burns's life. Someone has said, the measure of a man's sin is the difference between what he is and what he might be. Comment upon this, with reference to Burns. What is the general character of his poetry? Why is he called the poet of common men? What subjects does he choose for his poetry? Compare him, in this respect, with Pope. What elements in the poet's character are revealed in such poems as To a Mouse and To a Mountain Daisy? How do Burns and Gray regard nature? What poems show his sympathy with the French Revolution and with democracy? Read The Cotter's Saturday Night and explain its enduring interest. Can you explain the secret of Burns's great popularity? 15. Blake. What are the characteristics of Blake's poetry? Can you explain why Blake, though the greatest poetic genius of the age, is so little appreciated? 16. Percy. In what respect did Percy's relics influence the Romantic movement? What are the defects in his collection of ballads? Can you explain why such a crude poem as Chevy Chase should be popular with an age that delighted in Pope's essay on man? 17. Macpherson. What is meant by Macpherson's Ossian? Can you account for the remarkable success of the Ossianic forgeries? 18. Chatterton. Tell the story of Chatterton and the Rowley poems. Read Chatterton's Bristow Tragedy, and compare it, in style and interest, with the old ballads, like The Battle of Audubon or The Hunting of the Cheviot, all in Manley's English poetry. 19. The first novelists. What is meant by the modern novel? How does it differ from the early romance and from the adventure story? What are some of the precursors of the novel? What was the purpose of stories modeled after Don Quixote? What is the significance of Pamela? What elements did Fielding add to the novel? What good work did Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield accomplish? Compare Goldsmith, in this respect, with Steele and Addison. Chronology. End of 17th and the 18th century. History. Literature. 1689. William and Mary. 1683 to 1719. Defoe's early writings. Bill of Rights. Toleration Act. 1695. Press made free. 1700. Beginning of London clubs. 1702. And, died in 1714. War of Spanish Succession. 1702. First daily newspaper. 1704. Battle of Blenheim. 1704. Addison's The Campaign. Swift's Tale of a Tub. 1707. Union of England and Scotland. 1709. The Tatler. Johnson born, died in 1784. 1710 to 1713. Swift in London. Journal. To Stella. 1711. The Spectator. 1712. Pope's Rape of the Lock. 1714. George I, died in 1727. 1719. Robinson Crusoe. 1721. Cabinet Government, Walpole. First Prime Minister. 1726. Gulliver's Travels. 1726 to 1730. Thomson's The Seasons. 1727. George II, died in 1760. 1732 to 1734. Essay on Man. 1738. Rise of Methodism. 1740. Richardson's Pamela. 1740. War of Austrian Succession. 1742. Fielding's Joseph Andrews. 1746. Jacobite Rebellion. 1749. Fielding's Tom Jones. 1750 to 1752. Johnson's The Rambler. 1750 to 1757. Conquest of India. 1751. Gray's Elegy. 1755. Johnson's Dictionary. 1756. War with France. 1759. Wolfe at Quebec. 1760. George III, died in 1820. 1760 to 1767. Sterne's Tristram Shandy. 1764. Johnson's Literary Club. 1765. Stamp Act. 1765. Percy's Relics. 1766. Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield. 1770. Goldsmith's Deserted Village. 1771. Beginning of Great Newspapers. 1773. Boston Tea Party. 1774. Howard's Prison Reforms. 1774 to 1775. Burke's American Speeches. 1775. American Revolution. 1776 to 1788. Gibbon's Rome. 1776. Declaration of Independence. 1779. Cooper's Olney Hymns. 1779 to 81. Johnson's Lives of the Poets. 1783. Treaty of Paris. 1783. Blake's Poetical Sketches. 1785. Cooper's The Task. The London Times. 1786. Trial of Warren Hastings. 1786. Burns's First Poems, The Kilmarnock Burns. Burke's Warren Hastings. 1789 to 1799. French Revolution. 1790. Burke's French Revolution. 1791. Boswell's Life of Johnson. 1793. War with France. Chapter 10. The Age of Romanticism, 1800 to 1850. The second creative period of English literature. The first half of the 19th century records the triumph of Romanticism in literature and of democracy in government. And the two movements are so closely associated, in so many nations and in so many periods of history, that one must wonder if there be not some relation of cause and effect between them. Just as we understand the tremendous energizing influence of Puritanism in the matter of English liberty by remembering that the common people had begun to read, and that their book was the Bible. So we may understand this age of popular government by remembering that the chief subject of Romantic literature was the essential nobleness of common men and the value of the individual. As we read now that brief portion of history which lies between the Declaration of Independence, 1776, and the English Reform Bill of 1832, we are in the presence of such mighty political upheavals that the Age of Revolution is the only name by which we can adequately characterize it. Its great historic movements become intelligible only when we read what was written in this period. For the French Revolution and the American Commonwealth, as well as the establishment of a true democracy in England by the Reform Bill, were the inevitable results of ideas which literature had spread rapidly through the civilized world. Liberty is fundamentally an ideal. And that ideal beautiful, inspiring, compelling, as a loved banner in the wind was kept steadily before men's minds by a multitude of books and pamphlets as far apart as Burns's poems and Thomas Paine's Rights of Man. All read eagerly by the common people, all proclaiming the dignity of common life, and all uttering the same passionate cry against every form of class or caste oppression. First the dream, the ideal in some human soul, then the written word which proclaims it, and impresses other minds with its truth and beauty. Then the united and determined effort of men to make the dream a reality, that seems to be a fair estimate of the part that literature plays, even in our political progress. Historical summary. The period we are considering begins in the latter half of the reign of George III and ends with the accession of Victoria in 1837. When on a foggy morning in November, 1783, King George entered the House of Lords and in a trembling voice recognized the independence of the United States of America. He unconsciously proclaimed the triumph of that free government by free men which had been the ideal of English literature for more than 1,000 years. Though it was not till 1832, when the Reform Bill became the law of the land, that England herself learned the lesson taught her by America, and became the democracy of which her writers had always dreamed. The French Revolution, that half-century between these two events, is one of great turmoil, yet of steady advance in every department of English life. The storm center of the political unrest was the French Revolution, that frightful uprising which proclaimed the natural rights of man and the abolition of class distinctions. Its effect on the whole civilized world is beyond computation. Patriotic clubs and societies multiplied in England, all asserting the doctrine of liberty, equality, fraternity, the watchwords of the Revolution. Young England, led by Pitt the Younger, hailed the new French Republic and offered it friendship. Old England, which pardons no revolutions but her own, looked with horror on the turmoil in France and, misled by Burke and the nobles of the realm, forced the two nations into war. Even Pitt saw a blessing in this at first. Because the sudden zeal for fighting a foreign nation which by some horrible perversion is generally called patriotism might turn men's thoughts from their own to their neighbors' affairs, and so prevent a threatened revolution at home. Economic conditions. The causes of this threatened revolution were not political but economic. By her invention in steel and machinery, and by her monopoly of the carrying trade, England had become the workshop of the world. Her wealth had increased beyond her wildest dreams, but the unequal distribution of that wealth was a spectacle to make angels weep. The invention of machinery at first threw thousands of skilled hand workers out of employment. In order to protect a few agriculturists, heavy duties were imposed on corn and wheat, and bread rose to famine prices just when laboring men had the least money to pay for it. There followed a curious spectacle. While England increased in wealth, and spent vast sums to support her army and subsidize her allies in Europe, and while nobles, landowners, manufacturers, and merchants lived in increasing luxury, a multitude of skilled laborers were clamoring for work. Fathers sent their wives and little children into the mines and factories, where 16 hours' labor would hardly pay for the daily bread, and in every large city were riotous mobs made up chiefly of hungry men and women. It was this unbearable economic condition, and not any political theory, as Burke supposed, which occasioned the danger of another English Revolution. It is only when we remember these conditions that we can understand two books, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, which can hardly be considered as literature, but which exercised an enormous influence in England. Smith was a Scottish thinker, who wrote to uphold the doctrine that labor is the only source of a nation's wealth, and that any attempt to force labor into unnatural channels, or to prevent it by protective duties from freely obtaining the raw materials for its industry, is unjust and destructive. Paine was a curious combination of Jekyll and Hyde, shallow and untrustworthy personally, but with a passionate devotion to popular liberty. His Rights of Man, published in London in 1791, was like one of Burns's lyric outcries against institutions which oppressed humanity. Coming so soon after the destruction of the Bastille, it added fuel to the flames kindled in England by the French Revolution. The author was driven out of the country, on the curious ground that he endangered the English constitution, but not until his book had gained a wide sale and influence. Reforms. All these dangers, real and imaginary, passed away when England turned from the affairs of France to remedy her own economic conditions. The long Continental War came to an end with Napoleon's overthrow at Waterloo, in 1815. And England, having gained enormously in prestige abroad, now turned to the work of reform at home. The destruction of the African slave trade. The mitigation of horribly unjust laws, which included poor debtors and petty criminals in the same class, the prevention of child labor, the freedom of the press, the extension of manhood suffrage. The abolition of restrictions against Catholics in Parliament. The establishment of hundreds of popular schools, under the leadership of Andrew Bell and Joseph Lancaster. These are but a few of the reforms which marked the progress of civilization in a single half-century. When England, in 1833, proclaimed the emancipation of all slaves in all her colonies, she unconsciously proclaimed her final emancipation from barbarism. Romantic enthusiasm. Literary characteristics of the age. It is intensely interesting to note how literature at first reflected the political turmoil of the age. And then, when the turmoil was over and England began her mighty work of reform, how literature suddenly developed a new creative spirit, which shows itself in the poetry of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats, and in the prose of Scott. Jane Austen, Lamb, and De Quincey, a wonderful group of writers, whose patriotic enthusiasm suggests the Elizabethan days, and whose genius has caused their age to be known as the second creative period of our literature. Thus in the early days, when old institutions seemed crumbling with the Bastille, Coleridge and Southey formed their youthful scheme of a pantisocracy on the banks of the Susquehanna, an ideal commonwealth, in which the principles of More's utopia should be put in practice. Even Wordsworth, fired with political enthusiasm, could write. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive. But to be young was very heaven. The essence of Romanticism was, it must be remembered, that literature must reflect all that is spontaneous and unaffected in nature and in man, and be free to follow its own fancy in its own way. We have already noted this characteristic in the work of the Elizabethan dramatists, who followed their own genius in opposition to all the laws of the critics. In Coleridge we see this independence expressed in Kubla Khan and The Ancient Mariner, two dream pictures, one of the populous Orient, the other of the lonely sea. In Wordsworth this literary independence led him inward to the heart of common things. Following his own instinct, as Shakespeare does, he too finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. And so, more than any other writer of the age, he invests the common life of nature, and the souls of common men and women, with glorious significance. These two poets, Coleridge and Wordsworth, best represent the romantic genius of the age in which they lived, though Scott had a greater literary reputation, and Byron and Shelley had larger audiences. An age of poetry. The second characteristic of this age is that it is emphatically an age of poetry. The previous century, with its practical outlook on life, was largely one of prose. But now, as in the Elizabethan age, the young enthusiasts turned as naturally to poetry as a happy man to singing. The glory of the age is in the poetry of Scott, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Moore, and Southey. Of its prose works, those of Scott alone have attained a very wide reading, though the essays of Charles Lamb and the novels of Jane Austen have slowly won for their authors a secure place in the history of our literature. Coleridge and Southey, who with Wordsworth formed the trio of so-called lake poets, wrote far more prose than poetry, and Southey's prose is much better than his verse. It was characteristic of the spirit of this age, so different from our own, that Southey could say that, in order to earn money, he wrote in verse what would otherwise have been better written in prose. Women as novelists. It was during this period that woman assumed, for the first time, an important place in our literature. Probably the chief reason for this interesting phenomenon lies in the fact that woman was for the first time given some slight chance of education, of entering into the intellectual life of the race. And as is always the case when woman is given anything like a fair opportunity, she responded magnificently. A secondary reason may be found in the nature of the age itself, which was intensely emotional. The French Revolution stirred all Europe to its depths, and during the following half-century every great movement in literature, as in politics and religion, was characterized by strong emotion. Which is all the more noticeable by contrast with the cold, formal, satiric spirit of the early 18th century. As woman is naturally more emotional than man, it may well be that the spirit of this emotional age attracted her, and gave her the opportunity to express herself in literature. As all strong emotions tend to extremes, the age produced a new type of novel which seems rather hysterical now, but which in its own day delighted multitudes of readers whose nerves were somewhat excited, and who reveled in bogey stories of supernatural terror. Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, 1764–1823, was one of the most successful writers of this school of exaggerated romance. Her novels, with their azure-eyed heroines, haunted castles, trapdoors, bandits, abductions, rescues in the nick of time, and a general medley of overwrought joys and horrors, were immensely popular, not only with the crowd of novel readers, but also with men of unquestioned literary genius, like Scott and Byron. In marked contrast to these extravagant stories is the enduring work of Jane Austen, with her charming descriptions of everyday life, and of Maria Edgeworth, whose wonderful pictures of Irish life suggested to Walter Scott the idea of writing his Scottish romances. Two other women who attained a more or less lasting fame were Hannah More, poet, dramatist, and novelist, and Jane Porter, whose Scottish Chiefs and Thaddeus of Warsaw are still in demand in our libraries. Beside these were Fanny Burney, Madame D'Arblay, and several other writers whose works, in the early part of the 19th century, raised woman to the high place in literature which she has ever since maintained. The modern magazines in this age literary criticism became firmly established by the appearance of such magazines as the Edinburgh Review, 1802, the Quarterly Review, 1808, Blackwood's Magazine, 1817, the Westminster Review, 1824. The Spectator, 1828, the Athenaeum, 1828, and Fraser's Magazine, 1830. These magazines, edited by such men as Francis Jeffrey, John Wilson, who is known to us as Christopher North, and John Gibson Lockhart, who gave us the Life of Scott, exercised an immense influence on all subsequent literature. At first their criticisms were largely destructive, as when Jeffrey hammered Scott, Wordsworth, and Byron most unmercifully, and Lockhart could find no good in either Keats or Tennyson. But with added wisdom, criticism assumed its true function of construction. And when these magazines began to seek and to publish the works of unknown writers, like Hazlitt, Lamb, and Leigh Hunt, they discovered the chief mission of the modern magazine, which is to give every writer of ability the opportunity to make his work known to the world. The poets of Romanticism. William Wordsworth, 1770–1850. William Wordsworth. It was in 1797 that the new Romantic movement in our literature assumed definite form. Wordsworth and Coleridge retired to the Quantock Hills, Somerset, and there formed the deliberate purpose to make literature adapted to interest mankind permanently, which, they declared, classic poetry could never do. Helping the two poets was Wordsworth's sister Dorothy, with a woman's love for flowers and all beautiful things, and a woman's divine sympathy for human life even in its lowliest forms. Though a silent partner, she furnished perhaps the largest share of the inspiration which resulted in the famous lyrical ballads of 1798. In their partnership Coleridge was to take up the supernatural, or at least romantic, while Wordsworth was to give the charm of novelty to things of every day, by awakening the mind's attention from the lethargy of custom and directing it to the loveliness and the wonders of the world before us. The whole spirit of their work is reflected in two poems of this remarkable little volume, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which is Coleridge's masterpiece, and Lines Written a Few Miles Above Tintern Abbey, which expresses Wordsworth's poetical creed, and which is one of the noblest and most significant of our poems. That the lyrical ballads attracted no attention, and was practically ignored by a public that would soon go into raptures over Byron's Childe Harold and Don Juan, is of small consequence. Many men will hurry a mile to see skyrockets, who never notice Orion and the Pleiades from their own doorstep. Had Wordsworth and Coleridge written only this one little book, they would still be among the representative writers of an age that proclaimed the final triumph of Romanticism. Life of Wordsworth. To understand the life of him who, in Tennyson's words, uttered nothing base, it is well to read first the prelude, which records the impressions made upon Wordsworth's mind from his earliest recollection until his full manhood, in 1805. When the poem was completed. Outwardly his long and uneventful life divides itself naturally into 4 periods. 1. His childhood and youth, in the Cumberland Hills, from 1770 to 1787. 2. A period of uncertainty, of storm and stress, including his university life at Cambridge, his travels abroad, and his revolutionary experience, from 1787 to 1797. 3. A short but significant period of finding himself and his work, from 1797 to 1799. 4. A long period of retirement in the Northern Lake region, where he was born, and where for a full half-century he lived so close to nature that her influence is reflected in all his poetry. When one has outlined these 4 periods, he has told almost all that can be told of a life which is marked, not by events, but largely by spiritual experiences. Wordsworth was born in 1770 at Cockermouth, Cumberland, where the Derwent, fairest of all rivers, loved to blend his murmurs with my nurse's song. And from his alder shades and rocky falls, and from his fords and shallows, sent a voice that flowed along my dreams. It is almost a shock to one who knows Wordsworth only by his calm and noble poetry to read that he was of a moody and violent temper, and that his mother despaired of him alone among her 5 children. She died when he was but 8 years old, but not till she had exerted an influence which lasted all his life, so that he could remember her as the heart of all our learnings and our loves. The father died some 6 years later, and the orphan was taken in charge by relatives, who sent him to school at Hawkshead, in the beautiful lake region. Here, apparently, the unroofed school of nature attracted him more than the discipline of the classics, and he learned more eagerly from the flowers and hills and stars than from his books. But one must read Wordsworth's own record, in the prelude, to appreciate this. 3 things in this poem must impress even the casual reader. First, Wordsworth loves to be alone, and is never lonely, with nature. Second, like every other child who spends much time alone in the woods and fields, he feels the presence of some living spirit, real though unseen, and companionable though silent. Third, his impressions are exactly like our own, and delightfully familiar. When he tells of the long summer days spent in swimming, basking in the sun, and questing over the hills. Or of the winter night when, on his skates, he chased the reflection of a star in the black ice. Or of his exploring the lake in a boat, and getting suddenly frightened when the world grew big and strange. In all this he is simply recalling a multitude of our own vague, happy memories of childhood. He goes out into the woods at night to tend his woodcock snares, he runs across another boy's snares, follows them, finds a woodcock caught, takes it, hurries away through the night. And then I heard among the solitary hills low breathings coming after me, and sounds of undistinguishable motion. That is like a mental photograph. Any boy who has come home through the woods at night will recognize it instantly. Again he tells as of going birds nesting on the cliffs. Oh, when I have hung above the raven's nest, by knots of grass, and half-inch fissures in the slippery rock, but ill-sustained, and almost, so it seemed, suspended by the blast that blew amain, shouldering the naked crag. Oh, at that time, while on the perilous ridge I hung alone, with what strange utterance did the loud dry wind blow through my ear? The sky seemed not a sky of earth, and with what motion moved the clouds? No man can read such records without finding his own boyhood again, and his own abounding joy of life, in the poet's early impressions. The second period of Wordsworth's life begins with his university course at Cambridge, in 1787. In the third book of the Prelude we find a dispassionate account of student life, with its trivial occupations, its pleasures and general aimlessness. Wordsworth proved to be a very ordinary scholar, following his own genius rather than the curriculum, and looking forward more eagerly to his vacation among the hills than to his examinations. Perhaps the most interesting thing in his life at Cambridge was his fellowship with the young political enthusiasts, whose spirit is expressed in his remarkable poem on the French Revolution. A poem which is better than a volume of history to show the hopes and ambitions that stirred all Europe in the first days of that mighty upheaval. Wordsworth made 2 trips to France, in 1790 and 1791, seeing things chiefly through the rosy spectacles of the young Oxford Republicans. On his second visit he joined the Girondists, or the moderate Republicans, and only the decision of his relatives, who cut off his allowance and hurried him back to England, prevented his going headlong to the guillotine with the leaders of his party. 2 things rapidly cooled Wordsworth's revolutionary enthusiasm, and ended the only dramatic interest of his placid life. One was the excesses of the Revolution itself, and especially the execution of Louis XVI. The other was the rise of Napoleon, and the slavish adulation accorded by France to this most vulgar and dangerous of tyrants. His coolness soon grew to disgust and opposition, as shown by his subsequent poems. And this brought upon him the censure of Shelley, Byron, and other extremists, though it gained the friendship of Scott, who from the first had no sympathy with the Revolution or with the young English enthusiasts. Of the decisive period of Wordsworth's life, when he was living with his sister Dorothy and with Coleridge at Alfoxden, we have already spoken. The importance of this decision to give himself to poetry is evident when we remember that, at 30 years of age, he was without money or any definite aim or occupation in life. He considered the law, but confessed he had no sympathy for its contradictory precepts and practices. He considered the ministry, but though strongly inclined to the church, he felt himself not good enough for the sacred office. Once he had wanted to be a soldier and serve his country, but had wavered at the prospect of dying of disease in a foreign land and throwing away his life without glory or profit to anybody. An apparent accident, which looks more to us like a special providence, determined his course. He had taken care of a young friend, Raisley Calvert, who died of consumption and left Wordsworth heir to a few £100, and to the request that he should give his life to poetry. It was this unexpected gift which enabled Wordsworth to retire from the world and follow his genius. All his life he was poor, and lived in an atmosphere of plain living and high thinking. His poetry brought him almost nothing in the way of money rewards, and it was only by a series of happy accidents that he was enabled to continue his work. One of these accidents was that he became a Tory, and soon accepted the office of a distributor of stamps, and was later appointed poet laureate by the government. Which occasioned Browning's famous but ill-considered poem of The Lost Leader. Just for a handful of silver he left us. Just for a ribbon to stick in his coat. The last half-century of Wordsworth's life, in which he retired to his beloved Lake District and lived successively at Grasmere and Rydalmount, remind one strongly of Browning's long struggle for literary recognition. It was marked by the same steadfast purpose, the same trusted ideal, the same continuous work, and the same tardy recognition by the public. His poetry was mercilessly ridiculed by nearly all the magazine critics, who seized upon the worst of his work as a standard of judgment, and book after book of poems appeared without meeting any success save the approval of a few loyal friends. Without doubt or impatience he continued his work, trusting to the future to recognize and approve it. His attitude here reminds one strongly of the poor old soldier whom he met in the hills, who refused to beg or to mention his long service or the neglect of his country, saying with noble simplicity, "My trust is in the God of heaven, and in the eye of him who passes me." Such work and patience are certain of their reward, and long before Wordsworth's death he felt the warm sunshine of general approval. The wave of popular enthusiasm for Scott and Byron passed by, as their limitations were recognized. And Wordsworth was hailed by critics as the first living poet, and one of the greatest that England had ever produced. On the death of Southey, 1843, he was made poet laureate, against his own inclination. The late excessive praise left him quite as unmoved as the first excessive neglect. The steady decline in the quality of his work is due not, as might be expected, to self-satisfaction at success, but rather to his intense conservatism. To his living too much alone and failing to test his work by the standards and judgment of other literary men. He died tranquilly in 1850, at the age of 80 years, and was buried in the churchyard at Grasmere. Such is the brief outward record of the world's greatest interpreter of nature's message. And only one who is acquainted with both nature and the poet can realize how inadequate is any biography, for the best thing about Wordsworth must always remain unsaid. It is a comfort to know that his life, noble, sincere, heroically happy, never contradicted his message. Poetry was his life, his soul was in all his work, and only by reading what he has written can we understand the man. Wordsworth's home at Rydal Mount. The poetry of Wordsworth. There is often a sense of disappointment when one reads Wordsworth for the first time. And this leads us to speak first of two difficulties which may easily prevent a just appreciation of the poet's worth. The first difficulty is in the reader, who is often puzzled by Wordsworth's absolute simplicity. We are so used to stage effects in poetry, that beauty unadorned is apt to escape our notice, like Wordsworth's Lucy. A violet by a mossy stone, half hidden from the eye, fair as a star, when only one is shining in the sky. Wordsworth set himself to the task of freeing poetry from all its conceits, of speaking the language of simple truth, and of portraying man and nature as they are. And in this good work we are apt to miss the beauty, the passion, the intensity, that hide themselves under his simplest lines. The second difficulty is in the poet, not in the reader. It must be confessed that Wordsworth is not always melodious. That he is seldom graceful, and only occasionally inspired. When he is inspired, few poets can be compared with him. At other times the bulk of his verse is so wooden and prosy that we wonder how a poet could have written it. Moreover, he is absolutely without humor, and so he often fails to see the small step that separates the sublime from the ridiculous. In no other way can we explain The Idiot Boy, or pardon the serious absurdity of Peter Bell and his grieving jackass. Poems of nature. On account of these difficulties it is well to avoid at first the longer works and begin with a good book of selections. When we read these exquisite shorter poems, with their noble lines that live forever in our memory, we realize that Wordsworth is the greatest poet of nature that our literature has produced. If we go further, and study the poems that impress us, we shall find four remarkable characteristics. 1. Wordsworth is sensitive as a barometer to every subtle change in the world about him. In the prelude he compares himself to an Aeolian harp, which answers with harmony to every touch of the wind. And the figure is strikingly accurate, as well as interesting, for there is hardly a sight or a sound, from a violet to a mountain and from a bird note to the thunder of the cataract, that is not reflected in some beautiful way in Wordsworth's poetry. 2. Of all the poets who have written of nature there is none that compares with him in the truthfulness of his representation. Burns, like Gray, is apt to read his own emotions into natural objects, so that there is more of the poet than of nature even in his mouse and mountain daisy. But Wordsworth gives you the bird and the flower, the wind and the tree in the river, just as they are, and is content to let them speak their own message. 3. No other poet ever found such abundant beauty in the common world. He had not only sight, but insight, that is, he not only sees clearly and describes accurately, but penetrates to the heart of things and always finds some exquisite meaning that is not written on the surface. It is idle to specify or to quote lines on flowers or stars, on snow or vapor. Nothing is ugly or commonplace in his world. On the contrary, there is hardly one natural phenomenon which he has not glorified by pointing out some beauty that was hidden from our eyes. 4. It is the life of nature which is everywhere recognized. Not mere growth and cell changes, but sentient, personal life, and the recognition of this personality in nature characterizes all the world's great poetry. In his childhood Wordsworth regarded natural objects, the streams, the hills, the flowers, even the winds, as his companions. And with his mature belief that all nature is the reflection of the living God, it was inevitable that his poetry should thrill with the sense of a spirit that rolls through all things. Cooper, Burns, Keats, Tennyson, all these poets give you the outward aspects of nature in varying degrees. But Wordsworth gives you her very life, and the impression of some personal living spirit that meets and accompanies the man who goes alone through the woods and fields. We shall hardly find, even in the philosophy of Leibniz, or in the nature myths of our Indians, any such impression of living nature as this poet awakens in us. And that suggests another delightful characteristic of Wordsworth's poetry, namely, that he seems to awaken rather than create an impression. He stirs our memory deeply, so that in reading him we live once more in the vague, beautiful wonderland of our own childhood. Poems of human life, such is the philosophy of Wordsworth's nature poetry. If we search now for his philosophy of human life, we shall find 4 more doctrines, which rest upon his basal conception that man is not apart from nature, but is the very life of her life. 1. In childhood man is sensitive as a wind harp to all natural influences, he is an epitome of the gladness and beauty of the world. Wordsworth explains this gladness and this sensitiveness to nature by the doctrine that the child comes straight from the Creator of nature. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come, from God, who is our home. In this exquisite ode, which he calls Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood, 1807, Wordsworth sums up his philosophy of childhood. And he may possibly be indebted here to the poet Vaughan, who, more than a century before, had proclaimed in The Retreat the same doctrine. This kinship with nature and with God, which glorifies childhood, ought to extend through a man's whole life and ennoble it. This is the teaching of Tintern Abbey, in which the best part of our life is shown to be the result of natural influences. According to Wordsworth, society and the crowded unnatural life of cities tend to weaken and pervert humanity, and a return to natural and simple living is the only remedy for human wretchedness. 2. The natural instincts and pleasures of childhood are the true standards of a man's happiness in this life. All artificial pleasures soon grow tiresome. The natural pleasures, which a man so easily neglects in his work, are the chief means by which we may expect permanent and increasing joy. In Tintern Abbey, The Rainbow, Ode to Duty, and Intimations of Immortality, we see this plain teaching, but we can hardly read one of Wordsworth's pages without finding it slipped in unobtrusively, like the fragrance of a wild flower. 3. The truth of humanity, that is, the common life which labors and loves and shares the general heritage of smiles and tears, is the only subject of permanent literary interest. Burns and the early poets of the Revival began the good work of showing the romantic interest of common life. And Wordsworth continued it in Michael, the Solitary Reaper, To a Highland Girl, Stepping Westward, The Excursion, and a score of lesser poems. Joy and sorrow, not of princes or heroes, but, in widest commonalty spread, are his themes. And the hidden purpose of many of his poems is to show that the keynote of all life is happiness, not an occasional thing, the result of chance or circumstance, but a heroic thing, to be won, as one would win any other success, by work and patience. 4. To this natural philosophy of man Wordsworth adds a mystic element, the result of his own belief that in every natural object there is a reflection of the living God. Nature is everywhere transfused and illumined by spirit. Man also is a reflection of the divine spirit, and we shall never understand the emotions roused by a flower or a sunset until we learn that nature appeals through the eye of man to his inner spirit. In a word, nature must be spiritually discerned. In Tintern Abbey, the spiritual appeal of nature is expressed in almost every line. But the mystic conception of man is seen more clearly in Intimations of Immortality, which Emerson calls the high water mark of poetry in the 19th century. In this last splendid ode Wordsworth adds to his spiritual interpretation of nature and man the alluring doctrine of pre-existence, which has appealed so powerfully to Hindu and Greek in turn, and which makes of human life a continuous, immortal thing, without end or beginning. The recluse Wordsworth's longer poems, since they contain much that is prosy and uninteresting, may well be left till after we have read the odes, sonnets, and short descriptive poems that have made him famous. As showing a certain heroic cast of Wordsworth's mind, it is interesting to learn that the greater part of his work, including the prelude and the excursion, was intended for a place in a single great poem, to be called The Recluse, which should treat of nature, man, and society. The prelude, treating of the growth of a poet's mind, was to introduce the work. The Home at Grasmere, which is the first book of The Recluse, was not published till 1888, long after the poet's death. The Excursion, 1814, is the second book of The Recluse, and the third was never completed, though Wordsworth intended to include most of his shorter poems in this third part, and so make an immense personal epic of a poet's life and work. It is perhaps just as well that the work remained unfinished. The best of his work appeared in the Lyrical Ballads, 1798, and in the sonnets, odes, and lyrics of the next 10 years. Though, the Duddawn Sonnets, 1820, To a Skylark, 1825, and Yarrow Revisited, 1831, show that he retained till past 60 much of his youthful enthusiasm. In his later years, however, he perhaps wrote too much. His poetry, like his prose, becomes dull and unimaginative. And we miss the flashes of insight, the tender memories of childhood, and the recurrence of noble lines, each one a poem that constitutes the surprise and the delight of reading Wordsworth. The outward shows of sky and earth, of hill and valley, he has viewed, and impulses of deeper birth have come to him in solitude. In common things that round us lie, some random truths he can impart. The harvest of a quiet eye that broods and sleeps on his own heart. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772–1834. A grief without a pang, void, dark and drear. A stifled, drowsy, unimpassioned grief, which finds no natural outlet, no relief, in word, or sigh, or tear. In the wonderful Ode to Dejection, from which the above fragment is taken, we have a single strong impression of Coleridge's whole life, a sad, broken, tragic life, in marked contrast with the peaceful existence of his friend Wordsworth. For himself, during the greater part of his life, the poet had only grief and remorse as his portion. But for everybody else, for the audiences that were charmed by the brilliancy of his literary lectures, for the friends who gathered about him to be inspired by his ideals and conversation, and for all his readers who found unending delight in the little volume which holds his poetry, he had and still has a cheering message, full of beauty and hope and inspiration. Such is Coleridge, a man of grief who makes the world glad. Life. In 1772 there lived in Ottery St. Mary, Devonshire, a queer little man, the Reverend John Coleridge, vicar of the parish church and master of the local grammar school. In the former capacity he preached profound sermons, quoting to open-mouthed rustics long passages from the Hebrew, which he told them was the very tongue of the Holy Ghost. In the latter capacity he wrote for his boys a new Latin grammar, to mitigate some of the difficulties of traversing that terrible jungle by means of ingenious bypaths and short-cuts. For instance, when his boys found the ablative a somewhat difficult case to understand, he told them to think of it as the qualiquerquitative case, which of course makes its meaning perfectly clear. In both these capacities the elder Coleridge was a sincere man, gentle and kindly, whose memory was, like a religion, to his sons and daughters. In that same year was born Samuel Taylor Coleridge, the youngest of 13 children. He was an extraordinarily precocious child, who could read at 3 years of age, and who, before he was 5, had read the Bible and the Arabian Nights, and could remember an astonishing amount from both books. From 3 to 6 he attended a dame school. And from 6 till 9, when his father died and left the family destitute, he was in his father's school, learning the classics, reading an enormous quantity of English books, avoiding novels, and delighting in cumbrous theological and metaphysical treatises. At 10 he was sent to the Charity School of Christ's Hospital, London, where he met Charles Lamb, who records his impression of the place and of Coleridge in one of his famous essays. Coleridge seems to have remained in this school for 7 or 8 years without visiting his home, a poor, neglected boy, whose comforts and entertainments were all within himself. Just as, when a little child, he used to wander over the fields with a stick in his hand, slashing the tops from weeds and thistles, and thinking himself to be the mighty champion of Christendom against the infidels. So now he would lie on the roof of the school, forgetting the play of his fellows and the roar of the London streets, watching the white clouds drifting over and following them in spirit into all sorts of romantic adventures. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. At 19 this hopeless dreamer, who had read more books than an old professor, entered Cambridge as a charity student. He remained for nearly 3 years, then ran away because of a trifling debt and enlisted in the Dragoons, where he served several months before he was discovered and brought back to the university. He left in 1794 without taking his degree. And presently we find him with the youthful Southey, a kindred spirit, who had been fired to wild enthusiasm by the French Revolution, founding his famous Pantisocracy for the regeneration of human society. The Fall of Robespierre, a poem composed by the two enthusiasts, is full of the new revolutionary spirit. The Pantisocracy, on the banks of the Susquehanna, was to be an ideal community, in which the citizens combined farming and literature. And work was to be limited to 2 hours each day. Moreover, each member of the community was to marry a good woman, and take her with him. The two poets obeyed the latter injunction first, marrying 2 sisters, and then found that they had no money to pay even their traveling expenses to the new utopia. During all the rest of his career a tragic weakness of will takes possession of Coleridge, making it impossible for him, with all his genius and learning, to hold himself steadily to any one work or purpose. He studied in Germany, worked as a private secretary, till the drudgery wore upon his free spirit, then he went to Rome and remained for 2 years, lost in study. Later he started The Friend, a paper devoted to truth and liberty. Lectured on poetry and the fine arts to enraptured audiences in London, until his frequent failures to meet his engagements scattered his hearers. Was offered an excellent position and a half-interest, amounting to some £2,000, in the Morning Post and the Courier, but declined it, saying, that I would not give up the country and the lazy reading of old folios for 2,000 times £2,000, in short, that beyond £350 a year I considered money a real evil. His family, meanwhile, was almost entirely neglected, he lived apart, following his own way, and the wife and children were left in charge of his friend Southey. Needing money, he was on the point of becoming a Unitarian minister, when a small pension from 2 friends enabled him to live for a few years without regular employment. A terrible shadow in Coleridge's life was the apparent cause of most of his dejection. In early life he suffered from neuralgia, and to ease the pain began to use opiates. The result on such a temperament was almost inevitable. He became a slave to the drug habit, his naturally weak will lost all its directing and sustaining force, until, after 15 years of pain and struggle and despair, he gave up and put himself in charge of a physician, one Mr. Gilman, of Highgate. Carlyle, who visited him at this time, calls him a king of men, but records that he gave you the idea of a life that had been full of sufferings, a life heavy laden, half vanquished, still swimming painfully in seas of manifold physical and other bewilderment. The shadow is dark indeed, but there are gleams of sunshine that occasionally break through the clouds. One of these is his association with Wordsworth and his sister Dorothy, in the Quantock Hills, out of which came the famous lyrical ballads of 1798. Another was his loyal devotion to poetry for its own sake. With the exception of his tragedy Remorse, which through Byron's influence was accepted at Drury Lane Theatre, and for which he was paid £400, he received almost nothing for his poetry. Indeed, he seems not to have desired it. For he says, "Poetry has been to me its own exceeding great reward, it has soothed my afflictions, it has multiplied and refined my enjoyments. It has endeared solitude, and it has given me the habit of wishing to discover the good and the beautiful in all that meets and surrounds me. One can better understand his exquisite verse after such a declaration. A third ray of sunlight came from the admiration of his contemporaries, for though he wrote comparatively little, he was by his talents and learning a leader among literary men, and his conversations were as eagerly listened to as were those of Dr. Johnson. Wordsworth says of him that, though other men of the age had done some wonderful things, Coleridge was the only wonderful man he had ever known. Of his lectures on literature a contemporary says, his words seemed to flow as from a person repeating with grace and energy some delightful poem. And of his conversation it is recorded, throughout a long-drawn summer's day would this man talk to you in low, equable but clear and musical tones, concerning things human and divine. Marshalling all history, harmonizing all experiment, probing the depths of your consciousness, and revealing visions of glory and terror to the imagination. The last bright ray of sunlight comes from Coleridge's own soul, from the gentle, kindly nature which made men love and respect him in spite of his weaknesses, and which caused Lamb to speak of him humorously as an archangel a little damaged. The universal law of suffering seems to be that it refines and softens humanity, and Coleridge was no exception to the law. In his poetry we find a note of human sympathy, more tender and profound than can be found in Wordsworth or, indeed, in any other of the great English poets. Even in his later poems, when he has lost his first inspiration and something of the splendid imaginative power that makes his work equal to the best of Blake's, we find a soul tender, triumphant, quiet, in the stillness of a great peace. He died in 1834, and was buried in Highgate Church. The last stanza of the Boatman's Song, in Remorse, serves better to express the world's judgment than any epitaph. Hark! The cadence dies away. On the quiet moonlit sea, the boatmen rest their oars and say, Miserere Domini. Works of Coleridge. The works of Coleridge naturally divide themselves into three classes: the poetic, the critical, and the philosophical, corresponding to the early, the middle, and the later periods of his career. Of his poetry Stopford Brooke Wells says, all that he did excellently might be bound up in 20 pages, but it should be bound in pure gold. His early poems show the influence of Gray and Blake, especially of the latter. When Coleridge begins his Day Dream with the line, My eyes make pictures when they're shut, we recall instantly Blake's haunting songs of innocence. But there is this difference between the two poets: in Blake we have only a dreamer. In Coleridge we have the rare combination of the dreamer and the profound scholar. The quality of this early poetry, with its strong suggestion of Blake, may be seen in such poems as A Day Dream, The Devil's Thoughts, The Suicide's Argument, and The Wanderings of Cain. His later poems, wherein we see his imagination bridled by thought and study, but still running very freely, may best be appreciated in Kubla Khan, Christabel, and The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. It is difficult to criticize such poems. One can only read them and wonder at their melody, and at the vague suggestions which they conjure up in the mind. Kubla Khan is a fragment, painting a gorgeous oriental dream picture, such as one might see in an October sunset. The whole poem came to Coleridge one morning when he had fallen asleep over purchase, and upon awakening he began to write hastily. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure-dome decree, where Ulf, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. He was interrupted after 54 lines were written, and he never finished the poem. Christabel is also a fragment, which seems to have been planned as the story of a pure young girl who fell under the spell of a sorcerer, in the shape of the woman Geraldine. It is full of a strange melody, and contains many passages of exquisite poetry, but it trembles with a strange, unknown horror, and so suggests the supernatural terrors of the popular hysterical novels, to which we have referred. On this account it is not wholesome reading, though one flies in the face of Swinburne and of other critics by venturing to suggest such a thing. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, is Coleridge's chief contribution to the lyrical ballads of 1798, and is one of the world's masterpieces. Though it introduces the reader to a supernatural realm, with a phantom ship, a crew of dead men, the overhanging curse of the albatross, the polar spirit, and the magic breeze. It nevertheless manages to create a sense of absolute reality concerning these manifest absurdities. All the mechanisms of the poem, its meter, rhyme, and melody are perfect, and some of its descriptions of the lonely sea have never been equaled. Perhaps we should say suggestions, rather than descriptions. For Coleridge never describes things, but makes a suggestion, always brief and always exactly right, and our own imagination instantly supplies the details. It is useless to quote fragments. One must read the entire poem, if he reads nothing else of the Romantic school of poetry. Among Coleridge's shorter poems there is a wide variety, and each reader must be left largely to follow his own taste. The beginner will do well to read a few of the early poems, to which we have referred, and then try the Ode to France, Youth and Age, Dejection, Love Poems, Fears in Solitude, Religious Musings, Work Without Hope, and the glorious Hymn Before Sunrise in the Vale of Chamonix. One exquisite little poem from the Latin, The Virgin's Cradle Hymn, and his version of Schiller's Wallenstein, show Coleridge's remarkable power as a translator. The latter is one of the best poetical translations in our literature. Prose works of Coleridge's prose works, the Biographia, Literaria, or Sketches of My Literary Life and Opinions, 1817, his collected lectures on Shakespeare, 1849, and Aids to Reflection, 1825, are the most interesting from a literary viewpoint. The first is an explanation and criticism of Wordsworth's theory of poetry, and contains more sound sense and illuminating ideas on the general subject of poetry than any other book in our language. The lectures, as refreshing as a west wind in midsummer, are remarkable for their attempt to sweep away the arbitrary rules which for 2 centuries had stood in the way of literary criticism of Shakespeare, in order to study the works themselves. No finer analysis and appreciation of the master's genius has ever been written. In his philosophical work Coleridge introduced the idealistic philosophy of Germany into England. He set himself in line with Berkeley, and squarely against Bentham, Malthus, Mill, and all the materialistic tendencies which were and still are the bane of English philosophy. The Aids to Reflection is Coleridge's most profound work, but is more interesting to the student of religion and philosophy than to the readers of literature. Robert Southey, 1774–1843. Closely associated with Wordsworth and Coleridge is Robert Southey. And the three, on account of their residence in the Northern Lake District, were referred to contemptuously as the Lakers by the Scottish magazine reviewers. Southey holds his place in this group more by personal association than by his literary gifts. He was born at Bristol, in 1774. Studied at Westminster School, and at Oxford, where he found himself in perpetual conflict with the authorities on account of his independent views. He finally left the university and joined Coleridge in his scheme of a pantisocracy. For more than 50 years he labored steadily at literature, refusing to consider any other occupation. He considered himself seriously as one of the greatest writers of the day, and a reading of his ballads which connected him at once with the Romantic school leads us to think that, had he written less, he might possibly have justified his own opinion of himself. Unfortunately he could not wait for inspiration, being obliged to support not only his own family but also, in large measure, that of his friend Coleridge. Works of Southey gradually surrounded himself with one of the most extensive libraries in England, and set himself to the task of writing something every working day. The results of his industry were 109 volumes, besides some 150 articles for the magazines, most of which are now utterly forgotten. His most ambitious poems are Thalaba, a tale of Arabian enchantment; The Curse of Kehama, a medley of Hindu mythology; Madoc, a legend of a Welsh prince who discovered the Western world; and Roderick, a tale of the last of the Goths. All these, and many more, although containing some excellent passages, are on the whole exaggerated and unreal, both in manner and in matter. Southey wrote far better prose than poetry, and his admirable Life of Nelson is still often read. Besides these are his Lives of British Admirals, his Lives of Cooper and Wesley, and his Histories of Brazil and of the Peninsular War. Robert Southey. Southey was made Poet Laureate in 1813, and was the first to raise that office from the low estate into which it had fallen since the death of Dryden. The opening lines of Thalaba, beginning, "How beautiful is night! A dewy freshness fills the silent air," are still sometimes quoted, and a few of his best-known short poems, like The Scholar, Auld Cloots, The Well of St. Cain, The Inchcape Rock, and Lodore, will repay the curious reader. The beauty of Southey's character, his patience and helpfulness, make him a worthy associate of the two greater poets with whom he is generally named. Walter Scott, 1771–1832. We have already called attention to two significant movements of the 18th century, which we must for a moment recall if we are to appreciate Scott, not simply as a delightful teller of tales, but as a tremendous force in modern literature. The first is the triumph of Romantic poetry in Wordsworth and Coleridge. The second is the success of our first English novelists, and the popularization of literature by taking it from the control of a few patrons and critics and putting it into the hands of the people as one of the forces which mold our modern life. Scott is an epitome of both these movements. The poetry of Wordsworth and Coleridge was read by a select few, but Scott's Marmion and Lady of the Lake aroused a whole nation to enthusiasm, and for the first time Romantic poetry became really popular. So also the novel had been content to paint men and women of the present, until the wonderful series of Waverley novels appeared, when suddenly, by the magic of this Wizard of the North, all history seemed changed. The past, which had hitherto appeared as a dreary region of dead heroes, became alive again, and filled with a multitude of men and women who had the surprising charm of reality. It is of small consequence that Scott's poetry and prose are both faulty, that his poems are read chiefly for the story, rather than for their poetic excellence, and that much of the evident crudity and barbarism of the Middle Ages is ignored or forgotten in Scott's writings. By their vigor, their freshness, their rapid action, and their breezy, out-of-door atmosphere, Scott's novels attracted thousands of readers who else had known nothing of the delights of literature. He is, therefore, the greatest known factor in establishing and in popularizing that romantic element in prose and poetry which has been for 100 years the chief characteristic of our literature. Life. Scott was born in Edinburgh, on August 15, 1771. On both his mother's and father's side he was descended from old border families, distinguished more for their feuds and fighting than for their intellectual attainments. His father was a barrister, a just man, who often lost clients by advising them to be, first of all, honest in their lawsuits. His mother was a woman of character and education, strongly imaginative, a teller of tales which stirred young Walter's enthusiasm by revealing the past as a world of living heroes. As a child, Scott was lame and delicate, and was therefore sent away from the city to be with his grandmother in the open country at Sandy Knowe, in Roxburghshire, near the Tweed. This grandmother was a perfect treasure house of legends concerning the old border feuds. From her wonderful tales Scott developed that intense love of Scottish history and tradition which characterizes all his work. By the time he was 8 years old, when he returned to Edinburgh, Scott's tastes were fixed for life. At the high school he was a fair scholar, but without enthusiasm, being more interested in border stories than in the textbooks. He remained at school only 6 or 7 years, and then entered his father's office to study law, at the same time attending lectures at the university. He kept this up for some 6 years without developing any interest in his profession, not even when he passed his examinations and was admitted to the bar, in 1792. After 19 years of desultory work, in which he showed far more zeal in gathering Highland legends than in gaining clients, he had won 2 small legal offices which gave him enough income to support him comfortably. His home, meanwhile, was at Ashestiel on the Tweed, where all his best poetry was written. Scott's literary work began with the translation from the German of Berger's romantic ballad of Lenore, 1796, and of Goethe's Gotts von Berlichingen, 1799. But there was romance enough in his own loved Highlands, and in 1802–1803 appeared 3 volumes of his minstrelsy of the Scottish border, which he had been collecting for many years. In 1805, when Scott was 34 years old, appeared his first original work, The Lay of the Last Minstrel. Its success was immediate, and when Marmion, 1808, and The Lady of the Lake, 1810, aroused Scotland and England to intense enthusiasm, and brought unexpected fame to the author without in the least spoiling his honest and lovable nature. Scott gladly resolved to abandon the law, in which he had won scant success, and give himself wholly to literature. Unfortunately, however, in order to increase his earnings, he entered secretly into partnership with the firms of Constable and the brothers Ballantyne, as printer-publishers, a sad mistake, indeed. And the cause of that tragedy which closed the life of Scotland's greatest writer. Walter Scott. The year 1811 is remarkable for two things in Scott's life. In this year he seems to have realized that, notwithstanding the success of his poems, he had not yet found himself, that he was not a poetic genius, like Burns. That in his first three poems he had practically exhausted his material, though he still continued to write verse, and that, if he was to keep his popularity, he must find some other work. The fact that, only a year later, Byron suddenly became the popular favorite, shows how correctly Scott had judged himself and the reading public, which was even more fickle than usual in this emotional age. In that same year, 1811, Scott bought the estate of Abbotsford, on the Tweed, with which place his name is forever associated. Here he began to spend large sums, and to dispense the generous hospitality of a Scotch laird, of which he had been dreaming for years. In 1820 he was made a baronet. And his new title of Sir Walter came nearer to turning his honest head than had all his literary success. His business partnership was kept secret, and during all the years when the Waverley novels were the most popular books in the world, their authorship remained unknown. For Scott deemed it beneath the dignity of his title to earn money by business or literature, and sought to give the impression that the enormous sums spent at Abbotsford in improving the estate and in entertaining lavishly were part of the dignity of the position and came from ancestral sources. It was the success of Byron's Childe Harold, and the comparative failure of Scott's later poems, Rokeby, The Bridal of Triermain, and The Lord of the Isles, which led our author into the new field, where he was to be without a rival. Rummaging through a cabinet one day in search of some fishing tackle, Scott found the manuscript of a story which he had begun and laid aside 9 years before. He read this old story eagerly, as if it had been another's work. Finished it within 3 weeks, and published it without signing his name. The success of this first novel, Waverley, 1814, was immediate and unexpected. Its great sales and the general chorus of praise for its unknown author were without precedent. And when Guy Mannering, The Antiquary, Black Dwarf, Old Mortality, Rob Roy, and The Heart of Midlothian appeared within the next 4 years, England's delight and wonder knew no bounds. Not only at home, but also on the continent, large numbers of these fresh and fascinating stories were sold as fast as they could be printed. During the 17 years which followed the appearance of Waverley, Scott wrote on an average nearly 2 novels per year, creating an unusual number of characters and illustrating many periods of Scotch, English, and French history. From the time of the Crusades to the fall of the Stuarts. In addition to these historical novels, he wrote tales of a grandfather, demonology and witchcraft, biographies of Dryden and of Swift, the life of Napoleon, in 9 volumes, and a large number of articles for the reviews and magazines. It was an extraordinary amount of literary work, but it was not quite so rapid and spontaneous as it seemed. He had been very diligent in looking up old records, and we must remember that, in nearly all his poems and novels, Scott was drawing upon a fund of legend, tradition, history, and poetry, which he had been gathering for 40 years. And which his memory enabled him to produce at will with almost the accuracy of an encyclopedia. Abbotsford. For the first 6 years Scott held himself to Scottish history, giving us in 9 remarkable novels the whole of Scotland, its heroism, its superb faith and enthusiasm, and especially its clannish loyalty to its hereditary chiefs. Giving us also all parties and characters, from Covenanters to Royalists, and from kings to beggars. After reading these 9 volumes we know Scotland and Scotchmen as we can know them in no other way. In 1819 he turned abruptly from Scotland, and in Ivanhoe, the most popular of his works, showed what a mine of neglected wealth lay just beneath the surface of English history. It is hard to realize now, as we read its rapid, melodramatic action, its vivid portrayal of Saxon and Norman character, and all its picturesque details, that it was written rapidly. At a time when the author was suffering from disease and could hardly repress an occasional groan from finding its way into the rapid dictation. It stands today as the best example of the author's own theory that the will of a man is enough to hold him steadily, against all obstacles, to the task of doing what he has a mind to do. Kenilworth, Nigel, Peveril, and Woodstock, all written in the next few years, show his grasp of the romantic side of English annals. Count Robert and the Talisman show his enthusiasm for the heroic side of the Crusaders' nature. And Quentin Durwardand and of Geierstein suggest another mine of romance which he discovered in French history. For 20 years Scott labored steadily at literature, with the double object of giving what was in him, and of earning large sums to support the lavish display which he deemed essential to a laird of Scotland. In 1826, while he was blithely at work on Woodstock, the crash came. Not even the vast earnings of all these popular novels could longer keep the wretched business of Ballantyne on its feet, and the firm failed, after years of mismanagement. Though a silent partner, Scott assumed full responsibility, and at 55 years of age, sick, suffering, and with all his best work behind him, he found himself facing a debt of over $500,000. The firm could easily have compromised with its creditors, but Scott refused to hear of bankruptcy laws under which he could have taken refuge. He assumed the entire debt as a personal one, and set resolutely to work to pay every penny. Times were indeed changed in England when, instead of a literary genius starving until some wealthy patron gave him a pension, this man, aided by his pen alone, could confidently begin to earn that enormous amount of money. And this is one of the unnoticed results of the popularization of literature. Without a doubt Scott would have accomplished the task, had he been granted only a few years of health. He still lived at Abbotsford, which he had offered to his creditors, but which they generously refused to accept. And in 2 years, by miscellaneous work, had paid some $200,000 of his debt, nearly half of this sum coming from his Life of Napoleon. A new edition of the Waverley novels appeared, which was very successful financially, and Scott had every reason to hope that he would soon face the world owing no man a penny, when he suddenly broke under the strain. In 1830 occurred a stroke of paralysis from which he never fully recovered, though after a little time he was again at work, dictating with splendid patience and resolution. He writes in his diary at this time, "The blow is a stunning one, I suppose, for I scarcely feel it. It is singular, but it comes with as little surprise as if I had a remedy ready, yet God knows I am at sea in the dark, and the vessel leaky." It is good to remember that governments are not always ungrateful, and to record that, when it became known that a voyage to Italy might improve Scott's health, the British government promptly placed a naval vessel at the disposal of a man who had led no armies to the slaughter, but had only given pleasure to multitudes of peaceable men and women by his stories. He visited Malta, Naples, and Rome, but in his heart he longed for Scotland, and turned homeward after a few months of exile. The River Tweed, the Scotch hills, the trees of Abbotsford, the joyous clamour of his dogs, brought forth the first exclamation of delight which had passed Scott's lips since he sailed away. He died in September of the same year, 1832, and was buried with his ancestors in the old Dryburgh Abbey. Works of Scott. Scott's work is of a kind which the critic gladly passes over, leaving each reader to his own joyous and uninstructed opinion. From a literary viewpoint the works are faulty enough, if one is looking for faults, but it is well to remember that they were intended to give delight, and that they rarely fail of their object. When one has read the stirring Marmion or the more enduring Lady of the Lake, felt the heroism of the Crusaders in the Talisman, the picturesqueness of chivalry in Ivanhoe, the nobleness of soul of a Scotch peasant girl in the heart of Midlothian, and the quality of Scotch faith in Old Mortality, then his own opinion of Scott's genius will be of more value than all the criticisms that have ever been written. Scott's poetry. At the outset we must confess frankly that Scott's poetry is not artistic, in the highest sense, and that it lacks the deeply imaginative and suggestive qualities which make a poem the noblest and most enduring work of humanity. We read it now, not for its poetic excellence, but for its absorbing story interest. Even so, it serves an admirable purpose. Marmion and the Lady of the Lake, which are often the first long poems read by the beginner in literature, almost invariably lead to a deeper interest in the subject, and many readers owe to these poems an introduction to the delights of poetry. They are an excellent beginning, therefore, for young readers, since they are almost certain to hold the attention, and to lead indirectly to an interest in other and better poems. Aside from this, Scott's poetry is marked by vigor and youthful abandon. Its interest lies in its vivid pictures, its heroic characters, and especially in its rapid action and succession of adventures, which hold and delight us still, as they held and delighted the first wondering readers. And one finds here in their terse descriptions, or snatches of song and ballad, like the Boat Song, and Lachinvar, which are among the best known in our literature. Scott's novels. In his novels Scott plainly wrote too rapidly and too much. While a genius of the first magnitude, the definition of genius as the infinite capacity for taking pains hardly belongs to him. For details of life and history, for finely drawn characters, and for tracing the logical consequences of human action, he has usually no inclination. He sketches a character roughly, plunges him into the midst of stirring incidents, and the action of the story carries us on breathlessly to the end. So his stories are largely adventure stories, at the best. And it is this element of adventure and glorious action, rather than the study of character, which makes Scott a perennial favorite of the young. The same element of excitement is what causes mature readers to turn from Scott to better novelists, who have more power to delineate human character, and to create, or discover, a romantic interest in the incidents of everyday life rather than in stirring adventure. Scott's work for literature notwithstanding these limitations, it is well especially in these days, when we hear that Scott is outgrown to emphasize for noteworthy things that he accomplished. 1. He created the historical novel. And all novelists of the last century who draw upon history for their characters and events are followers of Scott and acknowledge his mastery. 2. His novels are on a vast scale, covering a very wide range of action, and are concerned with public rather than with private interests. So, with the exception of The Bride of Lammermoor, the love story in his novels is generally pale and feeble. But the strife and passions of big parties are magnificently portrayed. A glance over even the titles of his novels shows how the heroic side of history for over 600 years finds expression in his pages. And all the parties of these 6 centuries: Crusaders, Covenanters, Cavaliers, Roundheads, Papists, Jews, Gypsies, rebels start into life again, and fight or give a reason for the faith that is in them. No other novelist in England, and only Balzac in France, approaches Scott in the scope of his narratives. 3. Scott was the first novelist in any language to make the scene an essential element in the action. He knew Scotland, and loved it. And there is hardly an event in any of his Scottish novels in which we do not breathe the very atmosphere of the place, and feel the presence of its moors and mountains. The place, Morver, is usually so well chosen and described that the action seems almost to be the result of natural environment. Perhaps the most striking illustration of this harmony between scene and incident is found in Old Mortality, where Morton approaches the cave of the Old Covenanter, and where the spiritual terror inspired by the fanatic struggle with imaginary fiends is paralleled by the physical terror of a gulf and a roaring flood spanned by a slippery tree trunk. A second illustration of the same harmony of scene and incident is found in the meeting of the arms and ideals of the East and West, when the 2 champions fight in the burning desert, and then eat bread together in the cool shade of the oasis, as described in the opening chapter of The Talisman. A third illustration is found in that fascinating love scene, where Ivanhoe lies wounded, raging at his helplessness, while the gentle Rebecca alternately hides and reveals her love as she describes the terrific assault on the castle, which goes on beneath her window. His thoughts are all on the fight, hers on the man she loves, and both are natural, and both are exactly what we expect under the circumstances. These are but striking examples of the fact that, in all his work, Scott tries to preserve perfect harmony between the scene and the action. For, Scott's chief claim to greatness lies in the fact that he was the first novelist to recreate the past. That he changed our whole conception of history by making it to be, not a record of dry facts, but a stage on which living men and women played their parts. Carlyle's criticism is here most pertinent. These historical novels have taught this truth. Unknown to writers of history, that the bygone ages of the world were actually filled by living men, not by protocols, state papers, controversies, and abstractions of men. Not only the pages of history, but all the hills and valleys of his beloved Scotland are filled with living characters, lords and ladies, soldiers, pirates, gypsies, preachers, schoolmasters, clansmen, bailiffs, dependents. All Scotland is here before our eyes, in the reality of life itself. It is astonishing, with his large numbers of characters, that Scott never repeats himself. Naturally he is most at home in Scotland, and with humble people. Scott's own romantic interest in feudalism caused him to make his lords altogether too lordly. His aristocratic maidens are usually bloodless, conventional, exasperating creatures, who talk like books and pose like figures in an old tapestry. But when he describes characters like Jeanie Deans, in The Heart of Midlothian, and the old clansman, Evan Dhu, in Waverley, we know the very soul of Scotch womanhood and manhood. Perhaps one thing more should be said, or rather repeated, of Scott's enduring work. He is always sane, wholesome, manly, inspiring. We know the essential nobility of human life better, and we are better men and women ourselves, because of what he has written. George Gordon, Lord Byron, 1788–1824. There are two distinct sides to Byron and his poetry, one good, the other bad. And those who write about him generally describe one side or the other in superlatives. Thus one critic speaks of his splendid and imperishable excellence of sincerity and strength. Another of his gaudy charlatanry, blare of brass, and big bow-wowishness. As both critics are fundamentally right, we shall not here attempt to reconcile their differences, which arise from viewing one side of the man's nature and poetry to the exclusion of the other. Before his exile from England, in 1816, the general impression made by Byron is that of a man who leads an irregular life, poses as a romantic hero, makes himself out much worse than he really is, and takes delight in shocking not only the conventions but the ideals of English society. His poetry of this first period is generally, though not always, shallow and insincere in thought, and declamatory or bombastic in expression. After his exile, and his meeting with Shelley in Italy, we note a gradual improvement, due partly to Shelley's influence and partly to his own mature thought and experience. We have the impression now of a disillusioned man who recognizes his true character, and who, though cynical and pessimistic, is at least honest in his unhappy outlook on society. His poetry of this period is generally less shallow and rhetorical, and though he still parades his feelings in public, he often surprises us by being manly and sincere. Thus in the third canto of Childe Harold, written just after his exile, he says, "In my youth's summer I did sing of one, the wandering outlaw of his own dark mind." And as we read on to the end of the splendid fourth canto with its poetic feeling for nature, and its stirring rhythm that grips and holds the reader like martial music, we lay down the book with profound regret that this gifted man should have devoted so much of his talent to describing trivial or unwholesome intrigues and posing as the hero of his own verses. The real tragedy of Byron's life is that he died just as he was beginning to find himself. Life. Byron was born in London in 1788, the year preceding the French Revolution. We shall understand him better, and judge him more charitably, if we remember the tainted stock from which he sprang. His father was a dissipated spendthrift of unspeakable morals, his mother was a Scotch heiress, passionate and unbalanced. The father deserted his wife after squandering her fortune, and the boy was brought up by the mother who alternately petted and abused him. In his 11th year the death of a granduncle left him heir to Newstead Abbey and to the baronial title of one of the oldest houses in England. He was singularly handsome. and a lameness resulting from a deformed foot lent a suggestion of pathos to his makeup. All this, with his social position, his pseudo-heroic poetry, and his dissipated life over which he contrived to throw a veil of romantic secrecy, made him a magnet of attraction to many thoughtless young men and foolish women, who made the downhill path both easy and rapid to one whose inclinations led him in that direction. Naturally he was generous, and easily led by affection. He is, therefore, largely a victim of his own weakness and of unfortunate surroundings. At school at Harrow, and in the university at Cambridge, Byron led an unbalanced life, and was more given to certain sports from which he was not debarred by lameness, than to books and study. His school life, like his infancy, is sadly marked by vanity, violence, and rebellion against every form of authority, yet it was not without its hours of nobility and generosity. Scott describes him as a man of real goodness of heart, and the kindest and best feelings, miserably thrown away by his foolish contempt of public opinion. While at Cambridge, Byron published his first volume of poems, Hours of Idleness, in 1807. A severe criticism of the volume in the Edinburgh Review wounded Byron's vanity, and threw him into a violent passion, the result of which was the now famous satire called English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, in which not only his enemies, but also Scott, Wordsworth, and nearly all the literary men of his day, were satirized in heroic couplets after the manner of Pope's Dunciad. It is only just to say that he afterwards made friends with Scott and with others whom he had abused without provocation. And it is interesting to note, in view of his own romantic poetry, that he denounced all masters of romance and accepted the artificial standards of Pope and Dryden. His two favorite books were the Old Testament and a volume of Pope's poetry. Of the latter he says, his is the greatest name in poetry, all the rest are barbarians. George Gordon, Lord Byron. In 1809 Byron, when only 21 years of age, started on a tour of Europe and the Orient. The poetic results of this trip were the first two cantos of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, with their famous descriptions of romantic scenery. The work made him instantly popular, and his fame overshadowed Scott's completely. As he says himself, I awoke one morning to find myself famous, and presently he styles himself, the grand Napoleon of the realms of rhyme. The worst element in Byron at this time was his insincerity, his continual posing as the hero of his poetry. His best works were translated, and his fame spread almost as rapidly on the continent as in England. Even Goethe was deceived, and declared that a man so wonderful in character had never before appeared in literature, and would never appear again. Now that the tinsel has worn off, and we can judge the man and his work dispassionately, we see how easily even the critics of the age were governed by romantic impulses. The adulation of Byron lasted only a few years in England. In 1815 he married Miss Milbanke, an English heiress, who abruptly left him a year later. With womanly reserve she kept silence, but the public was not slow to imagine plenty of reasons for the separation. This, together with the fact that men had begun to penetrate the veil of romantic secrecy with which Byron surrounded himself and found a rather brassy idol beneath, turned the tide of public opinion against him. He left England under a cloud of distrust and disappointment, in 1816, and never returned. 8 years were spent abroad, largely in Italy, where he was associated with Shelley until the latter's tragic death in 1822. His house was ever the meeting place for revolutionists and malcontents calling themselves patriots, whom he trusted too greatly, and with whom he shared his money most generously. Curiously enough, while he trusted men too easily, he had no faith in human society or government, and wrote in 1817, I have simplified my politics to an utter detestation of all existing governments. During his exile he finished Childe Harold, The Prisoner of Chillon, his dramas Cain and Manfred, and numerous other works, in some of which, as in Don Juan, he delighted in revenging himself upon his countrymen by holding up to ridicule all that they held most sacred. In 1824 Byron went to Greece to give himself and a large part of his fortune to help that country in its struggle for liberty against the Turks. How far he was led by his desire for posing as a hero, and how far by a certain vigorous Viking spirit that was certainly in him, will never be known. The Greeks welcomed him and made him a leader, and for a few months he found himself in the midst of a wretched squabble of lies, selfishness, insincerity, cowardice, and intrigue, instead of the heroic struggle for liberty which he had anticipated. He died of fever, in Missolonghi, in 1824. One of his last poems, written there on his 36th birthday, a few months before he died, expresses his own view of his disappointing life. My days are in the yellow leaf. The flowers and fruits of love are gone. The worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone. Works of Byron. In reading Byron, it is well to remember that he was a disappointed and embittered man, not only in his personal life, but also in his expectation of a general transformation of human society. As he pours out his own feelings, chiefly, in his poetry. He is the most expressive writer of his age in voicing the discontent of a multitude of Europeans who were disappointed at the failure of the French Revolution to produce an entirely new form of government and society. Hours of Idleness. One who wishes to understand the whole scope of Byron's genius and poetry will do well to begin with his first work, Hours of Idleness, written when he was a young man at the university. There is very little poetry in the volume, only a striking facility in rhyme, brightened by the devil-may-care spirit of the Cavalier poets, but as a revelation of the man himself it is remarkable. In a vain and sophomoric preface he declares that poetry is to him an idle experiment, and that this is his first and last attempt to amuse himself in that line. Curiously enough, as he starts for Greece on his last, fatal journey, he again ridicules literature, and says that the poet is a mere babbler. It is this despising of the art which alone makes him famous that occasions our deepest disappointment. Even in his magnificent passages, in a glowing description of nature or of a Hindu woman's exquisite love, his work is frequently marred by a wretched pun, or by some cheap buffoonery, which ruins our first splendid impression of his poetry. Longer poems. Byron's later volumes, Manfred and Cain, the one a curious, and perhaps unconscious, parody of Faust, the other of Paradise Lost, are his two best-known dramatic works. Aside from the question of their poetic value, they are interesting as voicing Byron's excessive individualism and his rebellion against society. The best known and the most readable of Byron's works, Mazeppa, The Prisoner of Chillon, and Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The first two cantos of Childe Harold, 1812, are perhaps more frequently read than any other work of the same author, partly because of their melodious verse, partly because of their descriptions of places along the lines of European travel. But the last two cantos, 1816 to 1818, written after his exile from England, have more sincerity, and are in every way better expressions of Byron's mature genius. Scattered through all his works one finds magnificent descriptions of natural scenery, and exquisite lyrics of love and despair. But they are mixed with such a deal of bombast and rhetoric, together with much that is unwholesome, that the beginner will do well to confine himself to a small volume of well-chosen selections. Byron is often compared with Scott, as having given to us Europe and the Orient, just as Scott gave us Scotland and its people. But while there is a certain resemblance in the swing and dash of the verses, the resemblance is all on the surface, and the underlying difference between the two poets is as great as that between Thackeray and Bulwer Lytton. Scott knew his country well, its hills and valleys which are interesting as the abode of living and lovable men and women. Byron pretended to know the secret, unwholesome side of Europe, which generally hides itself in the dark. But instead of giving us a variety of living men, he never gets away from his own unbalanced and egotistical self. All his characters, in Cain, Manfred, the Corsair, the Gr, Childe Harold, Don Juan, are tiresome repetitions of himself, a vain, disappointed, cynical man, who finds no good in life or love or anything. Naturally, with such a disposition, he is entirely incapable of portraying a true woman. To nature alone, especially in her magnificent moods, Byron remains faithful. And his portrayal of the night and the storm and the ocean in Childe Harold are unsurpassed in our language. Percy Bysshe Shelley, 1792–1822. Make me thy lyre, even as the forest is. What if my leaves are falling like its own? The tumult of thy mighty harmonies will take from both a deep, autumnal tone. Sweet though in sadness. Be thou, spirit fierce. My spirit. Be thou me, impetuous one. Percy Bysshe Shelley. In this fragment, from the Ode to the West Wind, we have a suggestion of Shelley's own spirit, as reflected in all his poetry. The very spirit of nature, which appeals to us in the wind and the cloud, the sunset and the moonrise, seems to have possessed him, at times, and made him a chosen instrument of melody. At such times he is a true poet, and his work is unrivaled. At other times, unfortunately, Shelley joins with Byron in voicing a vain rebellion against society. His poetry, like his life, divides itself into two distinct moods. In one he is the violent reformer, seeking to overthrow our present institutions and to hurry the millennium out of its slow walk into a gallop. Out of this mood come most of his longer poems, like Queen Mab, Revolt of Islam, Hellas, and The Witch of Atlas, which are somewhat violent diatribes against government, priests, marriage, religion, even God as men supposed him to be. In a different mood, which finds expression Alastor, Adonais, and his wonderful lyrics, Shelley is like a wanderer following a vague, beautiful vision, forever sad and forever unsatisfied. In the latter mood he appeals profoundly to all men who have known what it is to follow after an unattainable ideal. Shelley's life. There are three classes of men who see visions, and all three are represented in our literature. The first is the mere dreamer, like Blake, who stumbles through a world of reality without noticing it, and is happy in his visions. The second is the seer, the prophet, like Langland, or Wycliffe, who sees a vision and quietly goes to work, in ways that men understand, to make the present world a little more like the ideal one which he sees in his vision. The third, who appears in many forms, as visionary, enthusiast, radical, anarchist, revolutionary, call him what you will, sees a vision and straightway begins to tear down all human institutions, which have been built up by the slow toil of centuries, simply because they seem to stand in the way of his dream. To the latter class belongs Shelley, a man perpetually at war with the present world, a martyr and exile, simply because of his inability to sympathize with men and society as they are, and because of his own mistaken judgment as to the value and purpose of a vision. Shelley was born in Field Place, near Horsham, Sussex, in 1792. On both his father's and his mother's side he was descended from noble old families, famous in the political and literary history of England. From childhood he lived, like Blake, in a world of fancy, so real that certain imaginary dragons and headless creatures of the neighboring wood kept him and his sisters in a state of fearful expectancy. He learned rapidly, absorbed the classics as if by intuition, and, dissatisfied with ordinary processes of learning, seems to have sought, like Faustus, the acquaintance of spirits, as shown in his Hymn to Intellectual Beauty. While yet a boy, I sought for ghosts, and sped through many a listening chamber, cave and ruin, and starlight wood, with fearful steps pursuing hopes of high talk with the departed dead. Shelley's first public school, kept by a hard-headed Scotch master, with its floggings and its general brutality, seemed to him like a combination of hell and prison. And his active rebellion against existing institutions was well under way when, at 12 years of age, he entered the famous preparatory school at Eton. He was a delicate, nervous, marvelously sensitive boy, of great physical beauty. And, like Cooper, he suffered torments at the hands of his rough schoolfellows. Unlike Cooper, he was positive, resentful, and brave to the point of rashness. Soul and body rose up against tyranny, and he promptly organized a rebellion against the brutal fagging system. Mad Shelley, the boys called him, and they chivied him like dogs around a little coon that fights and cries defiance to the end. One finds what he seeks in this world, and it is not strange that Shelley, after his Eton experiences, found causes for rebellion in all existing forms of human society, and that he left school, to war among mankind. As he says of himself in The Revolt of Islam, his university days are but a repetition of his earlier experiences. While a student at Oxford he read some scraps of Hume's philosophy, and immediately published a pamphlet called The Necessity of Atheism. It was a crude, foolish piece of work, and Shelley distributed it by post to everyone to whom it might give offense. Naturally this brought on a conflict with the authorities, but Shelley would not listen to reason or make any explanation, and was expelled from the university in 1811. Shelley's marriage was even more unfortunate. While living in London, on a generous sister's pocket money, a certain young schoolgirl, Harriet Westbrook, was attracted by Shelley's crude revolutionary doctrines. She promptly left school, as her own personal part in the general rebellion, and refused to return or even to listen to her parents upon the subject. Having been taught by Shelley, she threw herself upon his protection. And this unbalanced couple were presently married, as they said, in deference to anarch custom. The two infants had already proclaimed a rebellion against the institution of marriage, for which they proposed to substitute the doctrine of elective affinity. For 2 years they wandered about England, Ireland, and Wales, living on a small allowance from Shelley's father, who had disinherited his son because of his ill-considered marriage. The pair soon separated, and 2 years later Shelley, having formed a strong friendship with one Godwin, a leader of young enthusiasts and a preacher of anarchy, presently showed his belief in Godwin's theories by eloping with his daughter Mary. It is a sad story, and the details were perhaps better forgotten. We should remember that in Shelley we are dealing with a tragic blend of high-mindedness and light-headedness. Byron wrote of him, the most gentle, the most amiable, and the least worldly-minded person I ever met. Led partly by the general hostility against him, and partly by his own delicate health, Shelley went to Italy in 1818, and never returned to England. After wandering over Italy he finally settled in Pisa, beloved of so many English poets, beautiful, sleepy Pisa, where one looks out of his window on the main street at the busiest hour of the day, and the only living thing in sight is a donkey, dozing lazily, with his head in the shade and his body in the sunshine. Here his best poetry was written, and here he found comfort in the friendship of Byron, Hunt, and Trelawney, who are forever associated with Shelley's Italian life. He still remained hostile to English social institutions. But life is a good teacher, and that Shelley dimly recognized the error of his rebellion is shown in the increasing sadness of his later poems. O world, O life, O time, on whose last steps I climb, trembling at that where I had stood before. When will return the glory of your prime? No more, oh, never more. Out of the day and night, a joy has taken flight. Fresh spring, and summer, and winter hoar move my faint heart with grief, but with delight. No more, oh, never more. In 1822, when only 30 years of age, Shelley was drowned while sailing in a small boat off the Italian coast. His body was washed ashore several days later, and was cremated, near Viareggio, by his friends, Byron, Hunt, and Trelawney. His ashes might, with all reverence, have been given to the winds that he loved and that were a symbol of his restless spirit. Instead, they found a resting place near the grave of Keats, in the English cemetery at Rome. One rarely visits the spot now without finding English and American visitors standing in silence before the significant inscription, Cor Cordium. Works of Shelley. As a lyric poet, Shelley is one of the supreme geniuses of our literature. And the reader will do well to begin with the poems which show him at his very best. The Cloud, To a Skylark, Ode to the West Wind, Tonight. Poems like these must surely set the reader to searching among Shelley's miscellaneous works, to find for himself the things, worthy to be remembered. Alas, in reading Shelley's longer poems one must remember that there are in this poet two distinct men, one, the wanderer, seeking ideal beauty and forever unsatisfied. The other, the unbalanced reformer, seeking the overthrow of present institutions and the establishment of universal happiness. Alastor, or The Spirit of Solitude, 1816, is by far the best expression of Shelley's greater mood. Here we see him wandering restlessly through the vast silences of nature, in search of a loved dream maiden who shall satisfy his love of beauty. Here Shelley is the poet of the moonrise, and of the tender exquisite fancies that can never be expressed. The charm of the poem lies in its succession of dreamlike pictures, but it gives absolutely no impressions of reality. It was written when Shelley, after his long struggle, had begun to realize that the world was too strong for him. Alastor is therefore the poet's confession, not simply of failure, but of undying hope in some better thing that is to come. Prometheus Unbound, 1818–1820, a lyrical drama, is the best work of Shelley's revolutionary enthusiasm, and the most characteristic of all his poems. Shelley's philosophy, if one may dignify a hopeless dream by such a name, was a curious aftergrowth of the French Revolution, namely, that it is only the existing tyranny of state, church, and society which keeps man from growth into perfect happiness. Naturally, Shelley forgot, like many other enthusiasts, that church and state and social laws were not imposed upon man from without, but were created by himself to minister to his necessities. In Shelley's poem The Hero, Prometheus represents mankind itself, a just and noble humanity, chained and tortured by Jove, who is here the personification of human institutions. In due time Demogorgon, which is Shelley's name for necessity, overthrows the tyrant Jove and releases Prometheus, mankind, who is presently united to Asia, the spirit of love and goodness in nature. While the earth and the moon join in a wedding song, and everything gives promise that they shall live together happy ever afterwards. Shelley here looks forward, not back, to the Golden Age, and is the prophet of science and evolution. If we compare his Titan with similar characters in Faust and Cain, we shall find this interesting difference that while Goethe's Titan is cultured and self-reliant, and Byron's stoic and hopeless, Shelley's hero is patient under torture, seeing help and hope beyond his suffering. And he marries love that the earth may be peopled with superior beings who shall substitute brotherly love for the present laws and conventions of society. Such is his philosophy. But the beginner will read this poem, not chiefly for its thought, but for its youthful enthusiasm, for its marvelous imagery, and especially for its ethereal music. Perhaps we should add here that Prometheus is, and probably always will be, a poem for the chosen few who can appreciate its peculiar spirit-like beauty. In its purely pagan conception of the world, it suggests, by contrast, Milton's Christian philosophy in Paradise Regained. Shelley's revolutionary works, Queen Mab, 1813, The Revolt of Islam, 1818, Hellas, 1821, and The Witch of Atlas, 1820, are to be judged in much the same way as is Prometheus Unbound. They are largely invectives against religion, marriage, kingcraft, and priestcraft, most impractical when considered as schemes for reform, but abounding in passages of exquisite beauty, for which alone they are worth reading. In the drama called The Cenci, 1819, which is founded upon a morbid Italian story, Shelley for the first and only time descends to reality. The heroine, Beatrice, driven to desperation by the monstrous wickedness of her father, kills him and suffers the death penalty in consequence. She is the only one of Shelley's characters who seems to us entirely human. Adonais, far different in character, is Epipsychidion, 1821, a rhapsody celebrating platonic love, the most impalpable, and so one of the most characteristic, of all Shelley's works. It was inspired by a beautiful Italian girl, Emilia Viviani, who was put into a cloister against her will, and in whom Shelley imagined he found his long-sought ideal of womanhood. With this should be read Adonais, 1821, the best known of all Shelley's longer poems. Adonais is a wonderful threnody, or a song of grief, over the death of the poet Keats. Even in his grief Shelley still preserves a sense of unreality, and calls in many shadowy allegorical figures, sad spring, weeping hours, glooms, splendors, destinies, all uniting in bewailing the loss of a loved one. The whole poem is a succession of dream pictures, exquisitely beautiful, such as only Shelley could imagine, and it holds its place with Milton's Lycidas and Tennyson's In Memoriam as one of the three greatest elegies in our language. Shelley and Wordsworth. In his interpretation of nature, Shelley suggests Wordsworth, both by resemblance and by contrast. To both poets all natural objects are symbols of truth. Both regard nature as permeated by the great spiritual life which animates all things. But while Wordsworth finds a spirit of thought, and so of communion between nature and the soul of man, Shelley finds a spirit of love, which exists chiefly for its own delight. And so, the cloud, The Skylark, and The West Wind, three of the most beautiful poems in our language, have no definite message for humanity. In his Hymn to Intellectual Beauty, Shelley is most like Wordsworth. But in his Sensitive Plant, with its fine symbolism and imagery, he is like nobody in the world but himself. Comparison is sometimes an excellent thing. And if we compare Shelley's exquisite lament, beginning, O world, O life, O time, with Wordsworth's intimations of immortality, we shall perhaps understand both poets better. Both poems recall many happy memories of youth. Both express a very real mood of a moment, but while the beauty of one merely saddens and disheartens us, the beauty of the other inspires us with something of the poet's own faith and hopefulness. In a word, Wordsworth found and Shelley lost himself in nature. John Keats, 1795–1821. Keats was not only the last but also the most perfect of the Romanticists. While Scott was merely telling stories, and Wordsworth reforming poetry or upholding the moral law, and Shelley advocating impossible reforms, and Byron voicing his own egoism and the political discontent of the times. Keats lived apart from men and from all political measures, worshipping beauty like a devotee, perfectly content to write what was in his own heart, or to reflect some splendor of the natural world as he saw or dreamed it to be. He had, moreover, the novel idea that poetry exists for its own sake, and suffers loss by being devoted to philosophy or politics or, indeed, to any cause, however great or small. As he says in Lamia, do not all charms fly at the mere touch of cold philosophy? There was an awful rainbow once in heaven. We know her woof, her texture, she is given in the dull catalogue of common things. Philosophy will clip an angel's wings, conquer all mysteries by rule and line, empty the haunted air, and gnomed mine, unweave a rainbow, as it erewhile made. The tender-personed Lamia melt into a shade. Partly because of this high ideal of poetry, partly because he studied and unconsciously imitated the Greek classics and the best works of the Elizabethans. Keats's last little volume of poetry is unequaled by the work of any of his contemporaries. When we remember that all his work was published in 3 short years, from 1817 to 1820, and that he died when only 25 years old, we must judge him to be the most promising figure of the early 19th century. And one of the most remarkable in the history of literature. Life. Keats's life of devotion to beauty and to poetry is all the more remarkable in view of his lowly origin. He was the son of a hostler and stable keeper, and was born in the stable of the Swan and Hoop Inn, London, in 1795. One has only to read the rough stable scenes from our first novelists, or even from Dickens, to understand how little there was in such an atmosphere to develop poetic gifts. Before Keats was 15 years old both parents died, and he was placed with his brothers and sisters in charge of guardians. Their first act seems to have been to take Keats from school at Enfield, and to bind him as an apprentice to a surgeon at Edmonton. For 5 years he served his apprenticeship, and for 2 years more he was surgeon's helper in the hospitals. But though skillful enough to win approval, he disliked his work, and his thoughts were on other things. The other day, during a lecture, he said to a friend, there came a sunbeam into the room, and with it a whole troop of creatures floating in the ray, and I was off with them to Oberon and Fairyland. A copy of Spenser's Faerie Queene, which had been given him by Charles Cowden Clarke, was the prime cause of his abstraction. He abandoned his profession in 1817, and early in the same year published his first volume of poems. It was modest enough in spirit, as was also his second volume, Endymion, 1818, but that did not prevent brutal attacks upon the author and his work by the self-constituted critics of Blackwood's Magazine and the Quarterly. It is often alleged that the poet's spirit and ambition were broken by these attacks. But Keats was a man of strong character, and instead of quarreling with his reviewers, or being crushed by their criticism, he went quietly to work with the idea of producing poetry that should live forever. As Matthew Arnold says, Keats had flint and iron in him, and in his next volume he accomplished his own purpose and silenced unfriendly criticism. For the 3 years during which Keats wrote his poetry he lived chiefly in London and in Hampstead, but wandered at times over England and Scotland, living for brief spaces in the Isle of Wight, in Devonshire, and in the Lake District. Seeking to recover his own health, and especially to restore that of his brother. His illness began with a severe cold, but soon developed into consumption, and added to this sorrow was another, his love for Fanny Brawne, to whom he was engaged, but whom he could not marry on account of his poverty and growing illness. When we remember all this personal grief and the harsh criticism of literary men, the last small volume, Lamia, Isabella, The Eve of St. Agnes, and Other Poems, 1820, is most significant, as showing not only Keats's wonderful poetic gifts, but also his beautiful and indomitable spirit. Shelley, struck by the beauty and promise of Hyperion, sent a generous invitation to the author to come to Pisa and live with him, but Keats refused, having little sympathy with Shelley's revolt against society. The invitation had this effect, however, that it turned Keats's thoughts to Italy, whither he soon went in the effort to save his life. He settled in Rome with his friend Severn, the artist, but died soon after his arrival, in February, 1821. His grave, in the Protestant cemetery at Rome, is still an object of pilgrimage to thousands of tourists. For among all our poets there is hardly another whose heroic life and tragic death have so appealed to the hearts of poets and young enthusiasts. The work of Keats. None but the master shall praise us. And none but the master shall blame might well be written on the fly-leaf of every volume of Keats's poetry, for never was there a poet more devoted to his ideal, entirely independent of success or failure. In strong contrast with his contemporary, Byron, who professed to despise the art that made him famous, Keats lived for poetry alone, and, as Lowell pointed out, a virtue went out of him into everything he wrote. In all his work we have the impression of this intense loyalty to his art, we have the impression also of a profound dissatisfaction that the deed falls so far short of the splendid dream. Thus after reading Chapman's translation of Homer he writes, "Much have I travelled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen. Round many western islands have I been, which bards in fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told, that deep-browed Homer ruled as his domain. Yet did I never breathe its pure serene, till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken. Or like stout Cortez when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent, upon a peak in Darien." In this striking sonnet we have a suggestion of Keats's high ideal, and of his sadness because of his own ignorance, when he published his first little volume of poems in 1817. He knew no Greek. Yet Greek literature absorbed and fascinated him, as he saw its broken and imperfect reflection in an English translation. Like Shakespeare, who also was but poorly educated in the schools, he had a marvelous faculty of discerning the real spirit of the classics, a faculty denied to many great scholars, and to most of the classic writers of the preceding century. And so he set himself to the task of reflecting in modern English the spirit of the old Greeks. The imperfect results of this attempt are seen in his next volume, Endymion, which is the story of a young shepherd beloved by a moon goddess. The poem begins with the striking lines, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness, but still will keep a bower quiet for us, and asleep, full of sweet dreams, and health, and quiet breathing," which well illustrate the spirit of Keats's later work, with its perfect finish and melody. It has many quotable lines and passages, and its Hymn to Pan should be read in connection with Wordsworth's famous sonnet beginning, "The world is too much with us." The poem gives splendid promise, but as a whole it is rather chaotic, with too much ornament and too little design, like a modern house. That Keats felt this defect strongly is evident from his modest preface, wherein he speaks of Endymion, not as a deed accomplished, but only as an unsuccessful attempt to suggest the underlying beauty of Greek mythology. Lamia and Other Poems. Keats's third and last volume, Lamia, Isabella, The Eve of St. Agnes, and Other Poems, 1820, is the one with which the reader should begin his acquaintance with this master of English verse. It has only two subjects, Greek mythology and medieval romance. Hyperion is a magnificent fragment, suggesting the first arch of a cathedral that was never finished. Its theme is the overthrow of the Titans by the young sun god Apollo. Realizing his own immaturity and lack of knowledge, Keats laid aside this work, and only the pleadings of his publisher induced him to print the fragment with his completed poems. Throughout this last volume, and especially in Hyperion, the influence of Milton is apparent, while Spenser is more frequently suggested in reading Endymion. Of the longer poems in the volume, Lamia is the most suggestive. It is the story of a beautiful enchantress, who turns from a serpent into a glorious woman and fills every human sense with delight, until, as a result of the foolish philosophy of old Apollonius, she vanishes forever from her lover's sight. The Eve of St. Agnes, the most perfect of Keats's medieval poems, is not a story after the manner of the metrical romances, but rather a vivid painting of a romantic mood, such as comes to all men, at times, to glorify a workaday world. Like all the work of Keats and Shelley, it has an element of unreality, and when we read at the end, "And they are gone. Ages long ago. These lovers fled away into the storm." It is as if we were waking from a dream, which is the only possible ending to all of Keats's Greek and medieval fancies. We are to remember, however, that no beautiful thing, though it be intangible as a dream, can enter a man's life and leave him quite the same afterwards. Keats's own word is here suggestive. The imagination, he said, may be likened to Adam's dream, he awoke and found it true. It is by his short poems that Keats is known to the majority of present-day readers. Among these exquisite shorter poems we mention only the four odes, On a Grecian Urn, To a Nightingale, To Autumn, and To Psyche. These are like an invitation to a feast. One who reads them will hardly be satisfied until he knows more of such delightful poetry. Those who study only the Ode to a Nightingale may find four things: a love of account, when he paused in the crowded street tears would spring to his eyes, tears of pure pleasure at the abundance of so much good life. And when he wrote, he simply interpreted that crowded human life of joy and sorrow, as Wordsworth interpreted the woods and waters, without any desire to change or to reform them. He has given us the best pictures we possess of Coleridge, Hazlitt, Landor, Hood, Cowden Clarke, and many more of the interesting men and women of his age. And it is due to his insight and sympathy that the life of those far-off days seems almost as real to us as if we ourselves remembered it. Of all our English essayists he is the most lovable. Partly because of his delicate, old-fashioned style and humor, but more because of that cheery and heroic struggle against misfortune which shines like a subdued light in all his writings. Charles Lamb. Life. In the very heart of London there is a curious, old-fashioned place known as the Temple, an enormous, rambling, apparently forgotten structure, dusty and still, in the midst of the endless roar of the city streets. Originally it was a chapter house of the Knights Templars, and so suggests to us the spirit of the Crusades and of the Middle Ages, but now the building is given over almost entirely to the offices and lodgings of London lawyers. It is this queer old place which, more than all others, is associated with the name of Charles Lamb. I was born, he says, and passed the first 7 years of my life in the Temple. Its gardens, its halls, its fountain, its river. These are my oldest recollections. He was the son of a poor clerk, or rather servant, of one of the barristers, and was the youngest of 7 children, only 3 of whom survived infancy. Of these 3, John, the elder, was apparently a selfish creature, who took no part in the heroic struggle of his brother and sister. At 7 years, Charles was sent to the famous Bluecoat Charity School of Christ's Hospital. Here he remained 7 years, and here he formed his lifelong friendship for another poor, neglected boy, whom the world remembers as Coleridge. Christ's Hospital, London. When only 14 years old, Lamb left the charity school and was soon at work as a clerk in the South Sea House. 2 years later he became a clerk in the famous India House, where he worked steadily for 33 years, with the exception of 6 weeks, in the winter of 1795 to 1796, spent within the walls of an asylum. In 1796 Lamb's sister Mary, who was as talented and remarkable as Lamb himself, went violently insane and killed her own mother. For a long time after this appalling tragedy she was in an asylum at Hoxton. Then Lamb, in 1797, brought her to his own little house, and for the remainder of his life cared for her with a tenderness and devotion which furnishes one of the most beautiful pages in our literary history. At times the malady would return to Mary, giving sure warning of its terrible approach, and then brother and sister might be seen walking silently, hand in hand, to the gates of the asylum, their cheeks wet with tears. One must remember this, as well as Lamb's humble lodgings and the drudgery of his daily work in the big commercial house, if he would appreciate the pathos of the old familiar faces. Or the heroism which shines through the most human and the most delightful essays in our language. When Lamb was 50 years of age, the East India Company, led partly by his literary fame following his first essays of Elia, and partly by his 33 years of faithful service, granted him a comfortable pension. And happy as a boy turned loose from school, he left India House forever to give himself up to literary work. He wrote to Wordsworth, in April, 1825, "I came home forever on Tuesday of last week. It was like passing from life into eternity." Curiously enough, Lamb seems to lose power after his release from drudgery, and his last essays, published in 1833, lack something of the grace and charm of his earlier work. He died at Edmonton in 1834. And his gifted sister Mary sank rapidly into the gulf from which his strength and gentleness had so long held her back. No literary man was ever more loved and honored by a rare circle of friends. And all who knew him bear witness to the simplicity and goodness which any reader may find for himself between the lines of his essays. Works. The works of Lamb divide themselves naturally into 3 periods. First, there are his early literary efforts, including the poems signed C.L. in Coleridge's Poems on Various Subjects, 1796, his romance Rosamund Grey, 1798, his poetical drama John Woodville, 1802. And various other immature works in prose and poetry. This period comes to an end in 1803, when he gave up his newspaper work, especially the contribution of 6 jokes, puns, and squibs daily to the Morning Post at 6 pence apiece. The second period was given largely to literary criticism. And the Tales from Shakespeare, 1807, written by Charles and Mary Lamb, the former reproducing the tragedies, and the latter the comedies, may be regarded as his first successful literary venture. The book was written primarily for children. But so thoroughly had brother and sister steeped themselves in the literature of the Elizabethan period that young and old alike were delighted with this new version of Shakespeare's stories. And the tales are still regarded as the best of their kind in our literature. In 1808 appeared his Specimens of English Dramatic Poets Contemporary with Shakespeare. This carried out the splendid critical work of Coleridge, and was the most noticeable influence in developing the poetic qualities of Keats, as shown in his last volume. Essays of Elia. The third period includes Lamb's criticisms of life, which are gathered together in his Essays of Elia, 1823, and his last Essays of Elia, which were published 10 years later. These famous essays began in 1820 with the appearance of the New London Magazine and were continued for many years. Such subjects as the Dissertation on Roast Pig, Old China, Praise of Chimney Sweepers, Imperfect Sympathies. A chapter on Ears, Mrs. Battle's Opinions on Whist, Macquarie End, Grace Before Meat, Dream Children, and many others being chosen apparently at random, but all leading to a delightful interpretation of the life of London, as it appeared to a quiet little man who walked unnoticed through its crowded streets. In the first and last essays which we have mentioned, Dissertation on Roast Pig and Dream Children, we have the extremes of Lamb's humor and pathos. Lamb's style. The style of all these essays is gentle, old-fashioned, irresistibly attractive. Lamb was especially fond of old writers and borrowed unconsciously from the style of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy and from Brown's Religio Medici and from the early English dramatists. But this style had become a part of Lamb by long reading, and he was apparently unable to express his new thought without using their old quaint expressions. Though these essays are all criticisms or appreciations of the life of his age, they are all intensely personal. In other words, they are an excellent picture of Lamb and of humanity. Without a trace of vanity or self-assertion, Lamb begins with himself, with some purely personal mood or experience, and from this he leads the reader to see life and literature as he saw it. It is this wonderful combination of personal and universal interests, together with Lamb's rare old style and quaint humor, which make the essays remarkable. They continue the best tradition of Addison and Steele, our first great essayists. But their sympathies are broader and deeper, and their humor more delicious than any which preceded them. Thomas de Quincey, 1785 to 1859. In De Quincey the romantic element is even more strongly developed than in Lamb, not only in his critical work, but also in his erratic and imaginative life. He was profoundly educated, even more so than Coleridge, and was one of the keenest intellects of the age, yet his wonderful intellect seems always subordinate to his passion for dreaming. Like Lamb, he was a friend and associate of the Lake poets, making his headquarters in Wordsworth's old cottage at Grasmere for nearly 20 years. Here the resemblance ceases, and a marked contrast begins. As a man, Lamb is the most human and lovable of all our essayists, while De Quincey is the most uncanny and incomprehensible. Lamb's modest works breathe the two essential qualities of sympathy and humor. The greater number of De Quincey's essays, while possessing more or less of both these qualities, are characterized chiefly by their brilliant style. Life, as seen through De Quincey's eyes, is nebulous and chaotic, and there is a suspicion of the fabulous in all that he wrote. Even in the Revolt of the Tartars the romantic element is uppermost, and in much of De Quincey's prose the element of unreality is more noticeable than in Shelley's poetry. Of his subject matter, his facts, ideas, and criticisms, we are generally suspicious. But of his style, sometimes stately and sometimes headlong, now gorgeous as an oriental dream, now musical as Keats's Endymion, and always, even in the most violent contrasts, showing a harmony between the idea and the expression such as no other English writer, with the possible exception of Newman, has ever rivaled. Say what you will of the marvelous brilliancy of De Quincey's style, you have still only half expressed the truth. It is the style alone which makes these essays immortal. Life. De Quincey was born in Manchester in 1785. In neither his father, who was a prosperous merchant, nor his mother, who was a quiet, unsympathetic woman, do we see any suggestion of the son's almost uncanny genius. As a child he was given to dreams, more vivid and intense but less beautiful than those of the young Blake to whom he bears a strong resemblance. In the grammar school at Bath he displayed astonishing ability, and acquired Greek and Latin with a rapidity that frightened his slow tutors. At 15 he not only read Greek, but spoke it fluently. And one of his astounded teachers remarked, "That boy could harangue an Athenian mob better than you or I could address an English one." From the grammar school at Manchester, whither he was sent in 1800, he soon ran away, finding the instruction far below his abilities, and the rough life absolutely intolerable to his sensitive nature. An uncle, just home from India, interceded for the boy lest he be sent back to the school, which he hated. And with an allowance of £1 a week he started a career of vagrancy, much like that of Goldsmith, living on the open hills, in the huts of shepherds and charcoal burners, in the tents of gypsies, wherever fancy led him. His fear of the Manchester school finally led him to run away to London, where, without money or friends, his life was even more extraordinary than his gypsy wanderings. The details of this vagrancy are best learned in his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, where we meet not simply the facts of his life, but also the confusion of dreams and fancies in the midst of which he wandered like a man lost on the mountains, with storm clouds under his feet hiding the familiar earth. After a year of vagrancy and starvation he was found by his family and allowed to go to Oxford, where his career was marked by the most brilliant and erratic scholarship. When ready for a degree, in 1807, he passed his written tests successfully, but felt a sudden terror at the thought of the oral examination and disappeared from the university, never to return. Thomas de Quincey. It was in Oxford that de Quincey began the use of opium, to relieve the pains of neuralgia, and the habit increased until he was an almost hopeless slave to the drug. Only his extraordinary will power enabled him to break away from the habit, after some 30 years of misery. Some peculiarity of his delicate constitution enabled de Quincey to take enormous quantities of opium, enough to kill several ordinary men. And it was largely opium, working upon a sensitive imagination, which produced his gorgeous dreams, broken by intervals of weakness and profound depression. For 20 years he resided at Grasmere in the companionship of the lake poets. And here, led by the loss of his small fortune, he began to write, with the idea of supporting his family. In 1821 he published his first famous work, The Confessions of an English Opium Eater, and for nearly 40 years afterwards he wrote industriously, contributing to various magazines an astonishing number of essays on a great variety of subjects. Without thought of literary fame, he contributed these articles anonymously, but fortunately, in 1853, he began to collect his own works, and the last of 14 volumes was published just after his death. In 1830, led by his connection with Blackwood's magazine, to which he was the chief contributor, de Quincey removed with his family to Edinburgh, where his erratic genius and his singularly childlike ways produced enough amusing anecdotes to fill a volume. He would take a room in some place unknown to his friends and family, would live in it for a few years, until he had filled it, even to the bath-tub, with books and with his own chaotic manuscripts, allowing no one to enter or disturb his den. And then, when the place became too crowded, he would lock the door and go away and take another lodging, where he repeated the same extraordinary performance. He died in Edinburgh in 1859. Like Lamb, he was a small, boyish figure, gentle, and elaborately courteous. Though excessively shy, and escaping as often as possible to solitude, he was nevertheless fond of society, and his wide knowledge and vivid imagination made his conversations almost as prized as those of his friend Coleridge. Works. De Quincey's works may be divided into two general classes. The first includes his numerous critical articles, and the second his autobiographical sketches. All his works, it must be remembered, were contributed to various magazines, and were hastily collected just before his death. Hence the general impression of chaos which we get from reading them. Critical essays from a literary viewpoint. The most illuminating of de Quincey's critical works is his Literary Reminiscences. This contains brilliant appreciations of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Lamb, Shelley, Keats, Hazlitt, and Landor, as well as some interesting studies of the literary figures of the age preceding. Among the best of his brilliant critical essays are on the knocking at the gate in Macbeth, 1823, which is admirably suited to show the man's critical genius, and Murder Considered as One of the Fine Arts, 1827. Which reveals his grotesque humor. Other suggestive critical works, if one must choose among such a multitude, are his Letters to a Young Man, 1823, Joan of Arc, 1847, The Revolt of the Tartars, 1840, and The English Mail Coach, 1849. In the last named essay the Dream Fugue is one of the most imaginative of all his curious works. Confessions of an Opium Eater, etc. Of de Quincey's autobiographical sketches, the best known is his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, 1821. This is only partly a record of opium dreams, and its chief interest lies in glimpses it gives us of de Quincey's own life and wanderings. This should be followed by Suspiria de Profundis, 1845, which is chiefly a record of gloomy and terrible dreams produced by opiates. The most interesting parts of his Suspiria, showing de Quincey's marvelous insight into dreams, are those in which we are brought face to face with the strange feminine creations, Lavanna, Madonna, Our Lady of Sighs, and Our Lady of Darkness. A series of nearly 30 articles which he collected in 1853, called Autobiographic Sketches, completes the revelation of the author's own life. Among his miscellaneous works may be mentioned, in order to show his wide range of subjects, Klosterheim, a novel, Logic of Political Economy, the essays on Style and Rhetoric, Philosophy of Herodotus, and his articles on Goethe, Pope, Schiller, and Shakespeare, which he contributed to the Encyclopaedia Britannica. The style of De Quincey's style is a revelation of the beauty of the English language, and it profoundly influenced Ruskin and other prose writers of the Victorian age. It has two chief faults: diffuseness, which continually leads De Quincey away from his object, and triviality, which often makes him halt in the midst of a marvelous paragraph to make some light jest or witticism that has some humor but no mirth in it. Notwithstanding these faults, De Quincey's prose is still among the few supreme examples of style in our language. Though he was profoundly influenced by the 17th century writers, he attempted definitely to create a new style which should combine the best elements of prose and poetry. In consequence, his prose works are often, like those of Milton, more imaginative and melodious than much of our poetry. He has been well called the psychologist of style, and as such his works will never be popular. But to the few who can appreciate him he will always be an inspiration to better writing. One has a deeper respect for our English language and literature after reading him. Secondary writers of Romanticism. One has only to glance back over the authors we have been studying: Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Scott, Lamb, De Quincey to realize the great change which swept over the life and literature of England in a single half-century, under two influences which we now know as the French Revolution in history and the Romantic movement in literature. In life men had rebelled against the too strict authority of state and society. In literature they rebelled even more vigorously against the bonds of classicism, which had sternly repressed a writer's ambition to follow his own ideals and to express them in his own way. Naturally, such an age of revolution was essentially poetic. Only the Elizabethan age surpasses it in this respect, and it produced a large number of minor writers, who followed more or less closely the example of its great leaders. Among novelists we have Jane Austen, Frances Burney, Maria Edgeworth, Jane Porter, and Susan Ferrier, all women, be it noted. Among the poets, Campbell, Moore, Hogg, the Ettrick Shepherd, Mrs. Hemans, Heber, Keble, Hood, and Ingoldsby, Richard Barham, and among miscellaneous writers, Sidney Smith, Christopher North, John Wilson, Chalmers, Lockhart, Leigh Hunt, Hazlitt, Hallam, and Landor. Here is an astonishing variety of writers, and to consider all their claims to remembrance would of itself require a volume. Though these are generally classed as secondary writers, much of their work has claims to popularity, and some of it to permanence. Moore's Irish Melodies, Campbell's Lyrics, Keble's Christian Year, and Jane Porter's Thaddeus of Warsaw and Scottish Chiefs have still a multitude of readers, where Keats, Lamb, and De Quincey are prized only by the cultured few. And Hallam's historical and critical works are perhaps better known than those of Gibbon, who nevertheless occupies a larger place in our literature. Among all these writers we choose only two, Jane Austen and Walter Savage Landor, whose works indicate a period of transition from the Romantic to the Victorian age. Jane Austen, 1775 to 1817. We have so lately rediscovered the charm and genius of this gifted young woman that she seems to be a novelist of yesterday, rather than the contemporary of Wordsworth and Coleridge. And few even of her readers realize that she did for the English novel precisely what the Lake poets did for English poetry. She refined and simplified it, making it a true reflection of English life. Like the Lake poets, she met with scanty encouragement in her own generation. Her greatest novel, Pride and Prejudice, was finished in 1797, a year before the appearance of the famous lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. But while the latter book was published and found a few appreciative readers, the manuscript of this wonderful novel went begging for 16 years before it found a publisher. As Wordsworth began with the deliberate purpose of making poetry natural and truthful, so Miss Austen appears to have begun writing with the idea of presenting the life of English country society exactly as it was. In opposition to the romantic extravagance of Mrs. Radcliffe and her school. But there was this difference, that Miss Austen had in large measure the saving gift of humor, which Wordsworth sadly lacked. Maria Edgeworth, at the same time, set a sane and excellent example in her tales of Irish life, The Absentee and Castle Rackrent. And Miss Austen followed up the advantage with at least 6 works, which have grown steadily in value until we place them gladly in the first rank of our novels of common life. It is not simply for her exquisite charm, therefore, that we admire her, but also for her influence in bringing our novels back to their true place as an expression of human life. It is due partly, at least, to her influence that a multitude of readers were ready to appreciate Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford, and the powerful and enduring work of George Eliot. Life. Jane Austen's life gives little opportunity for the biographer, unless, perchance, he has something of her own power to show the beauty and charm of commonplace things. She was the seventh child of Rev. George Austen, rector of Steventon, and was born in the parsonage of the village in 1775. With her sisters she was educated at home, and passed her life very quietly, cheerfully, in the doing of small domestic duties, to which love lent the magic lamp that makes all things beautiful. She began to write at an early age, and seems to have done her work on a little table in the family sitting room, in the midst of the family life. When a visitor entered, she would throw a paper or a piece of sewing over her work, and she modestly refused to be known as the author of novels which we now count among our treasured possessions. With the publishers she had little success. Pride and Prejudice went begging, as we have said, for 16 years, and Northanger Abbey, 1798, was sold for a trivial sum to a publisher, who laid it aside and forgot it, until the appearance and moderate success of Sense and Sensibility in 1811. Then, after keeping the manuscript some 15 years, he sold it back to the family, who found another publisher. An anonymous article in the Quarterly Review, following the appearance of Emma in 1815, full of generous appreciation of the charm of the new writer, was the beginning of Jane Austen's fame. And it is only within a few years that we have learned that the friendly and discerning critic was Walter Scott. He continued to be her admirer until her early death. But these two, the greatest writers of fiction in their age, were never brought together. Both were home-loving people, and Miss Austen especially was averse to publicity and popularity. She died, quietly as she had lived, at Winchester, in 1817, and was buried in the cathedral. She was a bright, attractive little woman, whose sunny qualities are unconsciously reflected in all her books. Works. Very few English writers ever had so narrow a field of work as Jane Austen. Like the French novelists, whose success seems to lie in choosing the tiny field that they know best, her works have an exquisite perfection that is lacking in most of our writers of fiction. With the exception of an occasional visit to the watering place of Bath, her whole life was spent in small country parishes, whose simple country people became the characters of her novels. Her brothers were in the Navy, and so naval officers furnished the only exciting elements in her stories, but even these alleged heroes lay aside their imposing martial ways and act like themselves and other people. Such was her literary field, in which the chief duties were of the household, the chief pleasures in country gatherings, and the chief interests in matrimony. Life, with its mighty interests, its passions, ambitions, and tragic struggles, swept by like a great river, while the secluded interests of a country parish went round and round quietly, like an eddy behind a sheltering rock. We can easily understand, therefore, the limitations of Jane Austen, but within her own field she is unequalled. Her characters are absolutely true to life, and all her work has the perfection of a delicate miniature painting. The most widely read of her novels is Pride and Prejudice, but three others, Sense and Sensibility, Emma, and Mansfield Park, have slowly won their way to the front rank of fiction. From a literary viewpoint Northanger Abbey is perhaps the best. For in it we find that touch of humor and delicate satire with which this gentle little woman combated the grotesque popular novels of the Udolpho type. Reading any of these works, one is inclined to accept the hearty endorsement of Sir Walter Scott, that young lady has a talent for describing the involvements and feelings and characters of ordinary life which is to me the most wonderful I ever met with. The big bow-wow strain I can do myself, like any now going, but the exquisite touch which renders ordinary commonplace things and characters interesting from the truth of the description and the sentiment, is denied to me. What a pity such a gifted creature died so early. Walter Savage Landor, 1775–1864. While Hazlitt, Lamb, De Quincey, and other romantic critics went back to early English literature for their inspiration. Landor shows a reaction from the prevailing romanticism by his imitation of the ancient classic writers. His life was an extraordinary one and, like his work, abounded in sharp contrasts. On the one hand, there are his egoism, his uncontrollable anger, his perpetual lawsuits, and the last sad tragedy with his children, which suggests King Lear and his daughters. On the other hand, there is his steady devotion to the classics and to the cultivation of the deep wisdom of the ancients, which suggests Pindar and Cicero. In his works we find the wild extravagance of Geber, followed by the superb classic style and charm of Pericles and Aspasia. Such was Landor, a man of high ideals, perpetually at war with himself and the world. Life. Landor's stormy life covers the whole period from Wordsworth's childhood to the middle of the Victorian era. He was the son of a physician, and was born at Warwick, in 1775. From his mother he inherited a fortune. But it was soon scattered by large expenditures and law quarrels, and in his old age, refused help by his own children. Only Browning's generosity kept Landor from actual want. At Rugby, and at Oxford, his extreme republicanism brought him into constant trouble, and his fitting out a band of volunteers to assist the Spaniards against Napoleon, in 1808, allies him with Byron and his quixotic followers. The resemblance to Byron is even more strikingly shown in the poem Geber, published in 1798, a year made famous by the lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. A remarkable change in Landor's life is noticeable in 1821, when, at 46 years of age, after having lost his magnificent estate of Lantony Abbey, in Glamorganshire, and after a stormy experience in Como, he settled down for a time at Fiesole near Florence. To this period of calm after storm we owe the classical prose works for which he is famous. The calm, like that at the center of a whirlwind, lasted but a short time, and Landor, leaving his family in great anger, returned to Bath, where he lived alone for more than 20 years. Then, in order to escape a libel suit, the choleric old man fled back to Italy. He died at Florence, in 1864. The spirit of his whole life may be inferred from the defiant farewell which he flung to it. I strove with none, for none was worth my strife. Nature I loved, and next to nature art. I warmed both hands before the fire of life. It sinks, and I am ready to depart. Works. Landor's reaction from Romanticism is all the more remarkable in view of his early efforts, such as Geber, a wildly romantic poem, which rivals any work of Byron or Shelley in its extravagance. Notwithstanding its occasional beautiful and suggestive lines, the work was not and never has been successful, and the same may be said of all his poetical works. His first collection of poems was published in 1795, his last a full half-century later, in 1846. In the latter volume, the Hellenics, which included some translations of his earlier Latin poems, called Idyllia Heroica, one has only to read the Hamadryad, and compare it with the lyrics of the first volume. In order to realize the astonishing literary vigor of a man who published 2 volumes, a half-century apart, without any appreciable diminution of poetical feeling. In all these poems one is impressed by the striking and original figures of speech which Landor uses to emphasize his meaning. It is by his prose works, largely, that Landor has won a place in our literature. Partly because of their intrinsic worth, their penetrating thought, and severe classic style, and partly because of their profound influence upon the writers of the present age. The most noted of his prose works are his 6 volumes of Imaginary Conversations, 1824 to 1846. For these conversations Landor brings together, sometimes in groups, sometimes in couples, well-known characters, or rather shadows, from the 4 corners of the earth and from the remotest ages of recorded history. Thus Diogenes talks with Plato, Aesop with a young slave girl in Egypt, Henry VIII with Anne Boleyn in prison, Dante with Beatrice, Leofric with Lady Godiva. All these and many others, from Epictetus to Cromwell, are brought together and speak of life and love and death, each from his own viewpoint. Occasionally, as in the meeting of Henry and Anne Boleyn, the situation is tense and dramatic, but as a rule the characters simply meet and converse in the same quiet strain, which becomes, after much reading, somewhat monotonous. On the other hand, one who reads the imaginary conversations is lifted at once into a calm and noble atmosphere which braces and inspires him, making him forget petty things, like a view from a hilltop. By its combination of lofty thought and severely classic style, the book has won, and deserves, a very high place among our literary records. The same criticism applies to Pericles and Aspasia, which is a series of imaginary letters, telling the experiences of Aspasia, a young lady from Asia Minor, who visits Athens at the summit of its fame and glory, in the great age of Pericles. This is, in our judgment, the best worth reading of all Landor's works. One gets from it not only Landor's classic style, but what is well worthwhile a better picture of Greece in the days of its greatness than can be obtained from many historical volumes. Summary of the Age of Romanticism. This period extends from the war with the colonies, following the Declaration of Independence, in 1776, to the accession of Victoria in 1837, both limits being very indefinite, as will be seen by a glance at the chronology following. During the first part of the period especially, England was in a continual turmoil, produced by political and economic agitation at home, and by the long wars that covered 2 continents and the wide sea between them. The mighty changes resulting from these 2 causes have given this period the name of the Age of Revolution. The storm center of all the turmoil at home and abroad was the French Revolution, which had a profound influence on the life and literature of all Europe. On the continent, the overthrow of Napoleon at Waterloo, 1815, apparently checked the progress of liberty, which had started with the French Revolution, but in England the case was reversed. The agitation for popular liberty, which at one time threatened a revolution, went steadily forward till it resulted in the final triumph of democracy, in the Reform Bill of 1832, and in a number of exceedingly important reforms, such as the extension of manhood suffrage, the removal of the last unjust restrictions against Catholics, the establishment of a national system of schools, followed by a rapid increase in popular education, and the abolition of slavery in all English colonies, 1833. To this we must add the changes produced by the discovery of steam and the invention of machinery, which rapidly changed England from an agricultural to a manufacturing nation, introduced the factory system, and caused this period to be known as the Age of Industrial Revolution. The literature of the age is largely poetical in form, and almost entirely romantic in spirit. For, as we have noted, the triumph of democracy in government is generally accompanied by the triumph of romanticism in literature. At first the literature, as shown especially in the early work of Wordsworth, Byron, and Shelley, reflected the turmoil of the age and the wild hopes of an ideal democracy occasioned by the French Revolution. Later the extravagant enthusiasm subsided, and English writers produced so much excellent literature that the age is often called the second creative period, the first being the Age of Elizabeth. The 6 chief characteristics of the age are, the prevalence of romantic poetry, the creation of the historical novel by Scott, the first appearance of women novelists, such as Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, Jane Porter, Maria Edgeworth, and Jane Austen. The development of literary criticism, in the work of Lamb, De Quincey, Coleridge, and Hazlitt, the practical and economic bent of philosophy, as shown in the work of Malthus, James Mill, and Adam Smith. And the establishment of great literary magazines, like the Edinburgh Review, the Quarterly, Blackwood's, and the Athenaeum. In our study we have noted, 1. The poets of Romanticism, the importance of the lyrical ballads of 1798. The life and work of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Scott, Byron, Shelley, and Keats. 2. The prose writers, the novels of Scott, the development of literary criticism. The life and work of the essayists, Lamb, De Quincey, Landor, and of the novelist Jane Austen. Selections for reading. Manly's English Poetry and Manly's English Prose, each 1 volume, contain good selections from all authors studied. Ward's English Poets, 4 volumes, Craik's English Prose Selections, 5 volumes. Braithwaite's The Book of Georgian Verse, Page's British Poets of the 19th Century, and Garnett's English Prose from Elizabeth to Victoria, may also be used to advantage. Important works, however, should be read entire in one of the inexpensive school editions given below. Full titles and publishers may be found in the general bibliography at the end of this book. Wordsworth. Intimations of Immortality, Tintern Abbey, Best Lyrics and Sonnets, in Selections, edited by Dowden, Athenaeum Press Series, Selections and Short Poems, edited by M. Arnold, in Golden Treasury Series. Selections, also in Everyman's Library, Riverside Literature Series, Castle's National Library, etc. Coleridge. Ancient Mariner, edited by L. R. Gibbs, in Standard English Classics, same poem, in Pocket Classics, Eclectic English Classics, etc. Poems, edited by J. M. Hart, in Athenaeum Press, announced, 1909, Selections, Golden Book of Coleridge, in Everyman's Library, Selections from Coleridge and Campbell, in Riverside Literature, Prose Selections, Ginn and Company, also Holt. Lectures on Shakespeare, in Everyman's Library, Bond's Standard Library, etc. Scott. Lady of the Lake, Marmion, Ivanhoe, The Talisman, Guy Mannering, Quentin Durward. Numerous inexpensive editions of Scott's best poems and novels in Standard English Classics, Pocket Classics, Castle's National Library, Eclectic English Classics, Everyman's Library, etc. Thus, Lady of the Lake, edited by Edwin Ginn, and Ivanhoe, edited by W. D. Lewis, both in Standard English Classics, Marmion, edited by G. B. Acton, and The Talisman, edited by F. Trudley, in Pocket Classics, etc. Byron. Mazeppa and the Prisoner of Chillon, edited by S. M. Tucker, in Standard English Classics, Short Poems, Selections from Childe Harold, etc., in Canterbury Poets, Riverside Literature, Holt's English Readings, Pocket Classics, etc. Shelley. To a Cloud, To a Skylark, West Wind, Sensitive Plant, Adonais, etc., all in Selections from Shelley, edited by Alexander, in Athenaeum Press Series, Selections, edited by Woodbury, in Bell's Lettres Series. Selections, also in Pocket Classics, Heath's English Classics, Golden Treasury Series, etc. Keats. Ode on a Grecian Urn, Eve of St. Agnes, Hyperion, Lamia, To a Nightingale, etc., in Selections from Keats, in Athenaeum Press. Selections also in Muse's Library, Riverside Literature, Golden Treasury Series, etc. Lamb. Essays, Dream Children, Old China, Dissertation on Roast Pig, etc., edited by Wauchope, in Standard English Classics. Various essays also in Camelot Series, Temple Classics, Everyman's Library, etc. Tales from Shakespeare, in Home and School Library, Ginn and Company, also in Riverside Literature, Pocket Classics, Golden Treasury, etc. De Quincey. The English Mail Coach and Joan of Arc, in Standard English Classics, etc., Confessions of an English Opium Eater, in Temple Classics, Morley's Universal Library, Everyman's Library, Pocket Classics, etc., Selections, edited by M. H. Turk, in Athenaeum Press, Selections, edited by B. Perry, Holt. Landor. Selections, edited by W. Clymer, in Athenaeum Press, Pericles and Aspasia, in Camelot Series, Imaginary Conversations, Selected, Ginn and Company, the same, 2 volumes. In Dutton's Universal Library, Selected Poems, in Canterbury Poets, Selections, Prose and Verse, in Golden Treasury Series. Jane Austen. Pride and Prejudice, in Everyman's Library, Pocket Classics, etc. Bibliography. History. Textbook, Montgomery, pages 323 to 357, Cheney, 576 to 632. General Works. Green, X, 2 to 4, Trail, Gardner, Macaulay, etc. Special Works. Cheney's Industrial and Social History of England, Warner's Landmarks of English Industrial History. Hassall's Making of the British Empire, Macaulay's William Pitt, Trevelyan's Early Life of Charles James Fox, Morley's Edmund Burke, Morris's Age of Queen Anne and the Early Hanoverians. Literature. General Works. Mitchell, Courthope, Garnett and Goss, Taine, see General Bibliography. Special Works. Beers's English Romanticism in the 19th Century, Simons's The Romantic Movement in English Poetry. Dowden's The French Revolution and English Literature, also Studies in Literature, 1789 to 1877, Hancock's The French Revolution and the English Poets, Herford's The Age of Wordsworth, Handbooks of English Literature, Mrs. Oliphant's Literary History of England in the End of the 18th and Beginning of the 19th Centuries, Saintsbury's History of 19th Century Literature, Masson's Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats and Other Essays. Poets and Poetry of the 19th Century, Volumes 1 to 3, Gates's Studies and Appreciations, S. Brooks Studies in Poetry, Rawnsley's Literary Associations of the English Lakes, 2 volumes. Wordsworth. Texts, Globe, Aldine, Cambridge Editions, etc. Poetical and Prose Works, with Dorothy Wordsworth's Journal, edited by Knight, Eversley Edition, London and New York, 1896, Letters of the Wordsworth Family, edited by Knight, 3 volumes, Ginn and Company. Poetical Selections, edited by Dowden, in Athenaeum Press, various other selections, in Golden Treasury, etc., Prose Selections, edited by Gailey, Ginn and Company. Life, Memoirs, 2 volumes, by Christopher Wordsworth, by Knight, 3 volumes. By Myers, English Men of Letters, by Elizabeth Wordsworth, Burleigh Life, A Study of the Prelude, by E. Leguis, translated by J. Matthews, Raleigh's Wordsworth, N. C. Smith's Wordsworth's Literary Criticism, Raney's Wordsworth and His Circle. Criticism, Herford's The Age of Wordsworth, Masson's Wordsworth, Shelley, and Keats, Magnus Primer of Wordsworth, Wilson's Helps to the Study of Arnold's Wordsworth, Essays, by Lowell, in Among My Books, by M. Arnold, in Essays in Criticism. By Hutton, in Literary Essays, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library, and in Studies of a Biographer, by Bagehot, in Literary Studies, by Hazlitt, in The Spirit of the Age, by Pater, in Appreciations, by De Quincey, in Essays on the Poets. By Fields, in Yesterdays with Authors, by Sharp, in Studies in Poetry and Philosophy. See also Knight's Through the Wordsworth Country, and Rawnsley's Literary Associations of the English Lakes. Coleridge. Texts, Complete Works, edited by Shedd, 7 volumes, New York 1884, Poems, Globe, Aldine, and Cambridge Editions, in Athenaeum Press, announced, 1909, Muses Library, Canterbury Poets, etc., Biographia Literaria, in Everyman's Library. The same, in Clarendon Press, Prose Selections, Lectures on Shakespeare, etc., see Selections for Reading, above, Letters, edited by E. H. Coleridge, London, 1895. Life, by J. D. Campbell, by Traill, English Men of Letters, by Dykes. By Hall Caine, Great Writers Series, see also Coleridge's Biographia Literaria, and Lamb's essay, Christ's Hospital, in Essays of Elia. Criticism, Brandel's Coleridge and the English Romantic Movement. Essays, by Sharp, in Studies in Poetry and Philosophy, by Woodbury, in Makers of Literature, by J. Forster, in Great Teachers, by Dowden, in New Studies, by Swinburne, in Essays and Studies, by Brooke, in Theology in the English Poets. By Saintsbury, in Essays in English Literature, by Lowell in Democracy and Other Essays, by Hazlitt and by Pater, see Wordsworth, above. See also Beers's English Romanticism, Carlyle's chapter on Coleridge, in Life of John Sterling. Southey. Texts, Poems, edited by Dowden, Macmillan, Poetical Works, Crowell, Selections in Canterbury Poets, Life of Nelson, in Everyman's Library, Temple Classics, Morley's Universal Library, etc. Life, by Dowden, English Men of Letters. Essays, by L. Stephen, in Studies of a Biographer, by Hazlitt and Saintsbury, see above. Scott. Texts, numerous good editions of novels and poems. For single works, see Selections for Reading, above. Life, by Lockhart, 5 volumes, several editions. Best by Pollard, 1900, by Hutton, English Men of Letters, by A. Lang, in Literary Lives, by C. D. Young, Great Writers, by Hudson, by Saintsbury, Famous Scott Series. Criticism, Essays, by Stevenson, Gossip on Romance, in Memories and Portraits. By Sharp, in Aspects of Poetry, by Swinburne, in Studies in Prose and Poetry, by Carlyle, in Miscellaneous Essays, by Hazlitt, Bagehot, L. Stephen, Brooke, and Saintsbury, C. Coleridge and Wordsworth, above. Byron. Texts, Complete Works, Globe, Cambridge Poets, and Oxford Editions, Selections, edited by M. Arnold, in Golden Treasury, see also Selections for Reading, above, Letters and Journals of Byron, edited by Moore, unreliable. Life, by Noel, Great Writers, by Nicholl, English Men of Letters, The Real Lord Byron, by J. C. Jefferson, Trelawney's Recollections of Shelley in Byron. Criticism, Hunt's Lord Byron and His Contemporaries. Essays, by Morley, Macaulay, Hazlitt, Swinburne, and M. Arnold. Shelley. Texts, Centenary Edition, edited by Woodbury, 4 volumes, Globe and Cambridge Poets Editions, Essays and Letters, in Camelot Series, see Selections for Reading, above. Life, by Symonds, English Men of Letters, by Dowden, 2 volumes, by Sharp, Great Writers, by T. J. Hogg, 2 volumes, by W. M. Rossetti. Criticism, Salt's Shelley Primer, Essays, by Dowden, in Transcripts and Studies, by M. Arnold, Woodbury, Bagehot, Forster, L. Stephen, Brooke, De Quincey, and Hutton, C. Coleridge and Wordsworth, above. Keats. Texts, Complete Works, edited by Forman, 4 volumes, London, 1883, Cambridge Poets Edition, with Letters, edited by H. E. Scudder, Houghton, Mifflin, Aldine Edition, with Life, edited by Lord Houghton, Macmillan, Selected Poems, with Introduction and Notes by Arlo Bates, Ginn and Company. Poems, also in Everyman's Library, Muse's Library, Golden Treasury, etc. Letters, edited by S. Colvin, in Eversley Edition. Life, by Forman, in Complete Works, by Colvin, English Men of Letters, by W. M. Rossetti, Great Writers, by A. E. Hancock. Criticism, H. C. Shelley's Keats and His Circle. Masson's Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, and Other Essays, Essays, by M. Arnold, in Essays in Criticism, also in Ward's English Poets, Volume 4, by Hudson, in Studies in Interpretation, by Lowell, in Among My Books, or Literary Essays, Volume 2. By Brooke, De Quincey, and Swinburne, above. Lamb. Texts, Complete Works and Letters, edited by E. V. Lucas, 7 volumes, Putnam, the same, edited by Anger, 6 volumes, London, 1883–1888, Essays of Elia, in Standard English Classics, etc. See Selections for Reading, Dramatic Essays, edited by B. Matthews, Dodd, Mead, Specimens of English Dramatic Poets, in Bond's Library. Life, by E. V. Lucas, 2 volumes, by Anger, English Men of Letters, by Barry Cornwall. Talfourd's Memoirs of Charles Lamb. Criticism, Essays, by De Quincey, in Biographical Essays, by F. Harrison, in Tennyson, Ruskin, Mill, and Other Literary Estimates, by Pater, and Woodbury, see Wordsworth and Coleridge, above. See also Fitzgerald's Charles Lamb, His Friends, His Haunts, and His Books. De Quincey. Texts, Collected Writings, edited by Masson, 14 volumes, London, 1889–1891, Confessions of an Opium Eater, etc., see Selections for Reading. Life, by Masson, English Men of Letters, Life and Writings, by H. Page, 2 volumes, Hogg's De Quincey and His Friends, Findlay's Personal Recollections of De Quincey, see also De Quincey's Autobiographical Sketches, and Confessions. Criticism, Essays, by Saintsbury, in Essays in English Literature, by Masson, in Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, and Other Essays, by L. Stephen, in Hours in a Library. See also Minto's Manual of English Prose Literature. Landor. Texts, Works, with Life by Forster, 8 volumes, London, 1876, Works, edited by Crump, London, 1897, Letters, etc., edited by Wheeler, London, 1897 and 1899, Imaginary Conversations, etc., see selections for reading. Life, by Colvin, English Men of Letters, by Forster. Criticism, Essays, by De Quincey, Woodberry, L. Stephen, Saintsbury, Swinburne, Dowden, see above. See also Stedman's Victorian Poets. Jane Austen. Texts, Works, edited by R. B. Johnson, Dent. Various other editions of novels, Letters, edited by Woolsey, Roberts. Life, Austen Leigh's Memoir of Jane Austen, Hill's Jane Austen, Her Home and Her Friends, Mitton's Jane Austen and Her Times. Life, by Goldwin Smith. By Maiden, Famous Women Series, by O. F. Adams. Criticism, Pollock's Jane Austen, Pelew's Jane Austen's Novels, A. Jack's Essay on the Novel as Illustrated by Scott and Miss Austen, H. H. Bonnell's Charlotte Bronte, George Eliot, and Jane Austen, Essay, by Howells, in Heroines of Fiction. Maria Edgeworth. Texts, Tales and Novels, New Langford edition, 10 volumes, London, 1893, various editions of novels, Dent, etc. The Absentee, and Castle Rackrent, in Morley's Universal Library. Life, by Helen Zimmerman, Memoir, by Hare. Mrs. and Radcliffe. Romances, with introduction by Scott, in Ballantyne's Novelists' Library, London, 1824. Various editions of Udolpho, etc., Saintsbury's Tales of Mystery, Volume 1. See Beers's English Romanticism. More. Poetical Works, in Canterbury Poets, Chandos Classics, etc., Selected Poems, in Golden Treasury. Gunning's Thomas Moore, Poet and Patriot, Symington's Life and Works of Moore. Essay, by Saintsbury. Campbell. Poems, Aldine edition, Selections, in Golden Treasury. Life, by Haddon. Hazlitt. Texts, Works, edited by Henley, 12 volumes, London, 1902. Selected Essays, in Temple Classics, Camelot Series, etc. Life, by Birrell, English Men of Letters, Memoirs, by W. C. Hazlitt. Essays, by Saintsbury, by L. Stephen. Leigh Hunt. Texts, Selected Essays, in Camelot Series, also in Cavendish Library, Warren, Stories from the Italian Poets, Putnam. Life, by Monkhouse, Great Writers. Essays, by Macaulay, by Saintsbury, by Hazlitt. See also Mrs. Field's A Shelf of Old Books. Suggestive questions. Note. In a period like the Age of Romanticism, the poems and essays chosen for special study vary so widely that only a few general questions on the selections for reading are attempted. 1. Why is this period of Romanticism, 1789 to 1837, called the Age of Revolution? Give some reasons for the influence of the French Revolution on English literature, and illustrate from poems or essays which you have read. Explain the difference between classicism and romanticism. Which of these two types of literature do you prefer? 2. What are the general characteristics of the literature of this period? What two opposing tendencies are illustrated in the novels of Scott and Jane Austen? In the poetry of Byron and Wordsworth? 3. Wordsworth. Tell briefly the story of Wordsworth's life, and name some of his best poems. Why do the lyrical ballads, 1798, mark an important literary epoch? Read carefully, and make an analysis of the Intimations of Immortality, of Tintern Abbey. Can you explain what political conditions are referred to in Wordsworth's Sonnet on Milton? In his French Revolution? Does he attempt to paint a picture in his sonnet on Westminster Bridge, or has he some other object in view? What is the central teaching of the Ode to Duty? Compare Wordsworth's two Skylark poems with Shelley's. Make a brief comparison between Wordsworth's sonnets and those of Shakespeare and of Milton, having in mind the thought, the melody, the view of nature, and the imagery of the three poets. Quote from Wordsworth's poems to show his belief that nature is conscious, to show the influence of nature on man, to show his interest in children, his sensitiveness to sounds, to illustrate the chastening influence of sorrow. Make a brief comparison between the characters of Wordsworth's Michael and of Burns's The Cotter's Saturday Night. Compare Wordsworth's point of view and method, in the three poems, To a Daisy, with Burns's view, as expressed in his famous lines on the same subject. 4. Coleridge. What are the general characteristics of Coleridge's life? What explains the profound sympathy for humanity that is reflected in his poems? For what, beside his poems, is he remarkable? Can you quote any passages from his poetry which show the influence of Wordsworth? What are the characters in The Ancient Mariner? In what respect is this poem romantic? Give your own reasons for its popularity. Does the thought or the style of this poem impress you? If you have read any of the lectures on Shakespeare, explain why Coleridge's work is called romantic criticism. 5. Scott. Tell the story of Scott's life, and name his chief poems and novels. Do you recall any passage from his poetry which suggests his own heroism? Why was he called the Wizard of the North? What is the general character of his poetry? Compare Marmion with one of the old ballads, having in mind the characters, the dramatic interest of the story, and the style of writing. In what sense is he the creator of the historical novel? Upon what does he depend to hold the reader's attention? Compare him, in this respect, with Jane Austen. Which of his characters impress you as being the most lifelike? Name any novels of the present day which copy Scott or show his influence. Read Ivanhoe and The Lady of the Lake, make a brief analysis of each work, having in mind the style, the plot, the dramatic interest, the use of adventure, and the truth to nature of the different characters. 6. Byron. Why is Byron called the revolutionary poet? Illustrate, if possible, from his poetry. What is the general character of his work? In what kind of poetry does he excel? Quote from Childe Harold to illustrate your opinion. Describe the typical Byronic hero. Can you explain his great popularity at first, and his subsequent loss of influence? Why is he still popular on the continent? Do you find more of thought or of emotion in his poetry? Compare him, in this respect, with Shelley, with Wordsworth. Which is the more brilliant writer, Byron or Wordsworth? Which has the more humor? Which has the healthier mind? Which has the higher ideal of poetry? Which is the more inspiring and helpful? Is it fair to say that Byron's quality is power, not charm? 7. Shelley. What are the chief characteristics of Shelley's poetry? Is it most remarkable for its thought, form, or imagery? What poems show the influence of the French Revolution? What subjects are considered in Lines Written Among the Euganean Hills? What does Shelley try to teach in The Sensitive Plant? Compare Shelley's view of nature, as reflected in The Cloud or The West Wind, with Wordsworth's view, as reflected in The Prelude, Tintern Abbey, Daffodils, etc. To what class of poems does Adonais belong? What is the subject of the poem? Name others of the same class. How does Shelley describe himself in this poem? Compare Shelley's Adonais and Milton's Lycidas with regard to the view of life after death as expressed in the poems. What kinds of scenes does Shelley like best to describe? Compare his characters with those of Wordsworth, of Byron. Do you recall any poems in which he writes of ordinary people or of ordinary experiences? 8. Keats. What is the essence of Keats's poetical creed, as expressed in the Ode on a Grecian Urn? What are the remarkable elements in his life and work? What striking difference do you find between his early poems and those of Shelley and Byron? What are the chief subjects of his verse? What poems show the influence of the classics? Of Elizabethan literature? Can you explain why his work has been called literary poetry? Keats and Shelley are generally classed together. What similarities do you find in their poems? Give some reasons why Keats introduces the old bedesman in The Eve of St. Agnes. Name some of the literary friends mentioned in Keats's poetry. Compare Keats's characters with those of Wordsworth. Of Byron. Does Keats ever remind you of Spenser? In what respects? Is your personal preference for Wordsworth, Byron, Shelley, or Keats? Why? 9. Lamb. Tell briefly the story of Lamb's life and name his principal works. Why is he called the most human of essayists? His friends called him the last of the Elizabethans. Why? What is the general character of the essays of Elia? How is the personality of Lamb shown in all these essays? Cite any passages showing Lamb's skill in portraying people. Make a brief comparison between Lamb and Addison, having in mind the subjects treated, the style, the humor, and the interest of both essayists. Which do you prefer, and why? 10. De Quincey. What are the general characteristics of De Quincey's essays? Explain why he is called the psychologist of style. What accounts for a certain unreal element in all his work? Read a passage from the English Mail Coach, or from Joan of Arc, or from Lavanna, Our Lady of Sorrows, and comment freely upon it, with regard to style, ideas, interest, and the impression of reality or unreality which it leaves. 11. Landor. In what respect does Landor show a reaction from Romanticism? What qualities make Landor's poems stand out so clearly in the memory? Why, for instance, do you think Lamb was so haunted by Rose Aylmer? Quote from Landor's poems to illustrate his tenderness, his sensitiveness to beauty, his power of awakening emotion, his delicacy of characterization. Do you find the same qualities in his prose? Can you explain why much of his prose seems like a translation from the Greek? Compare a passage from the Imaginary Conversations with a passage from Gibbon or Johnson, to show the difference between the classic and the pseudo-classic style. Compare one of Landor's characters, in Imaginary Conversations, with the same character in history. 12. Jane Austen. How does Jane Austen show a reaction from Romanticism? What important work did she do for the novel? To what kind of fiction was her work opposed? In what does the charm of her novels consist? Make a brief comparison between Jane Austen and Scott, as illustrated in Pride and Prejudice and Ivanhoe, having in mind the subject, the characters, the manner of treatment, and the interest of both narratives. Do Jane Austen's characters have to be explained by the author, or do they explain themselves? Which method calls for the greater literary skill? What does Jane Austen say about Mrs. Radcliffe, in Northanger Abbey? Does she make any other observations on 18th-century novelists? Chronology. End of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century. History. Literature. 1760 to 1820. George III. 1770 to 1850. Wordsworth. 1771 to 1832. Scott. 1789 to 1799. French Revolution. 1796 to 1816. Jane Austen's novels. 1798. Lyrical Ballades of Wordsworth and Coleridge. 1800. Union of Great Britain and Ireland. 1802. Colonization of Australia. 1802. Scott's Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border. 1805. Battle of Trafalgar. 1805 to 1817. Scott's Poems. 1807. Wordsworth's Intimations of. 1807. Abolition of Slave Trade. Immortality. Lamb's Tales. From Shakespeare. 1808 to 1814. Peninsular War. 1809 to 1818. Byron's Childe Harold. 1812. Second War with United States. 1810 to 1813. Coleridge's Lectures on Shakespeare. 1814. Congress of Vienna. 1814 to 1831. Waverley Novels. 1815. Battle of Waterloo. 1816. Shelley's Alastor. 1817. Coleridge's Biographia Literaria. 1817 to 1820. Keats's Poems. 1818 to 1820. Shelley's Prometheus. 1819. First Atlantic Steamship. 1820. George IV, died in 1830. 1820. Wordsworth's Dud Dawn Sonnets. 1820 to 1833. Lamb's Essays of Elia. 1821. De Quincey's Confessions. 1824 to 1846. Landor's Imaginary Conversations. 1826. First Temperance Society. 1829. Catholic Emancipation Bill. 1830. William IV, died in 1837. 1830. Tennyson's First Poems. First Railway. 1831. Scott's Last Novel. 1832. Reform Bill. 1833. Emancipation of Slaves. 1833. Carlyle's Sartor Resartus. Browning's Pauline. 1834. System of National Education. 1837. Victoria, died in 1901. 1853 to 1861. De Quincey's Collected Essays. Chapter 11. The Victorian Age, 1850 to 1900. The modern period of progress and unrest. When Victoria became queen, in 1837, English literature seemed to have entered upon a period of lean years.